I saved this world and the life of every single one of these guys, even the girl I loved, and I thought she loved me back, but they all betrayed me, even Lavina. It all started a few years ago. I am not from this world. One day, the tyrant king of Terranor summoned me by accident while trying to summon a god-level monster. Since I wasn't that monster, he sold me as a slave. I spent all those years training, and one day, I became the hero of this world and was able to confront the tyrant king to save the kingdom. That bastard used summoning magic and brought a demon from somewhere, but with just one cut, I defeated it, and then did the same to the king. I didn't do this alone. With Lavina and the others, we were the 7 heroes who saved the kingdom. We were a united group for years, so I thought they were my family, and that Lavina would be the mother of my children. I wasn't going back to Earth, but these guys betrayed me. They used the dead king's heart to open another summoning portal, but this one wasn't to summon a monster. They said I became too famous and loved in the kingdom, and that the people would make me the new king of the continent. I looked at Lavina for support, but that girl said she thought the same thing. She didn't want to be the new king's wife. She wanted to be a queen who gives orders. They kicked me out of Terranor, back to the normal world. When the 6 heroes returned, they announced that the hero Sung Si-han completed his journey and went back to Earth on his own. All 6 heroes proclaimed themselves as the new kings of the continent. Terranor would now be divided into 6 kingdoms. 10 years later, at a house in the middle of the forest, this girl was working in the field when she noticed that a fish fell from the sky. That's strange. But something even stranger happened. A pig then fell from the sky too. Wondering what else could fall, she realized that a naked man was falling too. This was too absurd to believe, but the girl went to help the stranger. You guys must know who this guy is. When Si-han woke up, the girl brought food and asked who he was. However, she didn't understand the language he was speaking. She explained that in the Lilstein kingdom, people don't speak that language. The protagonist smiled maliciously. So that means that guy is the king now. Before striking a villain pose, the girl advises Sung to put on some clothes first. He ate like a homeless person and said the food was pretty bad because it lacked seasoning. Even so, he was grateful. Because of his good looks and rude attitude, the girl thought he might be a noble. He asked her name, a very normal question. She answered that she was Alita, but the guy's next words completely surprised her. He asked about her relationship with the Mad King Lustand. The food table flew towards his face in the blink of an eye. It was the girl. She drew a dagger and jumped over the table to attack, but she didn't hit him. He was behind her. Alita tried more attacks, but even being a swordswoman, she couldn't hit this guy. She tried many times, but with fluid movements like a ninja, the guy dodged all the attacks. He blocked her last attack with a wooden spoon and defeated her. Sung said, "I have this and I'm not afraid to use it." He explained that his name is Sung Si-han and that he came from Earth. She was speechless. Could he be the hero who saved the world 10 years ago? The girl then revealed her full name, Alatir's Bella Lustan Lusklan. She is the daughter of the old King Lustand. When he was defeated, the people hunted everyone with the king's blood to prevent a new king from rising. Alita's mother asked a trusted knight to flee with her only daughter. If the queen died, no one would know she had a child. The knight raised her far from the kingdom and taught her to fight. But years later, he was ambushed in a city while getting supplies. Since he never returned, Alita started living alone on this mountain in the forest. The protagonist says that he was the one who killed her father. Does she consider him her enemy? Alita says she doesn't consider that man her father and doesn't care about it. Si-han was annoyed to learn that one of his ex-companions is now a king. Then the girl asks, "Why the hell did you show up naked?" Si-han drops his mug and gets furious, saying it's not his fault. When he was sent back to Earth before, he appeared naked in the middle of the city. Only the person passes through the portal. The clothes do not. The protagonist then realizes something suspicious. He tells Alita that he's self-summoned, and portals can be sensed by mages. If she had been hiding for so long, he might have just blown her cover. The girl looks out the window and her cabin is being surrounded. The kingdom's soldiers are shouting that they know a summoning took place right here. An old man, his face grim, reported to his superior, Xenon. Traces of powerful conjuration magic are undeniable here. It emanates directly from that dwelling. Xenon acknowledged their efforts with a curt nod, then barked, "Prepare for battle." Inside, Sung Si-han watched in stunned surprise as Alatir's donned her battle attire. She moved with an unearthly grace, beautiful and unsettlingly calm. He couldn't help but ask, "Have you always trained with moments like this in mind?" A wave of panic began to engulf him, a crushing guilt for the chaos he had inadvertently unleashed. Beneath her serene exterior, he imagined her seething with unspoken fury. "If you have anything to say, Alatirs, don't hold back," he urged. His bluntness seemed to genuinely surprise her, causing her to pause. A faint smile touched her lips as she replied, "Thank you, Sung Si-han, for the advance warning of their surprise attack." Her unexpected gratitude left the protagonist utterly flustered, a wave of awkward surprise washing over him. Outside, a guard's thunderous bellow shattered the tense silence. "Sinner, show yourself or we'll blow this house to splinters." Xenon, a flicker of impatience in his eyes, gestured to the mage. Begin with a minor assault. With a guttural chant, the mage's hands coalesced into searing crimson. He unleashed a gigantic spear of fire that streaked through the air, slamming into the house with concussive force. Zenon recoiled, startled by the sheer power. "Isn't that excessive?" he demanded, his voice laced with alarm. "Our orders are to capture her alive," the mage merely scoffed. "This explosion is merely superficial. It won't kill her. Though," he added, a cruel glint in his eye, "she might get singed if she's particularly clumsy." Before the flames could fully recede, the girl burst forth, a blur of motion, her blade flashing as she carved through several approaching soldiers. Every guard surged forward, a wave of steel intent on her capture, but she moved with breathtaking speed. Her weapon, an extension of her will, scythed through their ranks, felling many with effortless grace. The sheer skill left the remaining guards stunned, a murmur rippling through them. Is this farm woman a swordsman? As she contemplated her escape, a formidable attack bore down upon her. The assailant, a towering figure, snarled, "How dare a wretch with the king's cursed blood strike a royal soldier?" He advanced, declaring, "From this moment forth, Lilstein Knight Zanon will be your executioner." She instinctively sensed the raw fighting energy radiating from his armored form. He was undeniably stronger. Zenon moved swiftly, aiming a powerful strike, but she evaded it. She dodged his follow-up, a flicker of hope in her eyes as she murmured, "There's a chance." Seizing an opening, she lunged, only to be repelled by an unseen magical barrier. Zenon chuckled, a dark, appreciative sound. "You are strong, but my defense is far more resilient. Such tricks won't work on me." The next instant, a brutal impact sent agony searing through her. He had delivered a devastating blow, and a spray of crimson misted his face. Zenon grimaced, wiping the warm wetness away with a look of revulsion. "If you are a true swordsman, you know you stand no chance. Lower your weapon." Her arm hung limp, undeniably broken. A profound, crushing realization settled within her. This was her fate. With a sigh of defeat, she surrendered to his overwhelming strength. Zenon's smile was triumphant. "Indeed," he declared, "the only sensible decision." Before the words fully left his lips, a voice from directly behind him called out. Zenon spun, finding the protagonist standing there, his expression unreadable. "Were you not seething with rage moments ago?" the protagonist calmly inquired. "And now you're placid because you feel pity for her?" Zenon, utterly bewildered, couldn't fathom who this man was or how he had approached. No hint of his presence had registered. He had simply been there. "Who in the hell are you?" Zenon roared, finally finding his voice. The protagonist merely offered a placid apology. "I have nothing against your person, but I must take responsibility for this." Before Zenon could even process the words, a blur of motion, then a thunderous impact. He reeled, struck by a full, devastating punch from the protagonist, his mind still grappling with the situation. Zenon launched backward, crashing into the earth a good distance away, the sheer force of the fall burying him partially in the ground. Panic erupted among the surrounding guards as they witnessed their commander's sudden, brutal defeat. The injured woman, still reeling from her own encounter, stared in disbelief. Why would he oppose the soldiers? He was the former hero. Why strike down his own allies? The wizened mage, eyes wide with fear and malice, shrieked, "He's a remnant of the evil army! Kill him! Kill him immediately!" As the frantic soldiers charged, the protagonist sighed. "You truly won't retreat, even with your leader incapacitated?" he asked, a weariness in his tone. "It seems I have no choice." Then, with a resigned shrug, he began to move. Fists blurred, sending guards flying. Those he couldn't reach with a punch, he brought down with precise, bone-jarring stomps, systematically laying waste to the entire contingent, all while offering quiet, almost regretful apologies with each strike. Zenon, finally clawing his way out of the earthen crater, stared ahead in utter disbelief. His elite guards lay scattered, unconscious, many half-buried in the churned earth. He could not comprehend it. An unarmed man, using only a single hand, had utterly decimated his entire force. As he took in the scene, a horrifying clarity dawned. This was precisely what had happened to him moments ago. Then a memory surfaced, sharp and vivid. He had seen this man before. Years ago, in the hallowed halls of the royal castle, he had been fortunate enough to witness him in person, the great savior of humanity, the one who had— The protagonist turned, his gaze dripping with disdain. "Ah, you've finally woken up then." He paused, a cruel edge to his voice. "But it seems you'll need a bit more sleep." The challenger pleaded for a moment's reprieve, but the protagonist was already upon him, the air crackling with an inevitable new blast. The chief of the guard, once more, found himself propelled into the earth. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, the protagonist's voice cut through the chaos. "There's no reason to continue this fight. fight. Yet, if the mage truly wished to challenge him, he would stand ready. The mage, witnessing the absolute futility of his elite warriors and wizards, felt a chill of dread as he pondered the origin of such a monster. The protagonist, noting the guard's stunned inaction, turned to the woman. "What do you intend to do now?" Not long after, as the protagonist and the woman began to depart, the mage, his face etched with bitter regret over his utter powerlessness, declared the mission a failure. He ordered his shaken forces to retrieve the fallen and returned to report the calamitous events. One of the guards, stammering with incredulity, ventured to explain that despite the intense combat, not a single person had perished, nor did any of the wounded bear a single broken bone. The mage stared, a wave of stark panic washing over him. How is this possible? What in the hell happened here today? As night descended, cloaking their escape, the protagonist remarked that the soldiers wouldn't be able to track them in this terrain. He was grateful for that. Any pursuit would prove highly irritating, especially given the immense strain of his recent transfer back to this world. He was barely operating at 10% of his true power. It was then he noticed the woman wincing in pain. He turned to her, concern lacing his tone. "How are you? I thought your right arm was broken." The woman, however, breathed a sigh of genuine relief, thanking her fortune that things hadn't escalated further. Her strange gratitude struck the protagonist as peculiar. Soon after, he meticulously bandaged her arm, offering a simple, "I hope this helps." As was her custom, she offered a soft, "Thank you." With a sudden, almost forced cheerfulness, she announced, "It's time for me to leave. I'm going." Her words, clearly a desperate plea for independence, caught the protagonist completely off guard. He immediately bellowed, "Where are you going?" Scolding, he asserted, "Your arm is broken. We should travel together. You can't just make decisions like that out of nowhere." Taking a moment to compose himself, he then stated firmly that he would aid her. He felt partially responsible for her being hunted today and refused to abandon an injured person. She stood stunned for a moment, processing his words before finally nodding. "Very well. I'll be under your care today." The protagonist simply requested, "Stop calling me sir, just my name." She complied instantly. He then inquired about her plans, now that her identity was compromised. Her initial thought was the nearest village, but the risk of a search party was too high. Instead, they agreed to traverse the mountains and head for the bustling commercial city of Kagan. Meanwhile, within the grand halls of the Lilstein Kingdom's palace, a man sat absorbed in a book, surrounded by towering shelves. His quiet study was interrupted by a summons. Moments later, a subordinate appeared, bearing news from the search party dispatched to Defalon Mountain. The man, now identified as King Lilstein, listened intently to the reports. Someone matching the description of the former hero had been sighted near traces of powerful conjuration magic. Behind one of the palace's many book-laden shelves, a hidden, shadowed door led to what could only be a terrifying subterranean chamber. A figure descended a winding staircase, its steps echoing in the gloom, and began to perform a dark ritual. The figure was revealed to be King Lilstein, who then stepped through what appeared to be a shimmering portal or protective field. Emerging on the other side, a flicker of apprehension crossed his face as he entered a chilling room filled with arcane artifacts, yet another library, and a rudimentary laboratory. From the shadows, a voice laden with raw hatred spat. Lilstein, the speaker, imprisoned within a pulsating green magical circle, his arms bound by heavy chains, scoffed. "It's quite ironic, isn't it, that the king calls himself a hero while keeping me captive?" Lilstein, his tone dripping with a matching irony, merely observed, "You've improved quite a bit in a month and a half." The king's words revealed the prisoner to be a young man, a direct descendant of Lusklin. The king then inquired if the prisoner understood why the magical circle beneath him had shifted from an angry red to a vibrant green. Lilstein elucidated for the young man that the verdant glow signified his mana transformation was complete. Enraged, the prisoner roared back that he pitied those who worshipped the king. Lilstein, however, calmly countered that there was only one person deserving of pity in this grim chamber. He then delivered a chilling pronouncement: "You are about to have your heart claimed." The young man's surprise swiftly morphed into stark terror as the king's true, horrific intentions became clear. Without a moment's hesitation, King Lilstein moved with chilling swiftness toward the prisoner and performed a devastating arcane act. In an instant, Lilstein held aloft a pulsating, ethereal form, the very essence of the young man's life force. His eyes narrowed. "It is not enough." After meticulously squeezing and condensing the mana from the extracted essence, the king determined it would still be insufficient to shatter the dimensional walls. Lilstein concluded with grim certainty that he required more pure Lusklin blood. Just then, his expression shifted to one of profound astonishment as a bowing subordinate entered, bearing news. The young man reported that the research group tasked with hunting another Lusclan descendant had failed their mission. The messenger went on, detailing how the group not only failed to apprehend the target, but couldn't even identify the Lusclan descendant. Instead, they reported encountering an unknown individual, a dark-haired, dark-eyed figure bearing a striking resemblance to the Galena race. Lilstein's mind raced, piecing together fragments of information. A flicker of recognition, a comparison made, then a disquieting thought. Could this unknown person be significant? No, it was impossible. Even if, by some miracle, it were the same person who vanished years ago, how could they have crossed dimensions without his detection? The king's incredulity mounted, warring with a gnawing suspicion. Far from the royal chambers, Sihan and Alita arrived in Kagan, the city's vibrant beauty drawing Sihan's gaze. Kagan, once the main base of what was called the Southern Clan, Sihan explained to Alita. Her eyes widened, impressed by the ancient history of the bustling metropolis. It was easy to hide here, he added. So many races passed through. A perfect blur. Sihan's thoughts drifted to the Galena, a people much like the northern Asians he remembered. Alita gasped, a sudden realization sparking in her eyes. Are these the people I heard rumors about? She pressed, intrigued. The ones connected to the Queen of Bandits' Thousand Faces energy? Alita then recalled the technique, a unique application of battle energy, manipulating the surrounding air to alter one's appearance. It was the signature fighting style of Lavina, the Queen of Bandits. Sihan confirmed her suspicions. Yes, he admitted. I developed it and taught it to her. He offered to teach Alita as well, but she shook her head. No need, she said, leaving Sihan momentarily bewildered. After the brief, awkward silence, Sihan suggested they find lodging. Playfully, using a subtle hint of the Thousand Faces technique, he momentarily shifted his expression, making Alita see him with a baby's face. As they searched for a place to spend the night, Sihan wondered aloud if entry would be easy anywhere. Then, he froze, his eyes fixed on a grand mansion. Noticing his sudden stillness, Alita asked if he recognized the inn. Her eyes widened in disbelief when Sihan revealed the sinister truth. That building had never been an inn. This was once the site of public executions, a place marked only by gallows in his memory. Sihan seemed almost exhilarated by how much the city, which he now confirmed as Terranor, had transformed. Since we're here, shall we go in? He asked, a mischievous glint in his eye, leaving Alita utterly perplexed. Any ghosts inside? He quipped sarcastically. I might just meet some spirits I miss. Inside, a man with a perpetually stern face directed new arrivals to collect their room keys. Sihan, turning away from the desk, reeled in outrage as he overheard the receptionist grumble, being a receptionist is so boring. Why was he so angry? Sihan asked Alita, who tried to explain. Sihan's incredulity was palpable as the realization dawned on him. He had been speaking to everyone informally. Alita gently informed him that speaking so casually to strangers was, to say the least, peculiar. He quickly apologized. Sihan then understood he'd been rude to the receptionist. Alita, sensing his unease, reassured him. It's quite all right, she said, a soft smile. You can continue as you were. He offered another apology for the inconvenience. Alita then reminded him they were in Kagan. What's your next move? She asked. Sihan replied that he needed to adjust to the new environment and asked if he could stay with her. Her reaction was immediate and startling. Leave, she commanded, leaving him utterly stunned. His shock deepened when she explained. I'm not the only one living here. Being sought after will only bring you more trouble. Sihan felt a surge of indignation, but conceded her point. He quickly tried a more direct approach, realizing she hadn't understood the gravity of his situation. Without me, you'd be captured in an instant, he stated, the bluntness of his words chilling Alita to the bone. He continued, explaining that since no summoning magic had been used to bring him here, his presence should be unknown. Yet, he added, there was a catch. Every time they moved, a subtle dimensional vibration would ripple outward. Alita, the Lusclan descendant, instantly grasped the terrifying implication. No matter how far they ran, they would always be tracked. Despair began to set in. Sihan quickly moved to calm her. I was unconscious yesterday, he explained, but now I'm blocking those vibrations with magic. He cautioned her, however, that the block wasn't permanent. It needed reactivation every 2 or 3 days. Alita understood. She had to stay close to Sihan, but a new question gnawed at her. Why did Sihan need her? Wouldn't staying with her put him in even greater danger? Meanwhile, in the capital of the kingdom of Lustenad Delstre, within the palace office, Knight Zenon knelt. Mercy, he pleaded, his voice unwavering. Grant me a chance to redeem my honor by capturing the fugitives. His superior, seated behind a grand desk. eyed him with surprise. "You will not be punished for this failure," the authority stated. "Not even the king has taken such action against those who failed their mission." Still resolute, Zenon pressed his case. "The responsibility is mine," he insisted. "I must resolve it alone." His superior regarded him, a flicker of admiration in his gaze, perplexed by such unwavering commitment to the kingdom. "You are the true definition of a knight," he conceded, granting Zenon permission to restore his honor. His superior's words of trust still resonating, Zenon swiftly departed the chamber. Without a moment's delay, the young knight immersed himself in the study of the fugitives, meticulously analyzing potential hideouts and postulating their identities as skilled mercenaries. To capture Sihan and Alita, Zenon decided to begin his quest in the city of Kagan, the only known hub for mercenary job requests. Yet Zenon's true pursuit went beyond mere apprehension. He harbored a growing fascination with the young man accompanying the Lusklin descendant, an intense curiosity about Sihan's true identity. Zenon found himself drawing uncanny comparisons between Alita's enigmatic companion and a savior from another world. This deepening doubt ignited an even fiercer determination to find Sihan, to witness the man with his own eyes. Back at the inn where the fugitives resided, the butler offered a polite greeting to the newly arrived Lord Ted. "Were you referring to Sihan and Alita?" Ted inquired, acknowledging the butler Levward with a nod. "We then learned that warriors capable of wielding battle energy as swordsmen are categorized into 6 distinct ranks. The journey begins at the seed stage, where individuals learn to channel battle energy to enhance their physical prowess. The second rank, warrior, allows practitioners to imbue their metal weapons with this energy, forging a blade of pure force. Those who ascend to the knight and master stages gain the ability to infuse power into armor and weapons not forged from metal. Beyond these lies the transcendental rank, where one can channel air energy to materialize a formidable blade. Historically, only a select few across Terranor have ever achieved all the battle energy stages, culminating in the fabled divinity rank. Sihan recalled achieving this pinnacle in his past, but a current lack of energy had regressed him to the fighter rank. Lord Ted, however, was visibly impressed to encounter someone so young already at this elevated stage. "It's truly great to have you both present," the Lord declared. He then informed Sihan and Alita that the subjugation squad would depart at dawn, urging them to rest. Apparently exhausted, Sihan sank onto a bed, lamenting the arduous struggle to earn travel money and grumbling that it felt no different from mercenary work. He remembered a time when he would simply choose a random noble house and abscond with its valuables for easy coin. "So, the legendary hero was actually a common thief?" Alita remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. "The girl I was in love with was a thief too," Sihan retorted. "Our protagonists believed their past actions transcended simple theft. They were a form of justice, targeting only the Empire's nobles who plundered the common folk." He acknowledged the difficulty of such feats now, adding that nothing was more thrilling than eliminating others. His grim musings left Alita visibly unsettled. Yet the savior from another world suddenly experienced a realization. Sihan mused that this current task would undoubtedly help him regain his lost battle energy, and that his opponents should prove worthy of the effort. Alita, however, questioned his current abilities. "You defeated me with just a spoon, and easily overcame those knights. What makes you think you're so weak now?" she challenged. Seemingly oblivious to the implication, Sihan explained, "I was so weak that I actually needed the spoon to fight you." His earnest declaration only frustrated her further. He then recalled that due to his vast experience, a pro player in a PvP match wouldn't lose to someone merely one level below them. Alita, bewildered, pressed for clarification. "What do you mean by level and PvP match?" she asked, reminding him she knew nothing of these concepts from his world. The following day, Ted confidently declared that any monsters audacious enough to trespass into his territory would pay with their lives. Raising his sword high, the Lord proclaimed, "I, personally knighted by King Jexengard, shall eliminate all these beasts." A short distance away, Sihan watched Ted's inspiring speech unfold. While impressed by the Lord's fervor, our protagonist inwardly noted the sword's immense weight would prove impractical in battle. Sihan found himself intrigued, realizing that despite the passage of many years, the knights in this region seemed to have stagnated, showing no signs of evolution. His thoughts then turned to Alita's injured arm. "Are you feeling better?" he asked. "I am fine," she confirmed, "healed by your energy." "Then you should start preparing," Sihan instructed, leaving her uncertain of his meaning. "We need to be alert," he informed her. "I smell something strong, like burning." Moments later, a frightening creature lunged close to the group, startling them all. "Everyone stop! Prepare to attack!" Lord Ted bellowed. A fierce pack of fiery wolves emerged from the shadows, charging towards the group. Ted, ever confident, raised his sword. "Let them attack me! Their flames wouldn't dare impede a knight's sword!" he cried. But something unusual occurred. One of the wolves, breaking from the pack, attacked and gravely injured the brave lord. "That's why you should have removed your armor," Sihan coolly observed, his comment piquing Ted's intrigue. The pack then fanned out, surrounding the group on all sides, effectively cornering them. "Maintain formation! We can defeat them!" one of the soldiers urged, his voice ringing with forced confidence. Their resolve shattered, however, when a truly terrifying sight approached them. The enormous, fiery alpha wolf, the pack's leader, emerged from the melee. Our protagonist, far from frightened, seemed enthusiastic to witness the beast preparing for something surprising. At that moment, the savior from another world stepped forward, ready to face the massive alpha and its menacing pack. As the others scattered in sheer terror, Sihan stood firm, an unyielding pillar of confidence against the colossal alpha. Lord Ted, meanwhile, rallied his faltering soldiers. "Don't panic! This is our chance to eliminate the pack leader." His voice a desperate bellow, he declared his intent to protect the ranks, entrusting the alpha to Sihan and Alita. "So we get all the dangerous work?" Sihan drawled, a smirk playing on his lips. Tough being a part-timer. Alita, the young swordswoman, flinched as Sihan laid out the plan. She would confront the alpha while he held the rest of the pack at bay. His gaze unwavering, he proclaimed his refusal to flee, his resolve burning bright to face the challenge head-on. "Alita, now! The alpha!" Sihan's shout cut through the din. With a brave leap, Alita launched herself, sword arcing towards the monstrous beast. But then, an ominous shift. The fiery wolf alpha opened its maw, not to bite, but to unleash a surge of crackling blue energy, a spell flame hurtling towards the swordswoman. Fearless, Alita held her ground, executing their strategy with unwavering courage, her blade biting into the alpha's hide. Yet Alita's initial strike failed to wound the great wolf, merely igniting a deeper fury within it. Undeterred, the young swordswoman pressed her assault, aiming a precise, powerful blow directly at the alpha's head. Sihan, observing, grinned, convinced of their impending victory. "She's incredible," he marveled, believing his intervention might not even be necessary. But the unexpected happened. Alita's attack had only further enraged the alpha. Even with the sword now lodged in its forehead, the massive wolf surged with renewed, terrifying power. Despair washed over Alita as she realized her perfectly aimed strike had no effect. The alpha retaliated, a torrent of intensified force slamming into her. Struck by a surge of the wolf's blue lightning, Alita crumpled, falling unconscious. The alpha seized her, lifting her limp form in its jaws, a chilling prize claimed from the battle. Sihan's horror was absolute. Disbelief warred with the stark reality of his friend's defeat and impending loss. "Alita!" he cried, a guttural plea torn from his throat. In that heart-stopping moment, Sihan's mind raced back to a conversation at the inn, a confession made to Alita about his past in Terranor before his prior disappearance. He had recounted the tale of his summoning by King Lustenad, a ritual fueled by the sacrificed hearts of royalty, which had tethered him to Terranor regardless of the Emperor's will. This time, however, his current method was closer to a true summoning ritual than a blood contract. His very existence in Terranor, he now understood, was maintained through his bond with Alita, his summoner. If the alpha took her, if she vanished, he would be forcibly ripped back to Earth. He saw the unconscious swordswoman, distant and vulnerable. A surge of desperation seized Sihan, but his body screamed in protest, battle energy depleted, his vital 1,000 exchanges energy dangerously thin. He couldn't run faster. A chill of dread ran through him. He had waited 10 long years to return, and he would not allow this humiliating end. A decision crystallized. Despite his meager reserves, Sihan would unleash a magical attack against the colossal wolf. The alpha stood, Alita still in its jaws, her sword protruding from its forehead, a macabre trophy. A brilliant beam of light energy erupted. With unexpected agility and formidable power, Sihan launched his assault. The fierce beast fell, seemingly without much effort, and Sihan, catching his breath, felt a wave of profound relief wash over him. After retrieving his friend, Sihan took a moment to celebrate their survival, then tried to dismiss the thought of his near return to Earth, attempting to compose himself. Later, amidst the quiet of a forest glade, nestled beside a crackling campfire, Sihan asked Alita how she felt after the beast's bite. Now awake, she responded, pain all over. The young swordswoman surmised the alpha hadn't intended to kill her, remembering the fiery wolf's habit of offering humans to their leader. The alpha's lightning ability sparked a new thought. Could it be a mutation? Alita's gaze sharpened, fixing intently on Sihan. Sihan remained still, sensing the impending question. "When exactly did we become allies, Sihan?" Alita finally asked, her voice laced with suspicion. "And why do you hide your true identity?" She recalled that the 6 kingdoms, once separate, now comprised the very countries forged by his former allies. Reason enough for Sihan to be revered as a royal guest. An honored guest? Sihan scoffed, a dry laugh escaping him. I'd be lucky not to be executed. He revealed that shortly after his victory over the Emperor, his allies had betrayed him, forcibly exiling him back to Earth. The young man confessed his lingering inability to comprehend their treachery. Refined text. None of his friends had hesitated, their betrayal a cold, calculated move, not an impulsive whim. The realization gnawed at Sihan, a bitter residue of self-reproach. It was then that he noticed something unexpected. Alita, usually so stoic, stood rigid, her face drained of color, a clear sign that his stark revelations had profoundly shaken her. He understood that the sheer weight of a conflict spanning all countries of Terranor had finally dawned on her, chilling her to the core. The young swordswoman's gaze sharpened. You've returned to Terranor for revenge, then. That's why you're hiding your identity. Sihan, the savior from another world, stared blankly. You truly understood what I just told you? He asked, a crease forming between his brows. Yes, Alita affirmed. Then why are you so calm? Sihan pressed, incredulous. I just declared war on all 6 kingdoms of Terranor. Alita offered a wry smile. I'm already an enemy of the 6 kingdoms. I've been fighting them for the past 10 years. Sihan stared, utterly stunned. You're incorrigibly optimistic, he muttered. It's a trait I inherited from my father, she countered. Your father? Was he the emperor? Sihan blurted, a genuine question that instantly ignited a furious spark in Alita's eyes. My real father was named Karen, she snapped. A sudden, subtle shift in the air, a faint rustle among the distant trees, caught Sihan's acute senses. Stay alert, he warned Alita, his voice low. Something's coming this way. Alita, still recovering from the Great Alpha's brutal attack, visibly flinched. Someone's really coming? She whispered, her fear palpable. Could it be an enemy? Sihan shook his head. Unlikely, more probably a lone soldier. Nonetheless, both braced themselves, ready to defend. Moments later, a young man emerged from the dense bushes. He approached Sihan and Alita tentatively. Excuse me, he began, his voice hesitant. Could you spare a moment for directions? The innocuous question only heightened their anxiety, but it was the next realization that truly astounded the newly formed allies. Incredulity seized both Sihan and Alita. The young man was none other than the captain of King Lilstein's infamous investigation team. The captain, in turn, recognized the two figures before him, the very individuals who had routed him and his soldiers mere days ago. His surprise gave way to terror as Alita, her rage boiling over, lunged with her sword, granting him no time to react, no chance to defend. The young swordswoman's blade narrowly missed a fatal strike, and the captain recoiled, pure terror etched on his face at the depth of her hatred. Yet against all expectations, he cried out, "Please don't attack me. I'm not here to fight." Caution overriding his curiosity, Sihan decided to incapacitate the intruder. Without apparent effort, the savior from another world launched an attack designed to simply knock the young man unconscious. But as the blow landed, a flicker of recognition crossed the captain's face. His eyes widened, a silent affirmation that his own prediction had proven correct. Incredibly, the captain parried the savior's magic, deflecting the attack with unexpected finesse. Sihan's astonishment was clear. The young man had not only evaded his skill, but had landed gracefully on his feet, facing them both. Sihan was utterly baffled. How had this young man freed himself from a skill even his closest allies never understood? A new curiosity sparked within him. "Who are you, really?" Sihan demanded. At that precise moment, the captain's expression shifted, outrage replacing surprise as he realized he recognized the man who had just attacked him. Sihan watched, intrigued, as the young man reached for his backpack. "What are you planning?" Sihan asked, his voice edged with suspicion, as the bag unzipped. What followed was so utterly unexpected it left Sihan speechless. For a moment, the captain's posture seemed menacing, as if he were about to draw a dangerous weapon from his pack. Instead, he produced a pair of worn underwear. "Tell me, is this intimate item truly yours?" he asked Sihan, holding it aloft. Both Sihan and Alita stared, utterly incredulous. The captain, clutching the underwear like a prized trophy, looked less like a soldier and more like a maniac. Sihan, convinced he was dealing with nothing but a deranged pervert, snarled at Alita. "Finish him! Now!" The command, sharp and final, visibly startled the captain. "Wait!" he stammered, raising his hands. "I didn't express myself correctly. Please, both of you, calm down." Terrified by the savior from another world's murderous intent, the captain declared, "I surrender." He then did the unthinkable. He held the underwear even higher, waving it like a flag of truce. Sihan, utterly outraged by the gesture, was about to lash out when his eyes caught something unusual on the intimate garment. Incredulity washed over him as he spotted his own name, clearly inscribed on the fabric. "Is that really mine?" he wondered aloud. A relieved smile spread across the young man's face. "Then I was right. You are the savior from another world," he exclaimed. Sihan, noting his thousand faces aura was inactive, narrowed his eyes. Do you remember my face then? The young man, now visibly excited, burst out. My name is Zenon. You saved me in a village called Baran 12 years ago. Sihan's blank stare confirmed Zenon's suspicion. The savior had no recollection of him. Undeterred, Zenon pressed on, attempting to jog Sihan's memory. You defeated all those royal soldiers with the exact same skill you just used against me, he recounted, his voice filled with awe. Later, I pieced it together. The hero who saved me was the famous savior from another world, Zenon continued, his explanation flowing freely. After I learned to use aura myself and became a swordsman, I finally understood something else. You never truly intended to kill your enemies. It was like the interpretation was better than the dream itself, Zenon mused, a faint smile playing on his lips as he recalled that pivotal day. Sihan, however, was stunned. He stared at the young captain, a disorienting question echoing in his mind. Could this truly be the same boy he had saved 12 years ago? When Zenon clarified his age, a mere 22 now, Sihan couldn't help but remark on his prematurely seasoned appearance. Unfazed, Zenon offered a surprising platitude. That appearance was merely a shell, and true essence lay within. Sihan's brow furrowed. Where did you unearth such an odd turn of phrase? He queried. A knowing glint entered Zenon's eyes. You, my hero, said it yourself, back when you saved me. That inspiring phrase stuck with me. A flush crept across Sihan's cheeks, a rare moment of embarrassment. As their conversation deepened, Sihan raised an eyebrow. I appreciate your admiration, Captain, but it's rather peculiar that you're carrying my underwear. Zenon grinned, a conspiratorial sparkle in his gaze. Oh, that's not all I have. Zenon then rattled off a list to his idol, a miniature statue, books chronicling his legendary feats, and various other relics painstakingly collected over the years. He even possessed important drawings where Sihan was the undeniable protagonist. Zenon affirmed that throughout the decade his hero had been missing. He had tirelessly amassed every single item connected to his savior. Sihan could only gape, utterly incredulous at the proud display of his fans' eccentric trophies. Among these treasures, Zenon declared the underwear paramount. It was what you wore when you vanquished the mad tyrant, he explained, a reverence in his voice that transcended mere sentimentality. And it cost a fortune to acquire. Sihan, mortified, nodded his understanding. All right, I get it. Now please, put the underwear away. The young captain then pledged his unwavering loyalty to King Lilstein, not out of political allegiance, but because the monarch had been a steadfast devotee of his savior. Allow me to be your blade, my hero, Zenon offered, his voice ringing with conviction. Sihan posed a hypothetical. What if your savior were to become an enemy of the king you serve? Without a flicker of hesitation, Zenon responded, his conviction unshakable. I would accept your sword without defending myself, as a final act of gratitude. Zenon practically vibrated with excitement, thrilled beyond measure to be in the presence of his lifelong idol. I will not disappoint you, the young captain declared, his voice ringing with resolve. I will defeat these fiery wolves. Sihan, calm and collected, merely waved a hand. My ally and I have already handled that. Did you not notice the alpha's body nearby? Yet a peculiar look on Zenon's face suggested he had a surprise of his own. Zenon informed his hero that fiery wolves typically traveled with their mates. Were you not using the male's body to attract the female? He probed. The realization dawned. The savior from another world had been completely oblivious to this crucial detail. Sihan stiffened, a cold dread creeping in as Zenon's words echoed. They could be in grave danger. Moments later, a colossal wolf materialized near the fallen alpha, its gaze radiating a terrifying intensity. Before the forest intruders could even formulate a defense, the massive, fierce female lunged, consumed by a primal urge for revenge. Sihan's mind raced. How could he have overlooked the possibility of two leaders in the pack, he wondered, a rare flicker of self-reproach crossing his features. A veteran like you, forgetting such basics? Alita quipped, her voice edged with a familiar teasing that invariably grated on Sihan's nerves. He retorted with references to Earth, concepts entirely alien to her, leaving her utterly bewildered. Just then, Zenon called out, his voice cutting through the tense air. Confident and eager, the captain pleaded with his idol. Allow me to finish this ferocious beast. Let me show you my skills, my hero. Sihan, placing an implicit trust in his ardent fan, nodded. Go ahead, he granted, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Zenon surged with exhilaration, finally standing before the man he had idolized his entire life, a chance to prove his worth. However, the fierce beast had no intention of making things easy. It was hell-bent on avenging its fallen mate. Without a moment's hesitation, Zenon unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks against the colossal wolf. He invoked his aura, amplifying his strength, then moved with astonishing agility, raining blow after blow upon the furious creature. Alita watched, genuinely impressed by the raw power the young captain displayed. He certainly held back against me earlier, she mused. Sihan, too, admired Zenon's effortless combat talent. After Sihan praised the captain's prowess, Alita queried, "What exactly is a genius anyway?" The young man shrugged. "I've met many geniuses in my time." Sihan then clarified his own standing. "I am no genius. I'm only special because I'm an earthling. The true genius was my beloved Lavina." Alita stood frozen, absorbing his words. In that suspended moment, the fierce beast coiled, preparing its next attack against the captain. Enraged, the alpha wolf unleashed a torrent of flames at Zenon. Confident in his immunity to the inferno, Zenon pressed forward, sword drawn, directly towards the pack leader. Then, with an unwavering resolve to prove his potential, the young captain charged headfirst at the furious beast, leaving Alita terrified. Sihan, however, noted the giant wolf's familiar stance, a knowing glint in his eyes that suggested Zenon was in for a surprise. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from the beast, striking the captain, sending a jolt of raw electricity through him. The allies watched, intrigued and slightly aghast, as Zenon crumpled to the ground. "Déjà vu," Sihan commented dryly, a sarcastic undertone in his voice. Alita's eyes widened in realization. She had been defeated in the exact same unfortunate manner. Devastated by the brutal attack, Zenon felt a surge of outrage at witnessing a fiery wolf wield such potent lightning. Eager to demonstrate her own potential, Alita declared her intent to face the beast. Sihan, however, calmly intervened. "I'll handle this myself. The wolf's magic won't affect me." At Sihan's declaration, Alita understood. Since her friend was also from another world, the Alpha's magic would be useless against him. This was the very reason the Mad Tyrant's monster army had become so formidable. Their otherworlder origins rendered them impervious to magic. No matter how powerful the mage, their spells were futile against these creatures. The same principle Sihan knew applied to him. The Alpha Wolf, sensing the approaching young man, unleashed a torrent of flames. Sihan advanced unperturbed, a smirk playing on his lips. "Your magic is futile," he declared, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. "I merely feigned evasion before to maintain appearances in a crowd, but now, with only my companions to witness, I shall hold nothing back from this fierce beast." Suddenly, an arc of searing lightning erupted from the Alpha, slamming into Sihan. The hero from another world convulsed, his body racked by the powerful jolt. Alita merely watched, an expression of familiar resignation on her face, but Captain Zenon gasped, his eyes wide with horror as his idol was struck down. "Déjà vu, is it?" Alita drawled, her tone laced with sarcasm. Sihan bristled. "Don't mimic me," he snapped, his composure shattered. Disbelief warred with indignation within him. How could this wolf's magic have pierced his defenses? He had never been struck before. A flush of mortified anger stained Sihan's cheeks. Infuriated by the public humiliation, Sihan lunged at the wolf, unleashing an attack potent enough to shatter mountains. The beast crumpled under his might, finally defeated. Yet as the giant creature fell, Sihan's mind reeled. He had brushed off the flames without issue, but the lightning had found its mark. What had just happened? Once the massive beast lay still, Alita addressed him with an overly formal, "Sir." Sihan bristled. "Just call me by my name." Alita's sarcastic reply hung in the air. "I wouldn't dare." Sihan, however, was oblivious to their banter, his gaze fixed on the fallen Alpha, a deep incredulity etched on his face. He still couldn't fathom how he'd been struck. Even in defeat, a formidable aura of power still emanated from the fallen creature. Sihan, the savior from another world, was visibly perplexed. The fact that the lightning had managed to hit him utterly defied his understanding, leaving him steeped in a profound confusion. Back at the stronghold, Lord Tedzin greeted them with palpable relief. He expressed gratitude for their survival and for repelling the entire wolf pack from his lands. As agreed, Lord Ted presented Sihan and Alita with their payment, a pouch clinking with 600 silver coins. Sihan weighed the coins in his palm. "It's hardly enough for our grand ambitions," he mused, "but a fair sum for a single mission, I suppose." Sihan, brimming with enthusiasm, informed Alita of his plan. They would tackle 5 or 6 missions daily. Alita, however, countered dryly, "There aren't that many jobs, and we were fortunate just to find this one." Just then, Zenon approached, clutching a pouch that chimed with the unmistakable weight of gold. 100 gold coins. The friends stared, dumbfounded by the sheer amount, demanding to know how he'd acquired such a fortune. With a sheepish, apologetic sigh, the captain confessed his deed. He had sold a piece from Sihan's treasured collection. A mortified flush spread across Sihan's face. He he instantly regretted asking, wishing he could swallow the question whole. Zenon, meanwhile, beamed with pride, genuinely pleased to have contributed in some way. Alita, facing Sihan, then observed with a smirk, "It seems your underwear is quite valuable, young man." Sihan's embarrassment intensified, and he could only manage a hushed, defensive, "It's a limited edition." Zenon, thrilled to have aided his idol, eagerly inquired about Sihan's next move. "With this much gold," he announced, "you won't need to labor as a mercenary any longer." Sihan considered. "From Kagan, we could venture into 3 neighboring countries," he mused, "though I haven't settled on one yet." He paused, then added, "But the most probable destination is wherever the weakest adversary resides." A sudden memory flashed through Sihan's mind. "I never imagined I'd encounter the faces of old friends under such circumstances," he murmured to his companions. He gazed down at the gold coin in his palm, a flicker of certainty hardening his resolve. "North," he declared. "That's where we'll go first." Meanwhile, an unsettling scene unfolded within Lil Stein's laboratory. The murky surface of a water barrel shimmered, coalescing into the ghostly reflection of Mage Tran M. His voice, strained and urgent, echoed, "Your Majesty." Startled by the unexpected summons, Lil Stein demanded, "Why am I being contacted? I wasn't expecting a report today." Tran M relayed his news. "We won't need to hire hunters for subjects 11 and 12. It appears the Barcelium Kingdom has already dealt with them." Lil Stein scoffed. "That makes sense. They were merely weak subjects." But Tran M's spectral image flickered with further, more pressing news. "Subject 1 has vanished," Tran M continued, his voice barely a whisper, a stark alarm echoing in the virtual space. Lil Stein's composure shattered. A crimson fury suffused his face as he roared, "Are you utterly mad, Tran M? How dare you call yourself the head of the Blue Ivory Tower with such staggering incompetence? The 4 magical towers have stood for millennia." Lil Stein snarled, his voice a venomous hiss. "The red, white, blue, and black ivory towers." The first king of Luskland, the most potent mage history has ever known, amassed all the magic and wisdom scattered across Terranor. He then meticulously organized this knowledge into disciplines, distributing it among these 4 bastions so that practitioners could cultivate their skills according to their specific aptitudes. "And your floor in that tower directly reflects your skill," Lil Stein seethed, the scene cutting to the opulent yet tense 9th floor of his own red ivory tower. His gaze, even through the reflection, was scorching. "You only lead the blue tower because your predecessors were executed, Tran M," he raged. "And there are countless others just like you, languishing on the 8th floor, eager for your demise." Lil Stein's voice, now dangerously calm, delivered his final ultimatum. "You have one last opportunity to eliminate Subject 1. Tran M's spectral image trembled, the implicit threat of failure painting stark terror across his face. With a dismissive gesture from Lil Stein, the secret communication link severed. Back in his own lab, Tran M visibly sagged, a ragged sigh of relief escaping his lips. Tran M, the Blue Ivory Tower's esteemed head, felt a surge of satisfaction, his position secured, his worth reaffirmed with this renewed trust. Far from his machinations, the scene shifted to Radenzal, capital of the Yexengard Kingdom, nestled amidst towering mountains and dense forests. Within its grand palace, a figure paced with palpable anxiety, nearing a specific chamber. The king's subordinate then entered, his voice echoing into the opulent space. "Your Majesty." A wide smile stretched across King Rodenberg's face. "Ah, my good magistrate, come in. What brings you to disturb my revelry? Join me for a toast, a moment of reprieve from our duties." The magistrate's gaze swept over the scene of lavish indulgence, wine flowing, women laughing, another boisterous celebration unfolding within the palace walls. A knot of frustration tightened in his gut. "My king," he began, his voice strained with barely concealed outrage. Yexengard's grin widened, impervious. "And why not? The days of being hunted by the Empire are behind us. I have never known such joy. But your Majesty," the magistrate pressed, his concern palpable. "These constant festivities distract from the kingdom's pressing political affairs." Yexengard waved a dismissive hand. "Worry not, my dear servant. These expenses are from my coffers." The magistrate's jaw nearly dropped. "Your coffers, your Majesty? This wealth, as you know, is drawn from the sweat and toil of our people. The previous monarch extracted 60%, Yexengard countered, his tone unshaken. "And you, your Majesty, demand 50, the magistrate retorted, his voice rising in outrage. "A mere 10% difference is hardly a mercy. I have not raised hundreds of villages, nor have I enslaved tens of thousands," Rodenberg declared, his voice firm. "But you have committed acts of similar brutality," the magistrate shot back, the memory of their recent past lingering heavily. A mocking laugh escaped Yexengard's lips. "All this splendor is merely the spoils of war, the reward for toppling the tyrant who once held court here. A beggar, my friend, has no right to dictate terms." The magistrate, a storm of worry clouding his face, opened his mouth to appeal further, but the king's gaze sharpened, cutting him off. His patience worn thin by the incessant demands of kingship, Yexengard simply stated, "It is time you took your leave." Stunned by the abrupt dismissal, the magistrate could only gape, a surge of fresh outrage igniting at Rodenberg's power-drunk blindness. Yet the king's will was absolute. With a defeated bow, the servant departed, leaving the magistrate alone in his pensive reflection. How far his king had fallen from the path of duty. He remembered Yexengard as an indomitable force on the battlefield, a lion in wartime, but governance? That was a different beast entirely. Perhaps, the magistrate mused, if the right person could sway him, the king might yet reclaim his better self. Unbeknownst to the magistrate, Rodenberg himself was simultaneously considering a different kind of retirement for his outspoken subordinate. Just then, to the king's mild surprise, another figure entered, his voice resonant. "Your Majesty!" The newcomer strode forward, effusively praising Rodenberg. A genuine, if rare, smile touched the king's lips as he recognized his old friend, Lord Kelteron. Kelteron, clearly on good terms with Yexengard, offered a quick apology for interrupting the king's leisure. "Your Majesty, I bring matters of great import that demand your immediate attention." He extended a sheaf of documents towards Rodenberg. "These fall under your direct purview, my king." Rodenberg accepted the papers with a visible scowl, his face a mask of indignation and patent disinterest. Without even a glance at their contents, Yexengard scoffed. "You handle them, Kelteron!" He tossed the documents into the air, sending them scattering like confetti. A wide, carefree smile graced his face as he added, "My duty is to shield the defenseless. I have no time for such trivialities." The scene then shifted, revealing the western outskirts of Rodensal, the Yexengard kingdom's capital. Before an apparently ancient, dilapidated mansion, Alida stared, wide-eyed with surprise. "This will be our base of operations," the young man announced. Suddenly, Zenon erupted in a flurry of agitation. "This place is cursed! We cannot stay in this accursed house!" His friends exchanged intrigued glances as Zenon declared them distractions to the purification he intended to perform before they could even step foot inside. For a long while, only Zenon's frantic shouts and the sounds of vigorous scrubbing echoed from within the old house. Alida, unsettled by the sheer intensity, whispered to Sihan, "Is that normal for someone cleaning?" Finally, Zenon emerged, looking utterly drained but triumphant. "You may enter now," he announced, his voice hoarse. "It's still a bad house, but it shines with cleanliness." Stepping across the threshold, Sihan's jaw dropped. The young knight had utterly transformed the decrepit mansion. Every surface gleamed. "Why such an obsession with cleanliness?" Sihan inquired, genuinely bewildered. Alida, meanwhile, privately mused that if she ever had to fight Zenon, all she'd need to do was spit on the floor. Zenon's hero then clapped him on the shoulder, a proud smile on his face. "An excellent job, young knight. A truly great start." Sihan, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to his companions. "Now that we have a base, we must ready ourselves to confront King Yexengard." Zenon, already deep in thought, began outlining their strategy to his idol. The 6 kingdoms of Terranor are categorized into 3 tiers, 2 strong, 2 average, and 2 weak. Lilstein and the Anathius Empire stand as the strong. Saffron and Phaios occupy the average tier. Yexengard and the Kingdom of Anti, however, are considered weak, stagnating for the past decade with reasonable but uninspired rule. This power imbalance, Zenon elaborated, had fueled numerous conflicts, the most significant being the recent Kargan War. Lilstein and the Anathius Empire had clashed over the right to govern Kargan, prompting the other kingdoms to intervene with force to quell the escalating violence. Yexengard, for his part, had already aligned his forces with the side opposing those seeking control of the city. After Rodenberg's declarations, the conflict finally ceased, and the 2 kingdoms eventually reached a detente, dividing the right to govern Kargan. Sihan, learning of Lilstein and Anathias' mutual strife, recognized this as a strategic advantage. Leaving the house, our hero informed Zenon that such conflicts were inevitable, a natural consequence of kingdoms vying for greater power. Zenon, visibly distressed, blamed himself for pledging loyalty to villains without understanding the full truth behind his hero's disappearance. It was then that Sihan encountered something unusual. He found Alida engaged in training and inquired about her progress. The young swordswoman, however, seemed to bear ill tidings. As Alida attempted to replicate Sihan's technique, she shifted into a distorted figure, leaving the young man utterly incredulous at the transformation. "I can't maintain the technique," Alida confessed to her trainer. Seeing Sihan chuckle, she pressed, "Why do you find this funny?" Sihan, endeavoring to impart his knowledge, advised her to remain calm and imagine an invisible hand caressing her face. Continuing the lesson, he instructed her to visualize capturing an aura and applying makeup. Still, the young swordswoman remained puzzled by her inability to perform the 1,000 faces technique. "I've tried 3 times with these same explanations," Alita told Sihan, disheartened. "Do you have another simpler way to explain it?" Attempting to guide his friend, Sihan admitted that even he didn't fully grasp how he managed the technique, only that he'd learned it from Lavina. When Alita asked him to teach her exactly as he'd learned, Sihan's reply was startling. It would be impossible simply because he was from Earth. Sihan explained that while people from Earth and Terranor possessed similar physical properties, a critical difference lay in how their bodies processed magical and combat energy. He elaborated that he hadn't been born with combat energy. Its control demanded developing a high level of internal sense. Yet, for a Terran like him, the process was simplified. Confident in his unique constitution, Sihan revealed that he had naturally mastered both combat and magical energy, reaching the pinnacle of proficiency in just 3 years. Alita, highly intrigued by the world savior's explanation, accused him of using hacker techniques. Sihan reminded her that he'd already stated he wasn't a prodigy. He then informed his friends that, according to Lilstein's research, his unique abilities stemmed from being from another world, though not specifically identified as Earth. Alita bristled at the notion, outraged that someone could gain such incredible talent merely by crossing dimensions, declaring it felt like a scam. After failing to properly teach her his techniques, Sihan told her she would have to learn on her own. It was then that Alita posed a question that seized the world savior's full attention. If someone were sent outside Terranor and then brought back, the young swordswoman asked Sihan, would that person gain the same abilities you have? Sihan found himself intensely intrigued by his ally's query. Pondering Alita's words, he conceded that it might indeed be possible. Then, the ground beneath the trio began to tremble violently, startling them as they tried to ascertain the cause. Everyone struggled to understand what was happening, with Zenon wondering if it could be an earthquake. "No," Sihan replied, sensing the raw energy. "I probably know what's causing this tremor." Suddenly, the ground ripped open, forming craters, and everything around them began to collapse. Local residents emerged from the rubble, fallen and severely injured by the seismic shocks. Finally, they saw the source. Ferocious monsters were attacking the city. Panic erupted, and the populace fled in terror, crying out for help. Beasts with enormous, jagged teeth materialized, resembling giant lions, and laid siege to the capital of King Rotenberg's kingdom. "Leoken!" the locals screamed, and a collective cry to flee echoed through the streets. In that instant, one of the colossal beasts lunged, about to crush a defenseless little girl. The monster advanced with razor-sharp claws towards the terrified child sprawled on the ground, but Sihan was resolute, determined to save everyone from this sudden assault. After rescuing the girl, the world's savior, his youthful face etched with concern, asked, "Are you okay?" Zenon, intrigued, noted at least 30 of the beasts, while Sihan questioned the abysmal security that allowed such monsters, normally dwelling deep within the mountains, to infiltrate the capital. He tried to fathom how these creatures had ended up in the city. "I wanted to avoid drawing attention," Sihan told his friends, "but above all, we must save the people." Agreeing with his urgent declaration, Zenon charged into the fray, attacking the beasts. Alita similarly joined her allies, tearing into the monstrous invaders. But then, something unexpected occurred. The capital's army appeared, issuing a direct order. "Stop attacking the beasts!" Alita recoiled, visibly startled by the command. "They're Yexengard knights," the young swordswoman stated, intrigued. Sihan, believing they had finally arrived to protect the people, declared, "They're here to prevent further damage. We can deal with the monsters now." However, something truly strange was about to unfold. Without warning, the soldiers, who minutes ago had seemed allies, abruptly encircled Sihan, their blades glinting menacingly at his throat. A soldier's voice cut through the tension. "You must cease your attack. This territory falls under the jurisdiction of the Black Lion Knights. Leave at once." Alita bristled with fury. "How can you prioritize expelling us when people are being savaged by beasts right before your eyes?" "Silence, girl," the knight barked, his voice sharp. "Withdraw immediately. This is a royal decree. Do you dare defy the crown?" Zenon's mind reeled, trying to decipher the true nature of the unfolding drama, while Sihan, ever observant, held his tongue, a spark of intrigue in his gaze. A subtle shift in the air, a prickle on the skin, heralded an unexpected development. A tremor of immense power vibrated through the air, catching the protagonist's senses. Behind the rigid line of soldiers, a palpable aura manifested, coalescing into the distinct shadow of an approaching figure. Sihan's eyes narrowed. The sensation was undeniably familiar. His intrigue deepened with every measured step the mysterious individual took, drawing ever closer. As the figure neared, Sihan's certainty solidified. This potent energy belonged to someone he knew. The shadow resolved into the unmistakable form of King Rodenberg himself, his voice booming across the plaza. How dare these beasts harm my people? A perpetual smile gracing his lips, Yexengard effortlessly exuded confidence. There's no need to fret. I am here to deliver you. With an air of supreme confidence, the king commanded his Black Lion Knights to defend the populace, while he, personally, would vanquish every single beast. At Yexengard's directive, the soldiers immediately moved, forming an impenetrable barrier before the terrified citizens. Sihan, however, watched the king's grand entrance with a palpable sense of apprehension. Rodenberg declared, "My body has shown remarkable resilience these past few days." Without a moment's hesitation, the king surged forward, twin colossal axes gripped firmly in his hands, a roar tearing from his throat. "I shall vanquish every last one of you," the assembled crowd gasped, utterly stunned by Rodenberg's raw strength, as he wielded two monstrous weapons with apparent ease. Yexengard, a blur of motion and steel, dispatched the attacking beasts with chilling efficiency, his power undeniable. A smirk played on the king's lips, an air of utter superiority in his voice as he scornfully remarked, "These creatures are absurd to imagine they could stand against me." But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. To everyone's astonishment, the beasts, overwhelmed by the king's sheer might, began to scatter and flee. Yexengard's triumphant smile vanished, replaced by a scowl of intense rage as he witnessed their retreat. "I will not permit this." With a resolute stomp, the king planted his feet. Rodenberg then resolved to unleash his full power, and a shimmering magical circle erupted beneath his colossal axes. Zenon's eyes widened in profound amazement. It was his first time witnessing a battle seal. Alida, her curiosity piqued, inquired, "What technique is this?" The young knight clarified that only swordsmen of transcendent rank possessed the ability to wield such power. He further elaborated that it was a unique magic seal, fueled by concentrated combat energy. In a blinding flash, the king unleashed his devastating attack upon the fleeing beasts. Rodenberg's signature technique, the giant hand battle seal, obliterated them instantly. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the populace as the king single-handedly vanquished every monster. The young Lusklin descendant watched, impressed by Rodenberg's sheer might, while Zenon pondered if this truly represented the pinnacle of a transcendent rank swordsman's power. Sihan, however, found himself captivated, not by the power, but by the subtle trickery he sensed in the king's performance. It dawned on our protagonist. Yexengard had orchestrated this entire spectacle, not just to protect his people, but to ingeniously win their absolute trust. Outrage flared within the world's savior. It was all a meticulously crafted setup, a deceit he never would have attributed to Rodenberg. Sihan's disbelief mounted, aghast at how his former friend had so shamelessly debased himself in pursuit of fleeting popularity. Then, a detail about the king caught the young man's discerning eye. The sight of Rodenberg's seemingly genuine expression struck Sihan. He remembered that same masterful act, the flawless facade from the day of his betrayal. Yexengard beamed, basking in the fervent praise of his people, who hailed him as a revolutionary hero for saving hundreds of lives. Yet, Sihan's gaze sharpened, discerning something far more peculiar. The king, despite his charisma, was nothing more than a fool. The protagonist's thoughts clicked into place. This elaborate charade was a calculated performance, designed to inflate the king's ego. It was likely orchestrated by a subordinate, a clever ploy to keep Yexengard distracted while they managed the true affairs of the state. Suddenly, Yexengard's perpetual smile faltered. His head tilted almost imperceptibly as he sensed a strange, unseen presence. A surge of fear jolted Sihan. He feared his cover was blown. Rodenberg's gaze, sharp and assessing, fixed on the world's savior. He was certain he'd never encountered this man before, and a potent intuition whispered that this was no ordinary individual. The king held his tongue, his eyes meticulously scanning the faces in the celebrating crowd, seeking to identify the mysterious presence. A soldier's voice broke the king's concentration. "Shall we return to the castle, your majesty?" Rodenberg snapped back to attention. "Yes." Pleased with his latest triumph, Yexengard dismissed the fleeting anomaly, deciding it held no significance, as the crowd's adulations swelled, proclaiming him a truly great king. Our protagonist found himself deeply intrigued. Rodenberg might be a fool, yet Sihan couldn't help but admire that even after a decade, the king's physique remained an unyielding walking fortress. Sihan concluded that the moment for his revelation had not yet arrived. He needed to proceed with utmost caution, meticulously preparing every detail to ensure his grand plan's flawless execution. 10 days later, the world savior and his companions had established their presence within Rapunzel's bustling capital. During this time, Alida had dedicated herself to mastering the intricate energy of the Thousand Faces technique, reaching a proficiency where she could subtly manipulate her physical appearance. Zenon, meanwhile, delved deeper into the Mountain Destroyer art, absorbing the wisdom of its legendary creator. And Sihan, he dedicated himself to honing his magical and combat energies, pushing his capacity to 3 times what it had been upon their return to Terranor. Individually, they sharpened their edges, yet together the 3 allies waited patiently for the opportune moment. That moment seemed to arrive from the Berselb region. Reports streamed in of malevolent cultists, pagans manipulating demons to unleash chaos across the world. In response, the wise king issued a stern decree. These disturbances would be met with swift punishment. The kingdom put out a call, inviting heroes both near and far to join an honorable expedition, promising renown to all who participated. From a distance, Sihan squinted at the public poster. "Are these truly pagans?" he asked. Xenon, closer, confirmed. "It's the Dimension Clan." The young knight frowned, a memory stirring. He recalled a prominent group during the Mad King's reign, cultists who had worshipped Horus across various regions of Terranor. Xenon remembered whispers of their eradication by the Empire, yet the poster indicated they had adopted a new doctrine, drawing in fresh followers. "The former pagans are now calling themselves the Second Coming of Sihan," the Captain Knight announced, leaving the young man utterly incredulous. Sihan reeled from the revelation. Xenon elaborated, "They believe the world's savior is the son of Horus, sent to punish Terranor." The knight continued, explaining the cult's warped belief that Sihan had once attempted to transport the world's inhabitants to a realm called Earth, only to be thwarted by 6 malevolent revolutionary heroes. A crucial piece of understanding clicked into place for Sihan. This was it, a prime opportunity to confront the pagans terrorizing civilians. Sihan predicted Rotenberg would eagerly lead the expedition. His spirits lifted, and he began to strategize. With Rotenberg gone, the Royal Guard would be diminished, creating an opening to approach Yexengard. He made his decision. They would join the hunt. Suddenly, a voice boomed, ordering everyone present to form a line. Sihan's gaze snapped to the front. To his astonishment, Kelturon Terran stepped forward, announcing he would lead the expedition on Yexengard's orders. Rewards would be distributed according to achievement. From a slight distance, Alita called out, "Who will lead personally?" Sihan's heart sank as Kelturon reiterated his position as expedition leader. The king would not be participating. Sihan's mind raced. He had been certain Yexengard would lead, making the task of subduing the pagans far more challenging without the king's presence. He wondered what could have kept the monarch from joining personally. Meanwhile, Kelturon mused internally, recalling the immense effort it had taken to convince Yexengard to forego this hunt. He relished the chance to lead this time. The loyal servant found himself wondering how he had wound up in this mess. Kelturon Terran's involvement in the hunt was no accident. He had been dispatched on a clandestine mission by Lilstein's servant. Confident it would be an easy undertaking, Yexengard's servant had readily accepted the mage's request, especially since it bore the weight of long-time sponsors Tran and Azul. To ensure success, the mage promised 10 6th-level mages and 5 Black Lion Knights, but Kelturon Terran was also tasked with recruiting more competent troops. "It will be a bit of work, but necessary," Tran stated. "If it clears my debt with the Blue Ivory Tower, it will be nothing," Kelturon countered, the Count's voice tinged with a flicker of ambition. Moments later, Kelturon Terran gave the order, "Follow him." The expedition to hunt the pagans was underway. Far away, in a hidden enclave, a pagan gathering commenced. Their leader, a charismatic young man named Lachran, delivered a fervent speech. "Sons and daughters of Horus," he proclaimed, "those who believe have finally seized the swords of sin. The kingdoms seek to steal our faithful with their militaries." Lachran's voice rose, echoing through the cavern. "Death is liberation, the path to freedom. You need not fear anything." A pleased smile touched the young man's lips as he watched the faithful hang on his every word. He continued, "According to the teachings of Horus, death is the only way to be liberated from this false world, not selfishly. The death of others is the joy we bring to our God," he bellowed, then instructed, "Those chosen for tribulation, step forward." 3 figures detached themselves from the assembly. Lachran looked at a young girl among them. "You need not fear, little one. You are blessed with Horus's love." "I am not afraid," she affirmed, addressing him by name. "Lachran." The pagan leader's smile widened, pleased by her unwavering courage. Then, with a dramatic gesture, Lachran summoned Horus's dragon to receive the devotion of the faithful. From the depths of the cave, a sinister aura began to pulse, growing stronger with each passing moment. Despite her earlier declaration, the young girl trembled, her eyes wide with terror at the sight emerging from the hole. Finally, an immense, dark dragon heaved itself into view before the chosen offerings. Its aura was terrifying, and a palpable hunger emanated from the monstrous beast. Awestruck, everyone present gazed upon Horus's dragon. With a heartbreaking surge of excitement, the young girl cried out, "Monster, accept my devotion!" A horrifying flash. The dragon moved with terrifying speed, its massive form enveloping the girl. The 2 remaining offerings recoiled, their faces contorted in pure terror. As the dragon receded contentedly back into the cave, Lachran declared, "The messenger of God accepted the offering." Grant us the fire of truth for the unbelievers. Noble beast. A wave of relief washed over the pagan leader. He had succeeded this time, but then a flicker of concern crossed Lachran's face. He glanced at the small pouch he held. The powder was depleting far too quickly. As long as I possess the ashes of the Lusklin family's hearts and continue providing offerings, the dragon will follow my will, Lachran murmured, though a dark thought churned beneath his words. He knew he wouldn't be able to keep the beast under his control for much longer. If discovered, he would simply deny everything. Lachran's eyes gleamed with malevolence. He vowed to exploit his control over the dragon to its fullest before his deceptions inevitably unraveled. Meanwhile, back in the dense forest, one of the Black Lion Knights halted the expedition. "Set up camp here," the commander ordered. As instructed, the group began to relax, though none showed concern over the encroaching night. Xenon seethed, appalled by the group's disorganization. "If we can't even manage our supplies properly," he snapped, "how can we possibly fight as a unified force?" Alita, ever composed, merely shrugged. Such chaos is typical for an expedition of mercenaries. But then, what would an all-powerful knight like yourself know of such matters? Her veiled sarcasm ignited a flicker of irritation in Xenon's eyes. "Funny coming from someone of noble blood to call me that," he retorted. Their angry gazes locked until Sahan, with a cutting remark, broke the tension. "Careful with your words, Xenon," he drawled sarcastically. "You'll be the one facing problems if word of this argument spreads." The younger man mumbled an apology. Seamlessly shifting gears, the otherworldly savior declared himself famished. "Could someone prepare something to eat?" he requested. Xenon's face lit up. Eager to please his idol, he vowed to whip up a delicious dinner immediately, earning a rare flicker of admiration from Sahan. "Stew again?" the protagonist asked Xenon, a hint of weariness in his voice. The younger man nodded. Alita interjected, explaining the dish's undeniable utility, its vital nutrients for their journey, its swift preparation. Her practical explanation intrigued even Sahan. "I understand the stew's importance," our protagonist conceded to Alita, "but it loses its appeal after the 5th consecutive meal." The young woman's reply was stark. "We eat to survive, not for pleasure." "Then," Xenon's voice cut through the air, brimming with pride, "dinner is served." Despite Xenon's palpable enthusiasm, Sahan and Alita cast unimpressed glances at the familiar steaming pot. But Xenon, cooking for his hero, had indeed prepared something special. He presented a stew so unexpectedly different. Its rich aroma and exquisite taste instantly drew praise from his idol. The young knight blushed. "It's just a simple vegetable stew," he demurred. "Cooking is merely a hobby of mine." Sahan stared, utterly astounded by Xenon's hidden culinary prowess. "I wouldn't be surprised if you claimed to be a palace cook," the protagonist mused, turning to Xenon. "Are you by any chance a chef?" Alita, having already devoured her first bowl, pushed it forward. "More, please," she requested. Xenon beamed, urging her to eat her fill. Sahan, for his part, remained quietly observant, a new respect for his devoted fan's skills blossoming within him. Then, a single cold droplet landed on the otherworldly savior's head. Soon, a deluge began, rain sheeting down through the forest canopy. Not all tents had been fully erected. Count Kaltarantaran exploded in frustration. "Unprotected! Still unprotected!" he bellowed, convinced their situation couldn't possibly worsen. As the rain intensified, Sahan murmured to Xenon, "It's hard to sense anything in this downpour." Xenon agreed. The water chai makes distinguishing anything nearly impossible. Alita, however, recalled a crucial detail. The core power of the Sahan cult's second coming stemmed from demons. "So we needn't worry about an attack in this rain," she concluded. Xenon countered, his voice sharp with unease. "Even if beasts shy from the rain, someone controls them. They could be forced to attack." Sahan, however, was resolute. "That's impossible. Even the most powerful mind controller cannot entirely override a demon's primal instincts." He offered his friends a confident smile. "I am certain of it." His ally visibly relaxed. Then, a sudden piercing shout ripped through the downpour. "Enemies! We're under attack!" A massive shadow materialized above the mercenaries, who scattered in panicked disarray. Contrary to Sahan's confident pronouncements, colossal demons, their forms grotesque against the stormy sky, descended upon the expedition camp, heedless of the torrential rain. Our protagonist, mortified, muttered, "Things have certainly changed in Terranor these last 10 years. Peering from the relative shelter of a tent, Alita watched in horror. Even through the storm, demons had appeared. Who could command such creatures? One of the leaders, his voice cutting through the din, barked orders. "It doesn't matter who controls them. Form an attack formation. Circle up. Prepare for battle." One brave mercenary roared at a hulking demon. "You're just an animal that learned how to fight." The young man with the eye patch, resolve hardening his features, plunged forward, his sword gleaming. "We've been through hell. We know no fear," he declared, before bravely assailing the lizard-shaped demon alongside a companion. He grinned, satisfied, convinced convinced they had dispatched the beast with ease. But then, an unsettling anomaly occurred. The defeated demon lashed out, delivering a brutal blow directly to the young man's face. A collective gasp of outrage rippled through the mercenaries. Despite the brutal damage inflicted, the beasts merely resisted, refusing to retreat. Sahan, his voice grim, cut through the shock. "They are controlled," he announced. "They will not cease until they are utterly defeated." Our protagonist quickly asserted a new strategy. "Focus on them one by one, not all at once," he advised. Heeding Sahan's implicit confirmation and his own tactical insight, the mercenaries renewed their assault. From a vantage point, the Black Lion Knights observed, a flicker of admiration in their eyes for Sahan's command of the chaotic skirmish. "He's quite useful for managing disorder," one noted. Jovran mused aloud. "If Sahan commands such leadership, he could indeed serve us." Meanwhile, our young hero, brimming with confidence, unleashed his full power. Sahan, a beacon of courage and might, fought with stunning efficacy, swiftly vanquishing the monstrous beasts with effortless grace. As Sahan effortlessly felled the last of the creatures, the mercenaries watched, first in astonishment, then with a surge of relief. A roar of triumph erupted from the expedition group, their celebration echoing through the rain-soaked clearing as they reveled in the hard-won victory. Yet, amidst the joyous din, Sahan's brow furrowed. The sheer number, 44 beasts, and their unyielding refusal to retreat even when overwhelmed, gnawed at him. Sahan's mind raced, scrutinizing how such a horde could have materialized even amidst the deluge, a chilling conviction forming that a potent enchantment was at play. A sudden insight struck him, and his gaze snapped to a nearby tent, its canvas subtly rippling with the hushed, urgent discussion unfolding within. The figures in the tent, visible only as silhouettes, were palpably uneasy, their concern amplified by the sight of the vanquished horde. A cold certainty settled over Sahan. Something was deeply amiss, and this expedition's true purpose stretched far beyond mere cultist subjugation. Then, unexpectedly, Count Kaltarantaran's voice cut through the air, barking orders for heightened vigilance, and a stern warning that any who lapsed in duty would face harsh retribution. The Count's imperious command sparked a ripple of indignation among the mercenaries, who grumbled indignantly that their leader had not only remained aloof, but had actively sought refuge during the savage battle. Zenon's frustration mirrored theirs, and Alida, his ally, openly condemned the Count as selfish. Sensing the escalating tension, Sahan intervened, urging his companions to temper their frustrations. "He's always been this way," Sahan offered, a clear implication of a deeper, more intimate understanding. Curiosity piqued, Zenon pressed Sahan if he truly knew the Count. "Not personally," Sahan replied, "but tales of Kalturantaran are widely whispered. He's renowned for a sage's physique, yet possessed the cunning and savagery of a beast's mind." A flicker of confusion crossed Zenon's face, swiftly replaced by a spark of admiration. "Perhaps he's not so useless after all," he mused, a hint of awe in his voice. A wry smile played on Sahan's lips. "You've misinterpreted me, friend," he clarified, his tone laced with sarcasm. "What I meant is that Kalturantaran is utterly imbecilic." His voice still dripping with derision, Sahan continued. "He possesses no martial prowess, yet uncannily manages to escape every perilous situation, a true survivor by sheer dumb luck." Alida's brow furrowed in thought at Zenon's observation that the world was indeed an interesting place. The young swordswoman reasoned that perhaps Count Kaltarantaran could not be entirely incompetent, having, against all odds, clung to his title as Count of Zard. With the first skirmish concluded, the Count finally emerged to laud the weary mercenaries and bade them seek rest, for the true hunt would commence with the dawn. To Sahan's quiet disbelief, the very mercenaries who had so recently decried Kaltarantaran's cowardice now lauded his beneficence, their earlier grievances forgotten. Witnessing this abrupt shift in the expedition allies' sentiment, Sahan remarked dryly, "It seems human pliability is not a phenomenon exclusive to my homeworld." With the day's strange events concluded, the friends opted to seek their own repose, conserving their strength for the morrow. Their rest, however, was brief. A voice from outside the tent suddenly echoed, seeking a "Mr. Schonstein," piquing Sahan's curiosity. A young woman then parted the tent flap of the mercenaries' quarters, her gaze sweeping across the tired faces as she inquired if a Schonstein was present. Adopting his alias, Sahan responded, affecting a slightly higher timbre, "That would be me, Schonstein." Identifying herself as Dinah Crumble, an apprentice of the formidable Black Lion Knights, she extended an unexpected summons for the trio to accompany her to meet Mage Haybark and Gelderin. A shared glance passed between Zenon, Sahan, and Alita, intrigued by this sudden, mysterious invitation. Soon they reached their designated rendezvous. Explaining that the ensuing discussion was confidential, Dina offered a brief farewell, informing them that the Black Lion Knights and the mages were already gathered within. As she turned to leave, a flicker of surprise crossed Dina's features as she sensed something unusual. Her gaze sharpened, fixing intently on the young swordswoman. Astonishment widened Dina Crumble's eyes at the sight of such youth within the fighter ranks. A true prodigy, she mused, leaving Alita intrigued by her appraisal. Stepping into the chamber, Sahan, still employing his alias, offered a polite Sean Stein, his true aura subtly masked by the energy of 1,000 changes, a deliberate effort to evade recognition. Within, Sahan found himself before a solemn gathering of knights and mages. Gelderin stepped forward to introduce himself to the young man, followed by Habark. Their host then gestured for the friends to examine a detailed map unfurled across the central table. Gelderin revealed that the ominous markings on the map pinpointed the precise stronghold of the pagan cultists, a mere half-day's journey distant. Mage Habark then turned to Sahan, informing him that the cult of Sahan's second coming possessed a potent beast-controlling spell, and inquired if he had observed such manipulation during the recent battle. Xenon interjected, "It was the first time any of us saw demons attack with such coordinated ferocity, even in a storm like that." At Xenon's observation, Habark's gaze sharpened, a dawning realization that the mercenaries were indeed piecing together the anomaly. Unexpectedly, he then posed a direct question to the trio. "Could you three be trusted with a secret?" leaving them intrigued. Sahan's reply was steeped in his characteristic sarcasm. "That always depends on the offer, doesn't it?" A faint smile touched Habark's lips, appreciating the young man's bluntness. "I like the attitude of this otherworldly savior," he declared, then produced a heavy pouch and spilled a substantial cascade of gold coins onto the table's surface. "Would this be sufficient?" he inquired, his gaze sweeping over the friends. Xenon's eyes widened in undisguised astonishment at the opulent sum. Sahan, meanwhile, briefly recalled the paltry sum of 100 gold coins his own underwear had once fetched. "More than sufficient," Sahan affirmed confidently. Habark's expression turned solemn. "It would be wise for you to maintain that attitude," he cautioned, then unveiled the chilling truth. The cult of Sahan's second coming possessed no inherent beast-controlling magic. Instead, they wielded dark sorcery, powered by the grotesque sacrifice of human lives. Harbeck elaborated, drawing a stark contrast between magic, structured and academic, and sorcery, unstructured, unestablished, and rooted in human sacrifice. Processing this, Sahan pressed the mage. "Are you saying sorcery controlled these beasts?" Harbeck unusually dismissed the notion with a tight-lipped response. "They have no sorcerer of such caliber. It is," he admitted, "an embarrassing tale." Instead, Harbeck revealed a secret spell from the Blue Ivory Tower, a disclosure that piqued Sahan's intrigue immediately. Harbeck then launched into a recounting. Once, a respected mage of the 6th floor named Rarkin, renowned for his talent, participated in highly classified experiments. Driven by insatiable ambition, Rarkin had carelessly lost several experimental beasts. The consequence was severe. He was stripped of all titles and rights, then condemned to the punishment of the 4 elements. Xenon interjected, demanding clarity. The mage explained, an execution ritual harnessing earth, water, fire, and wind, a grim finality employed by the Blue Tower. Sahan frowned, struggling to comprehend what kind of experimental oversight could possibly warrant such an extreme sentence. But before he could voice his thoughts, Harbeck's gaze sharpened, cutting off Xenon's inquiry with a chilling question. "Do you grasp the gravity of your words, mercenary?" Xenon flinched, recognizing the veiled threat. His face paling, he quickly stammered an apology. "I spoke out of turn." Harbeck, resuming his narrative, urged them to focus. Only the essentials matter now. Rarkin, however, had managed to escape his cell, taking a beast from the subjugation test with him, an act that escalated the crisis to a far greater degree. This was no ordinary creature. It possessed the unique ability to command other beasts in its vicinity. The puzzle pieces clicked for Sahan, revealing how the feral beasts had been controlled, even against their primal instincts. The mage divulged that Rarkin's father had been a high-ranking member of the very cult they now hunted, and this beast was their tool for amplification. Jadarin then concluded, stating the true objective of their subjugation, to eliminate the beast, and with Sahan's aid, erase all traces of the Blue Tower's entanglement in this catastrophic accident. A flush rising to his cheeks, the young hero stammered, asserting it was an honor, and, with such formidable mages and knights, they could surely conquer even a dragon. Harbeck's next words stunned Sahan further. "You are correct in your assumption, young man." The mage confirmed their target, the great earth dragon itself. A tremor of alarm finally coursed through our protagonist. By the stream's edge, Sahan turned to his companions, the pieces clicking into place. Now I understand why they paid us 10 gold coins. This won't be easy. Not in our current state, Xinan grumbled, puzzled. I still don't see why they needed swordsmen and mages for a few heretics. Sahan's brow furrowed. Should we have refused? Sahan countered grimly. To refuse would be to seal our own doom. We now know too many of the Blue Ivory Tower's secrets. They're likely already plotting our demise. Xinan and Alita exchanged bewildered glances, clearly failing to grasp the gravity of Sahan's words. Sahan sighed inwardly. In this era of peace, such ruthless machinations likely never even crossed their naive minds. Then Alita, unexpectedly, voiced the very thought Sahan had feared was absent. I don't believe they intend us harm. The statement piqued Sahan's intrigue. If they meant to silence us, she reasoned, they wouldn't have divulged the Blue Tower secrets. With innocent conviction, Alita pointed out, they didn't have to tell us anything. They could have simply issued orders. Yet they chose to share every detail of the incident, everything, in advance. Sahan felt a pang of incredulity, realizing how deeply ingrained his friend's innocence truly was. Xinan then posed the crucial question to his hero. So, will you carry out the task they gave us? A spark of enthusiasm lit Sahan's eyes. I haven't decided yet. This information could be a massive trap, he mused, and he was already contemplating how to leverage it to draw closer to Jexengar. At that moment, Xinan, misinterpreting Sahan's pensive look as weariness, offered, I'll wash your clothes for you. Unbeknownst to them, a lone figure watched from a concealed distance. Moments later, something else caught Xenon's attention. A group of village women emerged, their smiles wide, their voices lilting as they hailed the young men as handsome. They exuded an overly eager hospitality, beckoning the companions to rest and pressing them with questions about their origins. Are you from the capital? Xinan flushed, visibly embarrassed by their close proximity. Sahan shifted, a flicker of unease crossing his face, while Alita's expression tightened with suspicion. Sahan murmured that the situation felt off, the villagers' intense energy unsettling him, while the young swordswoman remained acutely wary. Then, in a chilling instant, the veneer of friendliness shattered. The hospitable villagers' eyes glazed over, their features distorting with something unmistakably sinister: possession. Swords scraped from hidden sheaths. The innocent, pleasant demeanor vanished, replaced by a feral menace as they lunged at the unsuspecting visitors. Alita, her suspicions already piqued by their false hospitality, reacted instantly to the surge of danger. With astounding speed, she effortlessly dispatched the first possessed woman who attacked, a blur of motion before her friends had even fully registered the assault. Sahan and Xinan stared, momentarily paralyzed by shock. The remaining possessed women, their faces contorted with fury, roared in enraged frustration at their foiled ambush. Sahan, still grappling with Alita's uncanny foresight and swift defense, burned with outrage as he recognized their attackers as members of the Heiress cult. He spun to Alita. How did you know they'd attack? Alita calmly replied. I didn't know. I'm simply cautious whenever anyone approaches. Sahan's mind raced, conjuring images of Alita's silent, calculating assessment as the seemingly friendly women had drawn near. You lead a truly exhausting life, our protagonist remarked to the girl. It's better to stay alert than to be cut down, Alita countered, her gaze sharp. At that instant, a chilling voice echoed from one of the cultists. Death is the only salvation. The possessed women surged forward, a frenzy in their eyes. Only those who believe will ascend to heaven, they shrieked, their voices laced with fanaticism. You three are filthy heretics, Alita gasped, terror seizing her. Be careful, guys, she cried out. There's something wrong with their eyes. Barely 10 seconds later, every single possessed woman lay utterly vanquished, felled by Sahan's impossible speed. Stunned by how swiftly the savior from another world had dispatched them, Alita could only whisper. The only difference was their eyes. Sahan pondered. Why target them? They weren't significant members of the expedition squad. His thoughts were broken by Zenon's sudden alert. Look, he urged his friends, pointing. Their eyes followed his, dread pooling in their stomachs as they witnessed a looming curtain of smoke and a searing flash of fire erupting from the very village where the squad was stationed. A grim realization settled over Sahan. Those possessed women hadn't just been after them. They'd been after the entire expedition team. His irritation flared. It's time to clean up this mess, he declared, his voice tight. A quick survey confirmed the savior from another world's dire conclusion. The entire village was a nest of heretics. Suddenly, more villagers emerged, their faces alight with zealous fervor. Sahan's cult will go to heaven, they chanted. Non-believers to hell. Death is true salvation. Before they could act, Joldarin, the Black Lion Knight, burst onto the scene, his blade flashing as he cleaved through the heretics. One of the cultists, struck down, gasped his last breath. Finally, I join God Heiress. Joldarin reeled, confusion etched on his face. The man must be insane. insane, he muttered, disoriented by the fanatical scene. But then, an unexpected tremor shook the ground. Joldarin found himself staring down a colossal beast, its monstrous form thundering straight toward him. The Black Lion Knight understood immediately. He had to prioritize, defeat the demonic beast first. With a roar, Joldarin manifested a massive shield of crackling energy, bracing himself against the beast's charge. Just then, another knight from his team, Lival, appeared, launching a fierce attack against the ferocious creature. How can there be so many beasts in this place? Joldarin questioned Lival, his mind racing. Could this be the legendary Demon King's castle? The heretics captured all the beasts from the mountain, Haybark interjected, his voice strained. Joldarin's blood ran cold. Gazing upon the horde of beasts, they began to question the true age of the Earth Dragon controlling them all. Haybark revealed a chilling truth. Experiments had amplified the Earth Dragon's mind control abilities. Joldarin was horrified, 100-year-old monster controlling them, yet fighting it felt like battling a beast 5 centuries old. It's far worse than that, Haybark confessed, his words plunging the Black Lion Knight into even deeper confusion as he grasped the dragon's true, terrifying madness. And then, another shockwave. Haybark and the 2 Black Lion Knights froze, a shared terror gripping them as they realized the demonic beasts were stampeding directly toward the tavern. With effortless might, a terrifying beast tore through the tavern wall. The team's gravest fear was realized. The beasts had targeted the tavern because Keltaron was hidden within. Face to face with the gargantuan creature, the Count shrieked for help. "They told me this place was safe," Keltaron wailed, desperation clouding his features. "This is why I said the escorts should have stayed with me," he pleaded, begging for salvation. Nearby, Dina, a young trainee, found herself in dire peril, forced to confront a ferocious beast alone. However, before the beast's attack could connect, an unexpected figure materialized. Sihan appeared in a flash, intercepting the beast's strike, saving Dina from certain harm. The girl sagged with relief, profoundly grateful. Alita and Xenon then arrived, joining the fray to help contain the surging beasts. Seeing Sihan, Joldarin offered a quick, grateful nod. "Thanks for saving those in the tavern," he said, then immediately questioned, "Where are the other mercenaries?" The Black Lion Knight barked his orders. "Protect the Count," he commanded the 3 friends. "The rest of us will defeat these beasts." "Protect me, mercenary," the terrified Count demanded of Sihan, but the savior from another world's attention was already elsewhere. Sihan sensed it. Something immensely powerful was approaching. At that moment, a massive paw, impossibly huge, descended. It was the great earth beast itself, the creature that commanded all others in that ravaged place. The entire village now lay engulfed in flames, a landscape of destruction wrought by the beasts. Joldarin plunged back into the fray, swiftly defeating one of the beasts. "Hold on, everyone!" the confident knight bellowed, rallying his allies. "We're almost able to finish them all off." Seeing the tide turning, the Count chimed in. It was to be expected from the Black Lion Knight's order to defeat all those monsters. Sihan, a knot of confusion tightening in his gut, scanned the battlefield. Despite the numerous beasts vanquished, an unnerving scarcity of bodies betrayed the truth. They were fleeing. A collective gasp rippled through the ranks as a new terror blotted out the sky. A dragon. Even Levo visibly flinched, his composure shattering. "A dragon now?" the Black Lion Knight barked, his voice strained. "This is hardly the ideal moment." Indeed, the colossal beast presented a threat far graver than any demonic horde. With a guttural roar, the dragon began to coil, its intent to strike unmistakable. "Hold your ground! Do not panic!" Joldarin roared, his gaze sweeping over his soldiers. "Mage's defensive spell now!" Even as the dragon unleashed its initial assault, a shimmering water barrier erupted into being, precisely intercepting the brunt of the attack and shielding the team. A flicker of hope ignited among them. "The barrier held," one of the Black Lion Knights declared, emboldened. "The subjugation squad can finish it!" But the declaration hung heavy, countered by the bone-deep weariness etched on every face from the relentless battle against the demonic horde. Joldarin's jaw tightened, his irritation palpable. "And what of the beasts still under the dragon's thrall?" he snapped, his gaze sharp. Then Haybark, his voice grave, warned of a terrifying possibility. The dragon's domination ability could intensify, leaving the Black Lion Knight visibly unsettled. Joldarin, however, swiftly shed his confusion. "No time for complaints now," he commanded, his resolve hardening. "We move!" His eyes ablaze with defiant hope, the captain declared. "Our weariness means nothing. We will make this dragon hear the Black Lion's roar." The massive beast roared, charging the team once more. Joldarin met its terrifying advance head-on. Without a flicker of hesitation, desperation, the Black Lion Knight conjured a shimmering magical shield, a bulwark raised to protect his comrades. Pursuing his strategy, Jolberin unleashed an attack he named Annihilation. In that breathtaking instant, a wave of awe washed over the onlookers, their eyes fixed on the captain's fierce determination. A monumental protection shield, shimmering with untold power, manifested around them, born from the Black Lion Knight's formidable defensive spells. Xenon's eyes widened in profound admiration at the combat technique. Iron Wall. Sihan, watching, felt a jolt of recognition. "This reminds me of Yexengard from the past," he murmured. His mind drifted, recalling his old friend's audacious spirit. A flicker of confusion crossed Chihan's face as he remembered Yexengard's past recklessness in battle against beasts. The savior from another world, now deep in thought, arrived at a startling conclusion. Not only had his old friend's personality endured, but so had his very fighting style. This meant the Black Lion Knight's order itself likely shared the same strengths and weaknesses that Yexengard had possessed a decade ago. At once, the young man made his decision. "Let's help them defeat this dragon," he called out to his companions, urging them to join the fray. Kelteron, however, erupted in a fresh wave of panic, terrified at the thought of being left behind. "You must protect me," he shrieked. Sihan countered, his voice firm. "If the knights fall, we're next." This chilling prospect prompted the Count to issue a frantic command. "Then get me out of here!" Xenon and Alita exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astounded that Kelteron would demand escape while others fought and died to fell the dragon. "Get me out! Now!" the Count wailed, his voice ragged with terror. "You dare not disobey!" But Sihan's mind, always quick, had already hatched an unexpected plan. In that moment, the three friends locked eyes, a silent, shared understanding passing between them. Kelteron needed to be persuaded. Sihan, however, was in for a surprise. The Count, as if reading their very thoughts, whirled around. "Are you planning to knock me out, to go help those knights?" he demanded, his eyes wide. Kelteron's desperation surged anew. "Stop these idiotic thoughts! Get me out of here before something terrible happens." But before Kelteron could rant further, the Count's eyes rolled back. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious, right before their astonished eyes. "Sihan, come on!" a voice called out. It was Dina, already taking initiative. She had been the one to strike the blow. Sihan couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Dina had taken the initiative he'd only just considered. Meanwhile, the knights, visibly pushed past their breaking point, continued to fight with grim determination. Livel's voice was strained, a stark assessment of their dire situation. "Everyone's reached their limit. We're running on fumes." Jolberin watched in horror as his friend, Livel, was about to be obliterated by the dragon. "Dodge!" he bellowed, but it was too late. Exhaustion had stolen Livel's speed. The young man took the full force of the blow, sent hurtling through the air like a rag doll. Jolberin's heart seized, despair twisting his features as he witnessed his comrade fall. Livel, grievously wounded, crumpled to the earth. To Jolberin's profound relief and surprise, Alita, Sihan, and Xenon arrived in a blur of motion. They swiftly positioned themselves, shielding the fallen Livel, then launched a coordinated assault against the dragon. A tremor of renewed hope coursed through Jolberin. The savior from another world was here, and his formidable abilities were now on their side. Sihan reached the captain's side, relaying a quick report. "We're here to help. The Count's fainted, and Livel will be fine." But his eyes immediately darted to Alita, a flicker of worry crossing his face. She had taken a hit during their charge. The young swordswoman, though grimacing slightly, quickly reassured him. "I'm all right. That beast's hide is tougher than it looks. My strike just bounced right back at me." Sihan's voice cut through the aftermath. A stark warning. Normal attacks were useless against the dragon. They needed to breach its scales to inflict real harm. Yet, before they could strategize, an unforeseen terror gripped the colossal beast. Without warning, the massive creature recoiled, bolting away as if pursued by an unseen horror. Sihan and Alita stood dumbfounded, witnesses to the impossible. The young swordswoman, however, quickly transitioned from shock to sputtering outrage. A ludicrous thought sparked in her mind. Had the great green dragon fled merely because a drop of blood had stained it? Was it a germaphobe? That bizarre interlude marked the end of the Second Coming cult's attack. Their captured heretics, still fervent in their twisted belief of following Lord Sung's teachings, shrieked, demanding immediate release. A mercenary silenced one with a swift kick, muttering that Sihan would be profoundly disappointed by their fanaticism. Our protagonist, too, believed the battle had finally concluded. Alita's thoughts, however, were grim. Too many losses, only 600 soldiers remaining. Dean's voice cut in with a sarcastic observation. Realizing the Count remained blissfully unaware of the harrowing events, Alita mused aloud that 3 days had passed since they departed the village. Was the subjugation of the cultists truly over? Sihan, now convinced this was merely the end of one chapter, understood the expedition had been a mere smokescreen for a far grander objective. Meanwhile, those privy to the subjugation's true purpose began to question. Had the Earth Dragon and Lakran truly fled, or were they merely concealed, waiting? Miles away, within their hidden lair, Lakran was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. The cult leader fumed. Why was the dragon no longer obeying his commands? Lakran bellowed at the colossal beast, demanding it awaken and submit. He then questioned what had truly transpired in that village 4 days prior. He still desperately needed the dragon for his grand schemes. His irritation flared, directed at the mages. How dared they attempt to kill someone over a mere mistake? Ambition burned within him. If he possessed the dragon's beast-controlling abilities, he could effortlessly dispatch the group hunting him. His gaze darkened. He would flee immediately after, he decided, and live like a king on the riches plundered from Kihan's second coming cult. Persistent, Lakran reiterated his command for the dragon to awaken and eradicate his enemies, extending another offering of powdered heart. But then, an anomaly. The powdered heart in his palm spontaneously ignited, blossoming into a burst of fire. Terror seized Lakran. "What are you doing?" he stammered, his voice quivering. What happened next intensified his dread immeasurably. In that terrifying moment, the dragon, a leviathan of scales and muscle, began to slowly, inexorably rise before him. The cult leader's mind reeled, utterly failing to grasp the situation. "How dare you threaten me?" Lakran shrieked, sheer panic in his tone. The truth dawned. Alita's blood, which had touched the dragon, was the catalyst for this astonishing event. The mind control spell binding the beast had finally shattered. Realizing his mental grasp on the dragon was irrevocably broken, Lakran plunged into desperation, pleading for the beast to calm down, to listen. But time had run out. Horrified, the man watched as the dragon, with a single unhesitating strike, ended his life. The colossal creature, no longer shackled by enchantment, finally broke free. It lumbered out of the dark cave, stepping into the world as a liberated force. At that very moment, the leaders of the subjugation expedition finally located Lakran's hidden lair. They anticipated a horde of beasts within, but Gelderin, ever pragmatic, assuaged Habark's immediate concern. "There are likely no more beasts here," he stated calmly. "We've already dispatched over 100. Immediately after, a presence approached. Like a phantom, Kelteron materialized from the dense forest. "What are you doing here?" Habark demanded. The mage, speaking in hushed tones, reminded his ally that the existence of the Earth Dragon and Lakran was a highly classified secret. He couldn't fathom the Count's presence. Kelteron, surveying his meager escort, a lone black lion knight and 2 mages, scoffed. "There should be at least 2 knights and 4 mages guarding me," he declared, thoroughly irritated. Gelderin merely stared, incredulous at the Count's audacious demands. The expedition captain, however, remained firm, informing Kelteron that his current escorts were all he would get, plunging the Count into a desperate state. Realizing there was no other way to appease the flustered noble, Gelderin offered a stark choice. "There is no other solution, unless you prefer to follow us." "Finally," the Count capitulated, agreeing with the captain. "It's certainly better than lingering among these common soldiers and pagans," he grumbled. Gelderin was perplexed by Kelteron's sudden change of heart. The Count, however, had rapidly calculated his options. Even heading towards the dragon, his safety was more assured with the Black Lion Order and the mages than among the general troops. A thin smile touched the old man's lips. "Since Gelderin asked so politely," he drawled, an undertone of condescension making the captain distinctly uncomfortable. "I suppose I shall risk following you." Kelteron then turned to Habark. "Are you certain the dragon and Lakran are in that cave?" he pressed. "Yes," the mage affirmed. "I used confession magic on the pagans." Sihan grew thoughtful at this revelation. The method used to pinpoint the location was, to say the least, questionable. His mind replayed the chilling memory of the interrogation. Sihan remembered the mysterious black powder employed during the interrogation, his mind racing to comprehend the substance that had so easily compelled their confessions. Just then, Alita materialized beside him, her gaze fixed on the cave's maw, her expression etched with palpable dread. From the cavern's depths, a pair of incandescent eyes flared, gleaming with predatory intent. Instantly, the Black Lion Knight captain Geldurin bellowed a command for battle preparations, his voice ringing with the grim confirmation the Earth Dragon was here. A bizarre realization struck Geldurin. He recognized the creature. It was the same Earth Dragon that had ravaged their village before. Now, however, the colossal beast loomed even larger, radiating an unsettling surge of power. Despite this, Gelderin, confident in his own might, merely scoffed. He had no explanation for the change, but he was certain it would pose no significant threat. Without a moment's hesitation, Gelderin spearheaded the assault, hurtling towards the dragon with a roar. "I'll show you the true power of a Black Lion Knight." Confident in his rejuvenated combat energy and magical reserves, Habark joined the fray, vowing, "This massive beast will learn its lesson." The mages, seizing their cue, unleashed a barrage of elemental magic, weaving ice and earth spells into a formidable magical vortex. The tempest of power hurtled toward the dragon, yet the creature remained utterly unperturbed. Xenon calmly observed their strategy, knights defending, mages attacking, and Sihan mused that he likely wouldn't even need to intervene. But then, something entirely unexpected occurred. The powerful magical whirlwind, crafted with such immense effort by the mages, vanished without a trace. A wave of disbelief washed over everyone. A collective gasp escaped their lips as they struggled to process what had just happened. Those nearest the dragon were struck with profound terror, unable to comprehend how the beast had so effortlessly neutralized their most potent assault. A chilling realization dawned. This monster wasn't merely powerful, it was akin to a creature from another world. Before the stunned soldiers could even prepare a defense, the great dragon launched its counterattack. A cataclysmic burst of dragonfire erupted. The dragon's attack was so immense, so utterly destructive, that the inferno crackled with arcs of raw lightning. Several soldiers were caught in the blast, instantly devastated. Amidst the blazing inferno, Gelderin emerged, a figure of sheer desperation, bellowing out names. "Companions!" As the captain grappled with the overwhelming force threatening to consume them, a bewildered whisper rippled through their ranks. How had this dragon become so impossibly powerful in such a short span? Meanwhile, Sihan found himself in an increasingly untenable position, grappling with the despairing count's frantic pleas. The scorching heat washed over Sihan, a grim realization striking him. This dragon was immune to his anomalous magic. Much like the Blaze-Fur wolves they'd encountered earlier, he knew he had to act decisively. Rapidly, he assessed the dire situation. 2 knights and 4 mages had fallen, confirming that conventional magic was utterly ineffective against the beast. Only 3 Black Lion Knights remained, barely holding their ground, aware that at this rate, they would soon be annihilated. With all other options exhausted, Sihan decided on a radical course of action. He would unleash his true power. The immediate priority, he affirmed to himself, was saving those still alive. Before the situation could worsen further, Sihan unleashed a shocking combat technique. Alita was dumbfounded, her voice a disbelieving gasp. How is that possible? Young Xenon, however, recognized it instantly. This energy, Xenon declared, was the very essence of the Terranor legend, the signature art of the world's savior. Without hesitation, Sihan launched his initial strike against the dragon. The colossal beast, for the first time, sensed a potent, unprecedented power barreling towards it. With breathtaking agility, Sihan landed a direct, devastating blow on the dragon. Gelderin and Level were stunned by the young man's power, while Alita stood transfixed, captivated by Sihan in combat. Xenon, having foreseen this, merely stated that he already knew of this sky-breaking art, the very technique once employed to vanquish the Emperor's monstrous creations. Xenon confidently affirmed that Sihan's power rivaled any known combat technique. Yet, as Sihan himself had already suspected, his combat energy was still insufficient. He was unable to unleash its full potential. A swift assessment led him to a grim conclusion. This was his only means of penetrating the dragon's impervious scales. Level, utterly bewildered, watched Sihan single-handedly confronting the colossal beast. He demanded of Gelderin, "Who is that powerful young man?" Gelderin replied that he knew nothing of Sihan's identity, but he was certain of one truth. He firmly asserted that Sihan far surpassed even the knights in strength. His words a desperate attempt to rally his stunned comrade. Bolstered by Sihan's display, Xenon and Alita rushed towards the dragon. Nearby, the observant Count Kelteron's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition in their depths. He believed he recognized that combat technique, and a profound suspicion blossomed in his mind regarding the true identity of this formidable young man. Yet, the Earth Dragon proved far more formidable than its appearance suggested. As Sihan's friends charged closer, the colossal beast whipped its tail, a blur of scaled destruction that swept through their ranks. Against such a relentless assault, Xenon and Alita found themselves unable to breach the defense and reach their struggling comrade. Even as he continued his relentless barrage, Sihan muttered, "This monster is truly resilient." The dragon, observing the young man's focused advance, roared, then unleashed its full, unrestrained power. A colossal, searing flame erupted, hurtling directly toward Sihan. "Be careful!" Gelderin's voice boomed, laced with raw concern. "The Earth Dragon is using everything it has! It's a much stronger power this time!" Sihan, analyzing his rapidly diminishing options, understood that neutralizing magic would be futile. He had to act. our protagonist resolved to perform a devastating combined assault, weaving the sky-breaking art with the thundering mountain technique. Witnessing the raw power erupting from him, Alita gasped in awe, while Xenon, recognizing his idol's signature moves, practically vibrated with excitement. Unyielding, Sihan continued his magical convergence, channeling the potent energy of the draconic sword. He poured nearly every ounce of his remaining strength into the attack. Finally, with a resounding surge, Sihan unleashed the magic, driving it straight into the dragon's forehead. The massive, ferocious beast staggered, then collapsed, utterly defeated. The dragon's immense form crashed to the ground, silenced and inert. A wave of profound relief washed over Sihan, a quiet satisfaction for a hard-won victory. Yet, the entire expedition force stood rooted in place, incredulous at the spectacle they had just witnessed. Even the seasoned mages among them were visibly stunned by the young man's immense power. A prickle of apprehension traced Sihan's spine as he considered the aftermath. Such powerful attacks undoubtedly revealed too much. He feared his true identity was now irrevocably exposed, but it seemed the ordeal wasn't entirely over. Suddenly, the expedition leaders burst into cheers, lavishing praise on Sihan for single-handedly subjugating the Earth Dragon. In that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps not everything was lost. Joldarin and his friend Livel stared, utterly baffled that such a potent individual was merely a volunteer on a hunting expedition. Sihan then understood the extent of their perception. They weren't connecting his feats to ancient legends or prophesied saviors. They merely regarded him as a remarkably skilled fighter. He reflected that in his prime, he could have felled this very dragon with a single blow. A strange mix of happiness and melancholy stirred within him, but overriding it was a profound relief that he had navigated this perilous situation relatively unscathed. Immediately, a figure approached the savior from another world. It was Joldarin, his gaze piercing. "You've been hiding your true abilities, Sihan. You're as powerful as the Black Lion Knights, perhaps even stronger." The expedition captain's voice hardened. "With what intention do you classify yourself as a mere ranked fighter?" The question made Sihan deeply uncomfortable. Sensing his friend's predicament, Zenon swiftly intervened, attempting to deflect attention from Sihan's real identity. "Is it not customary for mercenaries to conceal their true capabilities?" Sihan deftly countered, using his Thousand Faces magic to project a youthful, almost boyish appearance. This only deepened Joldarin's confusion. The captain eventually nodded, conceding, "I understand why you show such respect to your friend, even if he is a knight." Exiting the awkward exchange, Xenon chimed in, "Sihan merely got lucky. For that reason, I hope you'll grant him a bonus." The captain, no longer suspecting the young man's true identity, visibly relaxed after the knight's smooth save. Joldarin then announced that upon their return to the capital, he would personally ensure all three friends were rewarded handsomely. Sihan, impressed by Zenon's knack for navigating embarrassing situations, offered a heartfelt thanks. "I'm only alive because of you." Happy to accompany his idol, Zenon beamed. "It was the least I could do." He then admired Sihan for precisely controlling his strength just enough to defeat the dragon. Alita, however, suddenly stiffened with a dawning realization. "Why didn't you tell Zenon you lost your strength?" our young swordswoman pressed. Sihan met her gaze. "I still don't completely trust him." He inwardly lamented that even after unleashing his sky-breaking magic before so many, he hadn't been fully discovered. Yet, Alita offered a chilling thought. "I believe one person did notice. Someone who knows a great deal about the legends of the savior from another world, and is very observant," she stated, her voice hushed. Indeed, Count Kelteron's gaze lingered with profound suspicion on Sihan. A fresh wave of worry washed over our protagonist, knowing the Count's scrutiny was now fixed upon him. With the dragon's defeat, the subjugation of Sihan's second coming cult was finally complete. Dina rushed forward, her voice a desperate cry. "Master, wake up!" The cost of this victory was steep. 4 high-ranking mages had perished during the Earth Dragon's subjugation, and 2 Black Lion Order knights lay in critical condition. The cave yielded Lachran's charred remains. With decisive, if grim, resolve, the mages incinerated both the dragon's colossal form and the boy's corpse with torrents of fire magic, obliterating all trace of their existence. Witnessing this, Sihan began to grasp the mystery of the vanished flame wolf bodies. Just like the monsters from the other world, they had dissolved under arcane energies. He connected the unsettling pattern of the beasts that had assailed him, yet one detail nagged at him. Why had the male flame wolf's body remained? With the crisis abated, Jeldrin's contingent regrouped with the main force in Zard village. They rested for a night before their journey back to the kingdom, but that very evening, a grave discussion loomed. Sihan sought out the Count, carrying a revelation so profound it promised to leave the nobleman utterly shaken. Sihan entered, addressing Kelteron directly. "There's something we need to discuss, Count, and it must be now." Kelteron, clearly attempting to deflect, suggested they focus on rest before their imminent departure. His dismissive demeanor bewildered Sihan. Pushing past the evasion, Sihan's patience snapped. He roared at Keltaron, accusing him of silence, of avoidance. The Count flinched, then finally yielded, his voice barely a whisper. You, the savior of the other world. Panic seized the old man as he realized his slip. Sihan, however, merely nodded. I knew that would happen, he stated, his voice calm after the outburst. Still reeling, Keltaron's eyes searched Sihan's face. Are you truly Sung Sihan, the one who vanished a decade ago? Indeed, Sihan affirmed, now speaking with quiet composure. But how did you deduce my identity, Count? You're no swordsman. Keltaron offered a hesitant explanation. He believed the young man wouldn't recall, but they had crossed paths a handful of times during the revolution. He admitted a stark observation. Sihan's power felt significantly diminished. Still perplexed by the hero's current state, the Count confessed he hadn't a clue why the savior of the other world had reappeared in Terranor. Keltaron began to dissect the possibilities behind Sihan's concealed return. Perhaps it was to evade public scrutiny, but even then, the Count sensed a profound anxiety in Sihan about maintaining his secrecy. If that were the case, Keltaron pressed, did Sihan still harbor enemies in Terranor? What makes you assume that, Count? Sihan challenged, his gaze sharp. Keltaron recounted that after Sihan's abrupt, unexplained departure to Earth, whispers had begun to circulate. Rumors that the other revolutionary heroes harbored deep envy of his unparalleled powers. Until now, the Count elaborated, I dismissed them as mere gossip. Unless, of course, your supposed friends were fools to send you home. But now, with the very savior of the other world standing before me, those old tales resurface, vivid and unsettling. Sihan's expression betrayed a flicker of genuine surprise. Sihan marveled. From the sole premise of his hidden identity, the Count had pieced together so much, nearing the shocking truth. How, he mused, could a mind so astute be branded with animal-level intelligence? To further test the nobleman, Sihan posed a question. What would you do, Count, if these rumors held true? For a breath, Keltaron faltered, searching for words. Then, his sharp intellect ignited. He rapidly assessed the situation. If Sihan and King Jexengard once more forged an alliance, his own position would be secure. He then considered the darker implication. If the rumors of betrayal were accurate, Sihan himself was a wronged man, capable of anything to exact vengeance. Yet the Count still grappled with Sihan's continued concealment. Even for the savior of the other world, the six heroes presented an insurmountable challenge. The pieces clicked into place. If the rumors were true, the traitor had discovered Sihan's identity, and the hero now believed himself imperiled. A gasp escaped Keltaron. He dropped to his knees before Sihan, clutching at his robes, his voice a desperate plea. Save me! Sihan stared down, utterly bewildered by the sudden panicked submission. Mercy! Keltaron wailed, grasping Sihan's legs. I have an elderly mother, a 3-year-old child. They depend on me. If I vanish, my son will be cast into an orphanage. In that moment, Sihan finally grasped the meaning behind the cruel jibe of Keltaron's animal-level intelligence. Under duress, the Count's brilliant mind simply ceased to function. It was a stark contrast to his strategic prowess when safe, explaining his bewildering inaction during their prior battles against the Empire. Sihan gently calmed the panicked Count. Stand, Keltaron, he urged, his voice soft. I have no intention of harming you. Relief washed over the nobleman. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Keltaron swore, if Sihan permitted it, he would dedicate his life to his service, a loyalty King Jexengard could never even imagine. Sihan, however, already had a different plan unfolding in his mind. A swirl of arcane energy coalesced in Sihan's palm, a sight that instantly struck terror into Keltaron's heart. Before the Count could react, Sihan lunged, delivering a swift, precise blow to his chest. Keltaron recoiled, convinced he'd suffered a fatal wound, only to realize with a jolt of confusion that there was no pain. What did you do? He gasped, his terror quickly giving way to bewilderment. A trump card, Sihan stated, revealing the sinister edge of his plan. Have you ever heard of my unique technique, Count? The explosive aura? Keltaron's eyes widened, a fresh wave of desperation seizing him as he grappled with the implications. Sihan elucidated the horrifying reality. The explosive aura allowed its user to implant concentrated combat energy within a victim's body, capable of detonating it at will. This technique has limitations, Sihan continued, his voice chillingly calm. It can only be active on 3 individuals simultaneously, and it's ineffective against swordsmen or mages. He fixed Keltaron with an unwavering gaze. Your life, old man, is now entirely in my hands. Once I can truly trust you, the aura will be withdrawn. As understanding dawned, Keltaron relaxed slightly, a hand instinctively going to his chest. I'm happy to be alive, Keltaron declared, a strange, almost manic relief flooding his features. Sihan stared, incredulous. After such a terrifying revelation, the Count seemed genuinely delighted. Do you understand everything I've just said, Count? Sihan pressed, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Every word, Kelteron affirmed. A triumphant grin stretched across Kelteron's face. This means you won't harm me, as long as I serve you. And I assure you, Lord Sihan, I would never betray you. He practically beamed with renewed zeal. I will do whatever Sihan commands. Consider me at your service from this moment forward. Even if it means betraying your king? Sihan inquired, his gaze piercing. Even with your life on the line? Worry? Kelteron scoffed, a confident gleam in his eyes. If faced with a choice between a savior from another world and a destroyer of lands, his allegiance would never waver. Who in their right mind would ever choose a destroyer over a savior? He challenged, his conviction echoing through the chamber. Leaving the Count's chambers, Sihan found Alita waiting. That conversation must have been quite thorough, judging by the time it took, Alita remarked, her gaze assessing. Sihan offered a grateful nod to the young woman for her steadfast vigil. Concern then etched lines into Alita's face. Do you truly intend to use the explosive aura ability, even in your weakened state? She pressed. The young man met her gaze, deciding to unveil the truth. To Alita's utter astonishment, the protagonist revealed the ability was a complete fabrication. Whether I can use it or not is irrelevant, he calmly stated, because that ability doesn't even exist. Sihan clarified that no combat energy could explode at will, deeming it an impractical concept he had invented solely for psychological warfare. Our young swordswoman countered, recalling descriptions of such an ability in her books. Sihan merely confirmed he had deliberately spread that very story, ensuring as many people as possible would fall for the deception. Alita stood frozen, a palpable sense of betrayal radiating from her. In any case, Sihan declared, his tone even, volunteering for the expedition served its purpose, providing me with a crucial trump card. His thoughts then drifted back to the dragon. What truly was that beast, so eerily identical to the fiery wolves? Sihan mused that both the fiery wolves and the earth dragon were likely connected to the mysterious experiments of the Blue Ivory Tower, experiments he had heard whispers of. Alita, still troubled, added, something else has been gnawing at me. She referred to the sinister black powder Habak had used, forcing the heretics to divulge the dragon's hideout. Sihan confessed his own unease with the substance, remarking on its potent ability to bypass any mental defenses. No, that's not what I meant, Alita quickly interjected. She described a chilling sensation that had washed over her when she witnessed the powder in use, a visceral feeling, as if dozens of insects crawled in her mouth. That horrifying and menacing moment had dredged up a terrible memory. Struggling to articulate the unsettling feeling, Alita confessed she had encountered that powder before. A wave of profound sadness had threatened to overwhelm her then, memories resurfacing with agonizing clarity. She recalled Lilstein wielding that very same powder against the descendants of Lusklin. The king had deployed the insidious material to compel individuals to commit unspeakable acts, to take their own lives and the lives of others. In this horrific manner, Lilstein had orchestrated her father's murder of her mother, then tried to force him to turn the blade on himself, but something unforeseen transpired. The man had somehow broken free from the hypnotic thrall. He then discovered his wife's lifeless form, collapsing into a despair so profound it threatened to shatter him. The realization of his actions was a torment beyond words. Now lucid, the man descended into madness at the sight of having extinguished his beloved's life. It was then that the king himself executed Alita's father. Lilstein, observing the carnage, coolly concluded that no matter how much human instincts were repressed, the act of self-annihilation remained an impossible command. With a precise snap of his fingers, the king incinerated the bodies of the deceased, leaving no trace behind. Lilstein's expression hardened as he recognized the difficulty ahead. His plan for complete mental domination would not be easily achieved. Meanwhile, far away in a lightened cell in the capital, Yexengard unearthed the true nature of their mission. It was not merely to subjugate a cult, but to locate and eliminate the Earth Dragon. Keldrin relayed to the king that this formidable beast had resided in the Bresalt region for 3 centuries, possessing such immense power that even the renowned Knights of the Order of the Lion had failed to defeat it. Thus, the Count withheld the truth from Trainen, claiming it was merely cultists spreading unsubstantiated rumors about a so-called Earth Dragon. At this, Yexengard's irritation flared. I should never have heeded your counsel, he seethed. Had I known it was such a powerful beast, I would have gone myself. The Count offered a swift apology to the king, who waved it off with a reassuring gesture. Forget it, Yexengard commanded. There was no way you could have known it was a real dragon. Intrigued by the hushed comments, Captain Berkeley interjected, "I heard whispers that some individuals aided in the success of this subjugation." Keldrin affirmed the rumors, adding that these individuals were so remarkably strong, he had intended to recruit them for the Order of the Black Lion. Yet somehow, they had already pledged themselves as knights under Count Keldrin. "I was quite eager to welcome new talents into the Order of the Black Lion," Berkeley drawled, his tone dripping with sarcasm, "but these people evidently value coin more than honor or pride." The captain regarded Keldrin with a knowing look. "Individuals of such poor character are hardly worth the effort. It seems I misjudged them as capable soldiers. At this very moment, our journey brings us to the main thoroughfare of the capital, Leidensel, outside the Count's lavish mansion. Inside, Keldrin addressed Sihan. "I've attended to everything as you requested," he announced. "A respectable title, a fitting position, and a secure base. Is that acceptable?" The Count further informed him that the three friends would now serve as his personal bodyguards, maintaining their false identities and residing discreetly behind the mansion. Sihan responded with a saccharine smile and a sarcastic bow. "So," he purred, "we merely need to kneel and swear our undying loyalty right here and now. Is that it?" Keldrin, however, grew visibly distressed, his composure unraveling. "I would never dare such a thing," he exclaimed, a nervous tremor in his voice. "Even treating you as mere subordinates in front of others fills me with anxiety." He then leaned in, his tone dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "There's something far more vital I must tell you." Speculating on his protagonist's enigmatic plans, the Count ventured, "Since you seek vengeance against the 6 revolutionary heroes, you must surely intend to eliminate Yexengard." But to the old man's utter surprise, Sihan simply tilted his head. "And what makes you believe that?" he inquired. A moment later, a booming laugh erupted from Sihan, echoing through the room, mocking the Count's assumptions about his intentions. "I have no reason to take Yexengard's life," Sihan declared, his laughter subsiding into a cold amusement. "All he did was betray me, discarding our friendship, our trust, and every memory we ever built together." Even so, Sihan asserted, Yexengard remained a friend, one who had, in the end, been sent home alive. With unwavering conviction, Sihan declared he would not take Yexengard's life. He was certain of it. This revelation offered a glimpse into the past, into the true events that led the revolutionary heroes to betray the savior from another world. Victorious soldiers of the great revolution against the tyrannical king erupted in celebration. Yet, amidst their revelry, one revolutionary hero remained apart, lost in thought beside a crackling campfire. It was Saffron. His name was called, and Yexengard, who would one day be king, approached him, questioning why Saffron sat alone when he should be drinking and celebrating their triumph. Saffron, lost in thought, mused that their victory didn't feel entirely their own. He asked who had governed the recently conquered territory. Yexengard enthusiastically declared it was Grus, Emperor Berserk's half-brother, who had fought fiercely for his life. Saffron hypothesized that Grus must have felt utterly deceived, betrayed by someone he trusted. A chilling realization dawned on him. It was easier to view the entire conflict as Emperor Berserk manipulating the revolution's might to eliminate a political rival. Yexengard, however, seemed to care only for the taste of victory, indifferent to who truly benefited. Saffron lamented the loss of his friend's innocence. Yexengard, ever sarcastic, advised Saffron to lighten up, lest his handsome face develop wrinkles. Saffron remained baffled by his friend's apparent irresponsibility. Saffron turned to Yexengard, asking if such thoughts had never crossed his mind, but was cut off before he could finish. Saffron pointed out that he hadn't finished his sentence. Yexengard, with a dismissive smile, claimed there was no need to dwell on such trivialities. He then mocked Saffron, declaring him an overthinker. "Just a guy who swings his sword and fights," he quipped. Saffron found his friend's carefree approach to life oddly amusing. Pondering the uncertain future, Saffron asked Yexengard what would become of the world if Emperor Berserk were defeated and the empire crumbled. He speculated that if the empire collapsed, someone would surely rise to become the new king of Terranor. He wondered who that person might be. Yexengard, seemingly oblivious to the implications, suggested Sihan would likely take the throne, praising his extraordinary nature. He added that Sihan reportedly had no intention of returning to Earth once their mission was complete. Unknowingly, Yexengard had stumbled upon the very topic that tormented Saffron. The young revolutionary hero wondered if Sihan became king, would their friendship endure? Suddenly, Yexengard's expression shifted as he finally grasped the depth of his friend's distress. Saffron, reflecting on history's cruel ironies, reminded him that even the formidable Duke Grus, who trusted his own family, had been betrayed by his brother and ultimately beheaded. He wondered if their own fate would be any different should Sihan claim the crown of Terranor. The scene abruptly shifted. We now saw King Yexengard, seemingly prone on the ground. It was then revealed that these vivid moments were merely fragments of a dream. playing out in Yexengard's mind as he had dozed off during training. He recalled that a decade had passed since those fateful events, since he made the decision that would undoubtedly shape his future. Suddenly, two of Yexengard's servants appeared, intercepting an approaching figure with hushed warnings not to disturb the king's training. Highly irritated, the king's son burst in, his voice echoing through the chambers. Everyone has lost their way! He flung open the doors to his father's training room, fury etched on his face, intent on questioning him about a matter of grave importance. Yexengard, indifferent, simply remarked on the long interval since their last meeting, then coolly asked his son what he wanted. Ainz declared he'd heard rumors of new construction adjacent to the Palace of Southern Flowers, demanding to know the reason for such unnecessary expenses. Yexengard's reply dripped with sarcasm. The heating in the Palace of Southern Flowers was inadequate, he claimed, and his kittens deserved the finest warmth through winter. Ainz, utterly incensed, retorted that it was preposterous to force commoners to build during such a harsh period. What difference is there between you and Emperor Berserk? He challenged. Beneath his defiant questions, a flicker of worry crossed Ainz's face. Yexengard's face contorted in fury. Ainz had crossed the line with his insolent words, the king declared. He would forgive him just this once. He reminded his son that despite their familial bond, some transgressions were unforgivable. Then, testing Ainz's courage, his father challenged him to repeat his accusations about being akin to Emperor Berserk. Ainz visibly trembled, on the verge of cracking under the immense pressure. Yet he gathered his resolve, asserting that the absurd work schedule was hindering labor, causing widespread suffering among the people. He reaffirmed his allegations, demanding again how this differed from Emperor Berserk's tyrannical rule. King Yexengard's irritation intensified into raw fury. "Silence!" Yexengard roared, using his ancestral name, Rodenberg. "It is audacious to question the difference between my reign and the Emperor's." The sheer force of his father's terrifying aura sent Ainz reeling backward, collapsing to the ground. Outraged by his son's persistent accusations, Yexengard dismissed him curtly. "I have no time for such nonsense. Get out of my sight." Even from the ground, Ainz defied him. He had said what needed to be said, he declared, and would leave now. Yexengard's fury blazed. The king then mocked the young man for acting so defiantly after a few mere lectures, branding him a weakling. For Rodenberg, whose own parents and siblings had been hanged after being denounced as traitors, Ainz remained the only blood relative he had ever found. But no swordsman's talent graced his son. Yexengard sneered. "Ainz is sensitive, his body quite slender. At his age I was already an expert. This boy is vastly different from me." The king mused if he had perhaps indulged his son too much, before turning his steps back towards Kelturin's mansion. Meanwhile, the three friends had been accommodated in an ordinary aging building tucked behind the grand mansion. Sahan, stepping inside, gasped at the incredible beauty of its interior, a stark contrast to its unassuming exterior. The protagonist noted the secret entrance was perfect for discreet comings and goings. He remarked on how swiftly they had secured the rooms, only days after his initial request. Kelturin, however, then divulged the true reason for the swift acquisition. "I am still unmarried," the Count explained, "and I built this house to prepare a lady who can fulfill my fantasies." Incredulous, Sahan retorted, "Kidnapping is a crime!" The old man nervously demurred. "It's not quite like that." The Count then elaborated, "If I had a family, they would be exposed to danger, as I am considered a disloyal subject. I built this house as a precaution." Relieved they no longer needed their old dwelling, Xenon cheerfully announced he had put it up for sale, noting it was now worth more than its purchase price. Sahan beamed, realizing they wouldn't have to worry about money anytime soon. The Count, in turn, reminded the young man that his service extended to financial matters. Kelturan, ever mindful of his own precarious standing, urged the savior from another world. "Let me know if you need anything." The Count's solicitous words visibly brightened Sahan's mood. Stepping outside their new quarters, the protagonist commended Alita. "You brought me excellent information." Alita clarified, "Formal titles are not bestowed upon anyone outside the military royalty. Only a proper title or certain comportment can impress upon a person their true station," the young woman explained. "It's best the Count doesn't mistake himself for Sahan's equal," the protagonist confessed. "I don't know much about these matters. Do you care about it?" Alita replied. "I didn't before, but now, after witnessing your potential, I wonder if I should." Sahan, at that moment, appeared utterly bewildered by her words. The young swordswoman quickly reassured him. "It's nothing too serious." She then addressed Sahan directly. "Should Zenon and I also alter the way we speak to you?" Sahan promptly disagreed. "No, that's entirely unnecessary. I want you both to treat me as nothing less than a friend." Alita visibly brightened, thanking him for his kindness. Finally, the young woman inquired, "Why did you call me here?" Sahan's eyes widened slightly as he recalled the important discussion awaiting them. Unexpectedly, the protagonist posed a question. Alita, would you be interested in learning magic? Sahan reasoned that even indirectly, she had summoned him from Earth, a testament to her inherent belief in his potential. He believed her magical potential might even eclipse her combat energy. The protagonist pressed the question, "What do you think of the idea?" Alita hesitated. The young swordswoman, underestimating her own capabilities, murmured, "It would be wonderful to fight and wield magic, but as an ordinary person, I likely couldn't." Sahan, beaming with enthusiasm, challenged her. What doubts could you possibly harbor, especially with a high-ranking mage standing directly before her, poised to teach? A young man destined to become a divine-rank swordsman and a master-ranked mage of the 9th floor. Beginning the instruction, Sahan inquired, "Do you know the basics of magic?" Alita confirmed, "I do." The protagonist commenced his lesson, explaining that magic was fundamentally divided into 3 basic languages. First, the language of runes, which held the power to manipulate magical energy. Second, the spell itself, where raw elemental force, like fire, transformed into a tangible breath, maintained and burning at one's fingertips. And finally, the trigger that activated the magic, the command phrase. For instance, fire magic, to unleash a flame attack. With these points, Sahan concluded his initial teachings. The protagonist assured Alita, once you grow accustomed to it, you'll be able to bypass these steps. It merely requires experience and consistent training. Even with your formidable intellect, Sahan cautioned the young woman, you cannot simply memorize all magical information. This knowledge is truly internalized only through practice. Alita flinched, startled as her friend extended a hand towards her. To her surprise, Sahan conjured a spellbook, explaining, "This is a magical record, a repository for the knowledge and wisdom of mages. It is your first step into the world of magic." Awed by the young man's power, Alita admitted, "I've encountered many mages, but I've never witnessed anything like this." Sahan clarified that such a book was typically invisible to others, serving as a mage's personal vault, containing all their accumulated knowledge. He added that a mage's posture often defined the technique itself. This particular pose, the protagonist instructed his friend, is known as a hand seal or a somatic stance. Sahan then recalled how effortlessly he had aced his national admission exam, a feat made simple by his unique ability to perceive the ethereal knowledge vault, leaving Alita utterly bewildered. The young swordswoman pressed him further. "Is there no combat energy or magic on Earth?" He shook his head. "Earthlings cannot wield such power." Alita countered with a spark of insight. "If you can use magic on Earth, it means the world doesn't reject it, even if magic hasn't developed there." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Sahan's face. "I'm not sure. I never thought about it. Your questions have made even me curious." He explained that his talent for controlling energy had awakened as an effect of crossing dimensions, a gift Earthlings simply didn't possess. The young swordswoman nodded decisively. "Then there's no one on Earth who could ever stand against you." A flush crept up Sahan's neck. He hadn't seen Alita so intensely curious, so captivated by the notion of Earth. Piqued by the Savior's past, she asked, "How did you live after returning to Earth?" As the question left her lips, Alita noticed Sahan's demeanor shift, his gaze growing distant, thoughtful. His gaze distant, Sahan began to recount his abrupt return to Earth. He materialized before a prominent statue in South Korea, amidst the roaring chaos of rush-hour traffic. Within moments, a curious throng coalesced around his sudden appearance, every hand clutching a phone, recording. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. "Why is he naked on the ground? Someone should call the police." Others openly admired his physique, igniting a deep flush of embarrassment on Sahan's face. Yet, even through the shame, a more profound torment gnawed at him. The burning question of his friend's betrayal. A torrent of unanswered questions consumed him from within. Later, at the police station, the officers' questions were sharp. The young man before them, was he the same one found naked near the Gwain woman statue? They mentioned rumors, a 3-year disappearance, whispers of a runaway. The interrogating officer, eyeing the man who had so mysteriously appeared on Earth, demanded, "Where have you been? What were you doing?" Sahan replied, his voice flat, "I don't remember anything." The officer's patience frayed. "Don't lie to me! Stop joking around!" To escape the oppressive situation, Sahan subtly channeled his magic, weaving a gentle suggestion into the interrogator's mind. Under its influence, the officer's demeanor softened. He now believed Sahan's amnesia was genuine, advising him to seek professional help. Emerging from the station, Sahan felt disoriented, adrift without a compass, yet discovered a crucial truth. He could still wield magic on Earth, though its discovery would entail significant complications. Then, something unexpected. A car idled by the curb, seemingly waiting. His father, waiting to pick him up, yet his face was a mask of palpable displeasure. The scene shifted to an apartment in Daejeon, Sahan's childhood home. His father, the man who had raised the savior from another world, was incandescent with rage. "Where have you been? What were you doing?" Why 3 years of silence? No contact, no school. His voice choked with shame. You dropped out. You've shamed me. He thrust a newspaper at Sahan, pointing to a headline that branded him the Gwain woman stripper. My reputation is ruined because of you. Sahan's heart hardened. His father hadn't changed a bit. He hadn't expected a tearful reunion, but to be met with shouts after 3 years of absence. It was beyond the pale. During his time in Terunor, Sahan began, his voice flat. I truly missed Earth. I thought about returning, but what he missed was the internet, the television, his computer, the hum of the air conditioner's heater, not his family, not his home. In that moment, Sahan knew, with a certainty that chilled him, that his father cared only for himself. Seething, his father barked orders. Get your diploma, your graduation certificate, and go study in Seoul. Stop ruining my reputation. To silence the relentless tirade, Sahan merely nodded. I'll do as you say. But the older man raged on, spewing venom. You'll only become a decent human being if you excel in your studies. If you can't even manage that, you might as well disappear again. Sahan simply tuned him out, dismissing the old man's words as irrelevant noise. His mind drifted back to Terunor. He had fought with every fiber of his being, risked his life for a future shared with others, only to be betrayed. All that remained was an insatiable desire to return to that world, to settle scores. Revenge simmered in his thoughts, a constant guiding fire. A year passed quickly. Sahan feigned attendance at cram school, retreating instead to his room to pore over ancient texts and magic theory, searching for a path back to Terranor. Armed with forbidden knowledge gleaned from a spellbook, he effortlessly secured his diploma and gained acceptance into a prestigious Seoul university. His father, believing Seihin had finally woken up to life, beamed with pride, declaring he could now walk with his head held high. Now, brimming with self-assurance, Sahan decided it was time to address his father, having fulfilled the man's demands. He calmly informed the older man of his resolve to move out, to support himself, and forbade his father from attempting contact. Sahan's words ignited a fresh conflagration of fury in his father. As Sahan walked away, the old man's shouts pursued him. You're underestimating life. You won't be able to handle things on your own. Sahan merely scoffed inwardly. He was underestimating the world, but not in the way his father imagined. He possessed powers far superior to the paltry laws of modern civilization, combat energy and magic. With his combat energy, Sahan found wealth ridiculously simple to acquire. He could command the very velocity of horse races, manipulating outcomes for his own gain. In less than a year, he amassed a fortune vast enough to erase all financial anxieties. The ease of earthly success stood in stark contrast to his true objective. Returning to Terranor remained an insurmountable challenge. He had scarcely grazed the outermost layer of dimensional understanding. Even if he mastered interdimensional transit, the sheer impossibility of pinpointing Terranor among countless realities loomed. He began to tell himself it didn't matter if he failed or succeeded, for the path offered no discernible clues. At this rate, a decade would vanish, perhaps even himself. His once unyielding resolve began to rust under the relentless assault of time and daunting reality. He even pondered if this exile was meant as a merciful end to his fervent quest, a punishment less severe than death. Gradually, he began to broker a truce with his new existence. Human relationships, he reasoned, were inherently fraught, making Lavina's actions and even her betrayal somehow comprehensible. He found himself forging excuses, constructing justifications, until the raw edge of his fury finally dulled. To his own astonishment, the anger he swore would cling forever dissipated. He released his betrayers from the prison of his resentment, deciding then and there he would never again set foot in Terranor. 7 years melted away. Sahan embraced his earthly reality, severing the last threads of his vengeful ambition. Though he had initially recoiled from intimacy, he slowly forged bonds with classmates. After his military service, even the tormenting specters of Terranor ceased to haunt his sleep, replaced instead by the mundane horror of returning to active duty. He briefly entertained the notion of wielding his powers to elevate Earth, to shape it into a better world. But he'd tasted the bitter fruits of reckless power once before, and the memory of its consequences still stung. Over time, however, the savior from another world found himself staring into a void of ennui. With the ability to do anything, life on Earth had become anything but fun. Then, on an unremarkable morning as he paced the gym floor, something pricked his senses. A strange energy, faint at first, then rapidly intensifying, called to him. It was chillingly familiar, a whisper of impossible hope. His conviction solidified. This was the undeniable magical essence of Terranor. He moved with sudden, desperate speed, driven to verify this impossible sensation. Yet, a torrent of questions crashed through his mind. How? Why now? Why after all these barren years? He couldn't fathom the reason, but in that moment, he perceived not just a trace, but the very coordinates of Terranor, the dimension he had so fiercely, fruitlessly pursued. Slowly, inexorably, the dormant ember of hope reignited. Sahan felt an unshakable certainty. This time, everything would be different. He would finally breach the barrier and reclaim his home. Past failures, where the lack of precise location had rendered every attempt futile, now seemed irrelevant. This time, fate itself decreed a different outcome. A blinding, incandescent light blossomed before him, igniting his expectations to an feverish pitch. Doubt vanished, replaced by an absolute conviction. Terranor's magic was piercing the dimensional veil, manifesting on Earth. Yet, a nagging question arose. Did it even matter? He had forsaken Terranor, abandoned the very idea of return. He had proclaimed forgiveness, sworn he'd forgotten them all, but an ache lingered. A hollow space within his chest. The gnawing emptiness confirmed it. He hadn't truly forgiven them. He had simply capitulated to despair, resigning himself to an inescapable fate, mistakenly equating surrender with absolution. No, this time, he wouldn't yield. Sahan's conviction hardened to steel. He would return. He would not give up. From that day forward, school became an afterthought. He re-immersed himself in the rigorous practice of combat energy and magic, channeling every waking moment into research on interdimensional travel. The resurgence of that familiar energy ignited his heart, stirring the hope he'd suppressed for so long. 10 years after his exile, a miracle unfolded. Terranor and Earth forged a direct connection. Having successfully bridged the impossible chasm, Sahan stood transfixed, his mind a sudden blank. But the stupor quickly shattered, replaced by a surge of renewed purpose. A thrill coursed through him. He had done it. He had opened the gateway to Terranor, and with it, the dormant embers of revenge flared into an inferno. Forgiveness? That will only come after I reclaim everything stolen from me. Later, relating his tale to Alita, Sahan casually mentioned how well he'd managed since being shunted back to Earth. With combat energy and magic at my command, everything became simpler. He downplayed the struggles, glossing over the darker aspects of a decade in exile. As he recounted his 10 years on Earth, his friends' faces glowed with relief. The light-hearted mood shattered without warning. On a bright, sunny day, Alita suddenly dropped to her knees, her eyes fluttering shut as if overwhelmed by an internal tremor. "Are you all right?" Sahan asked, concern etching his features. "I felt something strange," she replied, her voice a bewildered whisper. Sahan confirmed her suspicions. What she felt was magic. He explained that learning the basics was crucial, but understanding how to wield it mattered most. Confidently, he urged her to push her limits. He then revealed that while she focused on reaching the 3rd floor, he had meticulously hidden the summoning spells from the other world. Alita's eyes widened in surprise. "Don't you recall using a flicker of magic yourself shortly after you arrived?" he prompted. "You weren't eradicating it, just concealing it. It shouldn't be too challenging," he explained. A smile touched his lips as he added, "Once you begin erasing your own magical traces, I'll have no reason to pursue you further." The statement sparked a ripple of anxiety in Alita. "If I erase my traces from the summoning spell, will I truly be free to travel alone?" she asked. "Yes," he affirmed. "I will never restrict your freedom," Sahan countered, emphasizing her need for a peaceful life, free from others' troubles. But Alita harbored different intentions. The young swordswoman declared, "If I remain by your side, I can help you," Sahan conceded. "You are the only person I can truly trust in Terranor. Your assistance would be invaluable." Alita's curiosity was piqued. "What do you plan to do after you achieve your revenge?" she pressed, a hint of worry in her voice. "Do you still intend to remain in Terranor just as you planned 10 years ago?" "Things are different now," Sahan replied. "This world no longer holds any preciousness for me." He explained his return was for unfinished business. He could only move forward once all the loose ends of his past were meticulously tied. Then, Alita received a startling revelation. After securing his revenge, he intended to return to Earth, specifically to South Korea. A shadow of worry crossed Alita's face. "Will you have to burn someone's heart to return to South Korea?" she asked, her voice hushed. Sahan's brow furrowed, irritated by her morbid insinuation. "Traveling from Earth to Terranor is akin to a miracle," he stated, his tone sharp. "But the journey back is considerably simpler." To quell her fears and prove no sacrifice was needed, Sahan conjured a shimmering portal, an ethereal gateway back to South Korea. He reassured Alita, explaining, "The only complication is that you wouldn't know where you'd emerge. But as I am from Earth, I don't need to designate a specific landing point. I'll simply return home." A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. "My sole concern is the exact landing spot," he muttered, remembering his initial, rather exposed return. However, I've already pre-prepared a magic circle for my departure, he clarified, a wry grin twisting his lips. I'd rather not repeat my unplanned stripper show debut in Guanghuamen. Noticing the lingering trauma behind his jest, Alita felt a surge of resolve. The young descendant of the Luskland clan vowed, I will not leave your side. I am the cursed daughter of Emperor Berserk, Alita stated, her gaze distant. Even if I remain in Terranor, I foresee little light in my future. Clearly, she harbored no desire to stay. The young swordswoman made her proposition. I will aid you in your revenge, she promised, but in exchange for something once it's all concluded. Then her request came, bold and sudden. Take me with you to Earth. Meanwhile, in a contrasting scene, the opulent gardens of King Jexengard's palace unfolded. There, a beautiful young woman stood alone, lost in admiration of the vibrant flora. Her solitude was soon broken by a voice. Why does such a lovely lady walk unattended in the afternoon? Prince Ainz, King Jexengard's son, emerged. The beautiful woman, Queen Layla, visibly brightened at his sight. The sky is breathtaking, she replied, her gaze still upward. Enraptured by her beauty, Ainz cautioned, it is unsafe for you to be here alone. I am well, Layla insisted, a faint bitterness coloring her tone. Even as queen, I am merely a decorative piece, devoid of power or influence. For that, I have no worries. Her unhappiness was palpable as she mused. It would be different if the king truly loved me. Instead, he spends his days with his concubines. Ainz, with unsettling honesty, confessed, to be frank, the fact that my father has no interest in you makes me happy. He embraced the queen, reiterating his twisted delight that his father harbored no affection for her. Yet, keenly aware of the perilous implications, Layla pleaded, Ainz, don't hold me. Someone might see. Deeply enamored, the prince dismissed her fear. There's no one around, he whispered, his face drawing impossibly close to hers. Uncaring of the consequences, Ainz tightened his grip on Layla, then kissed her passionately amidst the vibrant beauty of the garden. As the prince continued his stroll through the mansion's grounds, a prickle of unease snaked through him. He sensed an unseen presence. Stop hiding. Show yourself, Ainz commanded, his voice cutting through the garden's serenity. From behind a grand pillar, Kelteron materialized. Why were you looking for me? Ainz inquired. The Count wasted no time. I have urgent information to relay. Elsewhere, Zihan emerged, cautiously sampling something. This will surely be bitter, he mused. Zenon, eager to please, presented a sauce. Try this, he urged. It will surely enhance the flavor. Zihan tasted and nodded approval of his friend's sauce. A highly effective, albeit expensive pill designed to boost combat energy was now in circulation. Alita praised its potency. Even taking just 2 a day makes a significant difference in my body. Zihan had secured a supply. We can take these like snacks thanks to the Count's support, he was heard to remark. Sahan, clearly pleased, welcomed the influx of resources. His combat energy recovery, he observed, was exceeding expectations. At this rapid pace, he mused, a confrontation with King Jexengard loomed very soon. Meanwhile, at the Count's mansion, one of Kelteron's maids informed him, The great Sihan is here to see you. Irritation etched across the Count's face. He snapped. Sihan was late. I summoned you ages ago. Why appear only now? His voice rose to a shout, an authoritarian command echoing through the hall. Enter immediately! Kelteron barked, his gaze sweeping over the maids who scattered, their hurried exits fueled by palpable fear. Sihan, momentarily bewildered, watched the flustered women vanish. Then, an abrupt shift. The Count dropped into a deep, almost prostrate bow, his body angled low as if offering supplication. Welcome, Sihan, Kelteron murmured, the previous hostility wiped clean from his demeanor. You could play a role in a drama, Count, Sihan drawled, a sarcastic edge to his tone. If I didn't know better, I'd believe it was real. He then adopted a formal air. Regarding my request, Kelteron anticipated the question. The list you asked for is prepared. The Count revealed its contents. A meticulous compilation of individuals possessing sufficient power and moral conviction to challenge Jexengard. I'm certain they would all side with you against the king, Kelteron asserted, his strategic mind at work. But that would only buy other monarchs time to prepare their defenses against retaliation. He leaned in. The true path is to orchestrate a situation where we can topple the tyrannical Jexengard with the unified will of the citizenry. A brilliant notion, wouldn't you agree? Sihan, however, remained skeptical. The reaction wouldn't be as impressive, considering Rotenberg's governance, he mused. He still fancies himself a revolutionary hero, after all. A strategy began to coalesce in Sihan's mind. Jexengard's iron grip on the military, the unwavering loyalty of the Black Lion Knights, these were formidable obstacles. Yet, a vulnerability flickered into view. Gelderin and Livel's clandestine actions during the last expedition, a gap where Sihan could intervene. Kelteron added another layer to the challenge. And then there are the loyal aristocrats, the very heart of authority, Sihan pressed. Who stands at the core of it all? The Count's unexpected reply hung in the air. Myself. Sihan's surprise was evident. The chances of success are 50-50, he acknowledged, his expression grim. Possible, yes, but far from easy. Sihan then pinpointed a name on Kelteron's list. This person would be the optimal choice. Kelteron nodded in agreement, then qualified. I concur, but there's a complication. The prince, a sneer twisted the count's lips. He loathes me as if I were an insect. Ainz the prince erupted. You truly intend to betray my father, Kelteron? And you expect me to believe this? His voice seethed with fury. Kelteron merely found amusement in the king's blind trust, a trust born of ignorance. The count internally rationalized his actions, framing them as a necessary sacrifice for Kaihan's cause, yet he dared not divulge the true depth of his plan to the prince. Ainz, visibly annoyed, bristled. How dare you speak of patriotism as if you weren't merely a parasite of the lion? Get to the point! Kelteron instantly registered the prince's impatience for directness. With a shrewd glint in his eye, Kelteron pivoted. You are correct, your highness. I am a parasite. His voice dropped, confidential. But a good parasite knows how to choose a good host. And the king is a host nearing his end. Ainz's expression hardened, clearly unpleased by Kelteron's brazen pronouncements. That is not something one says, even in jest, the prince retorted, his tone icy. I am well aware of the consequences, Kelteron countered calmly. To be frank, useless patriotism and suffering citizens are not what truly concern me. Yet I am certain this path will alleviate their suffering. He fixed Ainz with a confident stare. Every disloyal subject dreams of a long, prosperous life. What good is luxury if it's fleeting? Still unable to fathom Kelteron's true gambit, Ainz challenged him. My father is still young. What makes you think his reign will be short? Kelteron's confident smirk widened. That, your highness, is a question to which you already know the answer. The old man launched into a stark assessment of the king's reign. Should he show even a sliver of weakness, the entire kingdom will crumble, he pressed, trying to sway the prince. The camaraderie of revolutionary heroes is a relic of the past. My focus now is the citizens' well-being. A fleeting, craven thought crossed Kelteron's mind. His fallback plan, should the kingdom fall, involved selling the nation and fleeing. Thanks to Sihan, he found himself playing the patriot. If the kingdom falls, old man, you won't be safe, even if you stoop to selling our country, Ainz warned. But a deeper question gnawed at him. Even if I were to become king, I still don't see how this benefits you. You'd only retain your luxurious life if you remained in your current position. Direct and sharp, Ainz's gaze pierced Kelteron. You know exactly what I think of you. What makes you believe I would ever favor you? Kelteron, desperate to seal the deal, offered a potent pledge. If you rule for the citizens' sake, I shall follow your commands. If you seek luxury and pleasure, I shall follow your commands just the same. He laid out the contrast starkly. Yexengard demanded greed and tyranny from me. What would you demand? Were you king? But the prince, after Kelteron's words, remained visibly unconvinced. I have said what I needed to say, Kelteron concluded, his voice final. The decision now rests with you, young man. With that, the count exited, leaving Ainz alone, the air thick with the prince's barely contained fury. On the verge of an explosive outburst, Ainz remained motionless, lost in silent, simmering thought. Even as Kelteron exited, he delivered his final gambit, informing the young man that the woman was indeed the queen. The implication that she was the king's wife was clear. Prince Ainz's fury mounted with each insidious word. His irritation boiling, Ainz demanded, "What do you intend by saying such things, Count?" The old man's gaze, sharp with knowing sarcasm, pierced Ainz, confirming the unspoken secret. Finally, Kelteron stated, "Only the one wearing the crown may lie with the queen." Meanwhile, back at Kelteron's mansion, Sihan remained oblivious, engrossed in a book. He savored the rare pleasure of quiet relaxation when, suddenly, his peace shattered. From somewhere within the house, desperate screams erupted. Sihan flung open the door, concern etched on his face. "What's happening?" "I heard someone screaming." Alita stumbled into view, eyes wide with fright, her voice a desperate plea as she called his name. The real reason for the screams became immediately apparent. The young woman, seemingly unable to control her burgeoning powers, had nearly struck Zenon. Sihan rushed to his friend, calling out his name, then began gently shaking him. "Zenon, pull yourself together. What happened?" Alita, knowing the terrifying truth, was determined to explain everything to Sihan. She began to recount how she had been training near a garden Zenon had planted. Her young swordswoman's mind vividly recalled Zenon observing the plants, remarking that they were thriving and would soon be ready for harvest. At that moment, after a month of rigorous training, Alita felt a surge of confidence. Today was the day for her first true spell. Summoning her spellbook, she resolved to conjure her first magic. Following Sahan's prior demonstration, she chose the simplest first-floor enchantment, fire magic. But the moment she began chanting, commanding flames to coalesce around her fingers, something far beyond her expectations occurred. Alita, far more powerful than she realized, instantly lost control. Terror clawed at her as the raw vastness of her magic overwhelmed her, spiraling rapidly out of control. Zenon, still admiring his plants nearby, turned at the sudden surge of energy. "Are you okay?" But it was already too late. A massive fireball hurtled towards him. Zenon, bewildered and paralyzed, stood frozen, unable to react or defend himself. The colossal fireball exploded mere feet away, sending him flying through the air. "That's what happened," Alita finished, her voice tinged with regret. "I was so worried about hitting Zenon, I redirected it towards the plants instead." Zenon, however, seemed to wish her spell had hit him rather than his beautiful garden, his daughters, as he affectionately called them. In her earnest innocence, Alita apologized, vowing to aim at him next time. This only exacerbated Zenon's irritation. "No, aim for the sky, you dolt." Sahan, now taking in the scorched earth and splintered foliage, declared, "This is strange." The magic Alita conjured, it wasn't a first-floor spell, not with this kind of damage. To confirm his suspicions, he asked her to repeat the incantation. As Alita began the chant again, Sahan, the savior from another world, watched, utterly astonished by the raw power his friend now wielded. Before she could inadvertently cause another catastrophe, he quickly intervened. "Stop, Alita!" He pondered how such immense magical aptitude could manifest in someone with virtually no formal training. "The magic I'm sensing, Alita," he explained, his voice serious. "It's comparable to fifth-floor spells, possibly even seventh floor." Zenon, stunned, stammered, "Are your calculations wrong, idol?" Sahan shook his head. "It defies all sense, yet raw magical talent often does." Bewildered by the sheer scope of her own power, Alita pleaded, "Someone please explain what's happening." Sahan, now addressing Alita, began to elucidate. "Normally, mages absorb 10 units of ambient magic from nature and convert it into 1 or 2 units of usable energy. But with you, Alita, while you absorb 10 units like anyone else, your magic doesn't diminish during transformation. Instead, it amplifies. It's as if," Sahan mused aloud, "you're drawing power from some unknown external source." He pondered if Sagrin or Lilstein held any answers, while Alita, troubled, worried her extraordinary talent would only hinder her learning. "Since you can't control it," he cautioned, his gaze serious, "it's far too risky. You must cease practicing for now." Still grappling with the implications, Alita clarified, "So, is my power truly that potent right now?" Her resolve hardening, Alita declared, "I can't help you with your revenge in my current state, Sahan. I will master this power." Sahan watched her, a flicker of surprise and perhaps a touch of awe in his eyes at her unwavering determination. A thought sparking in his mind, Sihan then confided in Alita, "Truthfully, there's a way to help you harness that power." He recalled facing the same struggle himself. As a human, his own rate of magic absorption far outstripped that of Terranorians, rendering his powers almost uncontrollable. A surge of hope transformed Alita's expression. To learn that her volatile new abilities might be tamed brought a visible wave of relief. Sihan offered his assistance, yet cautioned her, "I might be able to help you, but the risks are unknown. Are you comfortable with that?" Alita's enthusiastic, "Yes," was her only reply. Back in the opulent chambers of Keltaran Mansion, Sihan sought out the Count. Keltaran greeted the boy's return with a pleased smile. Sihan immediately pressed for updates on their efforts to sway the prince. The Count confirmed that Prince Ainz had indeed shown a flicker of interest since their last private meetings. Keltaran told Sihan, however, that for the king's son to fully commit, Ainz demanded tangible proof of the Count's capability to execute the plan. A surge of excitement coursed through Sihan. "I anticipated the prince would demand something of the sort. What precisely does he seek?" Keltaran leaned closer. "Ainz has requested the elimination of one of the king's 3 loyal dogs." Sihan's brow furrowed. "Who are these individuals?" The Count explained that the prince spoke of powerful subordinates, those who deftly manipulated the government from behind velvet curtains. In the military sector, that would be the formidable Great Berkeley, leader of the Order of the Black Lion Knights. Economically, there is Duke Cromatant, the kingdom's wealthiest man and father-in-law to King Jexengard himself. Sihan's voice dripped with sarcasm. "And the last of the king's loyal dogs, I presume?" With a knowing, almost déjà-vu-like smile, Keltaran declared, "That would be me." The Count then revealed Prince Ainz's specific target, Berkeley. The name alone sent a ripple of concern through Sihan. Berkeley was a master-ranked swordsman, a formidable opponent. Keltaran, radiating confidence, dismissed Sihan's worry. "For someone as powerful as the savior from another world, I'm certain it will be a mere trifle." Sihan conceded the point, but a new challenge loomed. "I'll have to conceal my identity, which means forsaking my unique fighting techniques. That will be far from easy. Kelterin then inquired if Sihan had ever encountered the great Berkeley. Sihan shook his head, drawing a blank. The Count revealed that Berkeley, upon achieving nobility, had shed his former identity and name. He was once known as Darth Wald. Meanwhile, in a stark shift of scene, the colossal new castle of King Jexengard rose from the earth. Amidst the ceaseless clamor, a knight from the Order of the Black Lions hectored exhausted slaves, driving them to hasten the construction of the new Rothenburg Empire. The knight, bristling with cruel authority, bellowed, "Must I dispatch another worker to impress upon you the urgency?" Before his words could fully echo, the very knight who had just menaced the slaves suddenly crumpled, struck down. From the bewildered crowd, a worker's voice rang out, raw with outrage. "We will no longer endure these cruel circumstances, living for Jexengard's twisted amusement." With newfound resolve, he declared, "We will break free from this bondage." The Black Lion Knights recoiled, surprised, a chilling question forming in their minds. Was this a revolution? A moment later, the construction site erupted into a bloody melee, soldiers clashing with the awakened workers. A Black Lion Knight sprinted to his leader, breathlessly reporting that the laborers in the working area had ignited a full-scale rebellion. Berkeley, however, merely waved a dismissive hand, unconcerned. "Even if true, they are merely workers. Handle this insignificant uprising." The knight pressed on, revealing a crucial detail. Some of these rebellious slaves were once part of Jexengard's former revolutionary army. Berkeley's dismissive demeanor faltered. He knew the tenacity of those individuals. They never truly lost their pride. His indifference shattered. The leader of the Black Lion Knights resolved to personally crush the uprising. But as he approached, a shocking sight awaited the soldiers. The knights froze, stunned by the identity of the figure leading the rebellion. The leader of the revolution, his voice resonant with authority, commanded the soldiers to retreat. "I have no intention of harming my allies." Terror seized the knights as the revolutionary leader introduced himself. "I am Captain Dillarth, a master-ranked swordsman." His name struck fear into their hearts. But Dillarth's defiance was soon met with an unexpected development. The great Berkeley himself arrived, his face a mask of fury at having been forced to intervene. "Is this what you call a revolution?" An intimidating aura emanated from Berkeley. "Will you defy the king's orders? I will tolerate no more atrocities." Berkeley's gaze, dripping with sarcasm, fixed on Dillarth. "Long time no see, Gramps." He underscored Dillarth's advanced age with the patronizing epithet. The revolutionary leader, in turn, addressed the king's subordinate by a name from the distant past. "I no longer answer to Darth Wald," Berkeley retorted, his voice chilling. "Address me as the great Berkeley." Dillarth's resolve hardened. "I never thought I'd draw my sword again after the world shifted, but I will fight for these suffering people." "You may have retired," Berkeley countered, "but you remain a knight. Will you discard your loyalty and commit treason?" The accusation of treason ignited a fierce rage in Dillarth, his old friend's words stinging. "Look with your own eyes," Dillarth seethed, gesturing to the miserable workers. "These poor souls suffer because of your greed. Where is the honor? Where is the pride in that?" Berkeley's eyes remained cold, impassive to the plight of the slaves. "What truly matters," the leader of the Black Lion Knights declared, "is unwavering loyalty to one's lord." Incensed by Berkeley's cold disregard, Dillarth pushed further. "Is this the world you truly desired, Darth Wald?" The Black Lion Knight's leader bristled, his voice a low growl. "Do not dare utter that name again, old friend." Stance shifting, poised for battle, Darth Wald, or rather Berkeley von Ratchast, as he now declared, a name of honor bestowed by the king, stood ready. The words were barely out before Berkeley lunged. Dillarth barely had time to react as the former allies clashed, igniting a brutal duel. The tide swiftly turned. Berkeley's power surged, each strike driving Dillarth back, a grim worry etching itself onto the revolutionary's face. From the sidelines, Sihan grimly assessed, "He's far stronger than he used to be despite their equal rank. A formidable opponent." True to the observation, Berkeley unleashed a merciless barrage, hammering his former comrade with relentless force. A sickening thud echoed as the Black Lion Knight's leader finally landed a decisive blow. Dillarth reeled, then crumpled. The revolution, it seemed, was already over. Witnessing their captain's brutal defeat, a collective roar of outrage erupted from the workers. "How dare you strike Captain Dillarth?" Berkeley, now truly Darth Wald in his ruthless demeanor, pivoted to face the burgeoning rebellion. His gaze swept over the crowd, a chilling realization dawning. These faces, they are not mere laborers. laborers. They are swordsmen of the Revolutionary Army. Enraged by their defiance, he snarled, charging toward the protesting crowd. A true lion does not concern himself with the scurrying of rats. Having dealt with the enemy leader, Darthwald barked his next command. "Black lions, punish the rest of these traitors!" Without hesitation, Berkeley's soldiers descended upon the unarmed laborers, blades flashing, cries of despair filling the air. Unmoved, Darthwald watched his old friend lie broken on the bloodied ground. Berkeley approached the fallen Dillarth, his voice dripping with contempt. "You are nothing but a useless old man. You could have fled, old friend, if you hadn't shackled yourself to these peasants. Why throw away your loyalty, your life for them?" Dillarth, gasping for breath, offered a blood-flecked, sardonic grin in response. A ragged laugh bubbled from Dillarth's throat. "You speak of knightly honor and pride, Berkeley, yet you forget the very reason I ignited this revolution. I know you, Darthwald. You are no knight. You are merely an assassin, just as you always were." Berkeley's expression remained utterly devoid of remorse, Dillarth's accusations washing over him like idle wind. With a final, swift stroke, Darthwald ended Dillarth's life. He sheathed his blood-slicked blade, a cold declaration falling from his lips. "I told you not to call me that name. I abandoned it long ago." Just then, a soldier rushed up, saluting briskly. "Captain, the revolution is crushed. All armed rebels are defeated, and the unarmed have been secured as hostages." Berkeley's eyes, however, burned with a colder intent. "Hostages?" he snarled, the word a sneer. The young soldier flinched, quickly apologizing. The Black Lion captain's gaze, brimming with pure hatred, swept over the remaining captives. "They are all traitors! Their punishment is death! Why have you not finished them yet?" Before another order could be given, a commanding voice cut through the chaos. "Royal Guards, cease your actions immediately." It was Prince Ains, flanked by Sihan, who strode onto the scene, his voice ringing with authority. "I will permit no further deaths." Berkeley's face contorted in a mask of outrage as Ains brazenly countermanded his command. The prince fixed the captain with a steely glare. "I will not tolerate you harming these workers further. Remember, Captain, I am the sole heir to the throne." Berkeley sneered, a defiant challenge in his tone. "The right to command is mine, Prince." Ains, unperturbed, countered with chilling practicality. "If you slaughter all these laborers, Captain, who will build my father's royal palace? We should wait until it is finished, shouldn't we?" Berkeley's anger flared, realizing Ains intended to simply send the traitors back to construction, unpunished. Seeing no immediate way to defy the crown prince, Berkeley begrudgingly conceded. "Since the young master commands it, I will indeed send them back to the palace construction." Ains, clearly dissatisfied, held Berkeley's gaze with an intense, unwavering stare. With a curt nod, the prince departed, his presence no longer needed. "Insolent brat," Berkeley muttered, his fury simmering. He watched Ains and Sihan disappear, musing aloud. "Order demands firmness. How could a tiger like the king sire such a kitten?" Meanwhile, having distanced themselves, Ains turned to Sihan. "What do you make of Berkeley? I can't fathom how a hero of the Revolutionary Army fell so far." Sihan, already too familiar with the captain's nature, replied, "He hasn't changed. He simply removes anyone who impedes his path precisely as Jexengard desires." Our protagonist added, "This is the only justice Berkeley understands." Ains's eyebrows rose. "You speak as if you knew the former Captain Darthwald yourself." Sihan, caught off guard, flushed with embarrassment. Quickly recovering, Sihan stammered, "It's merely what I overheard from the Count." Ains mused, a touch of surprise in his voice. "Keltheron? How curious that he would speak so openly." Then, his gaze turning serious, Ains asked, "Tell me, Sihan, how did you find yourself entangled in all of this?" Our protagonist met the prince's eyes. "I simply believe I am better suited for the throne than anyone else. So, I offered my aid." Ains studied Sihan, weighing his words. "I've never heard such a declaration," he admitted, a hint of bitterness in his tone. "Only ever gossip, comparing my father to a tiger and me to his dog." Seizing the opportunity to earn Ains's trust, Sihan offered a confident smile. "The dog prince is humanity's most loyal companion, arguably the most useful creature in history," he continued, his voice steady. "King Jexengard is undoubtedly a tiger, a powerful ruler, but I, for one, would prefer to serve a kitten over a roaring lion." Ains's trust began to solidify. The prince observed Sihan, finding him an increasingly intriguing individual. The more they spoke, the more his confidence in the young man grew. Yet a shadow of worry crossed Sihan's face. Dilartha's words echoed in Sihan's mind. Was this current world truly what they had envisioned? The price of making traitors pay often meant shattering present comfort and peace. A gnawing irritation settled within him, the thought of disrupting such tranquility for personal vengeance. Still, a quiet gratitude for Yexengard's actions, which had solidified his resolve for revenge rather than sowing doubt, remained. Meanwhile, in a bustling tavern, the easygoing din of workers eating and drinking gave way to a palpable irritation. Their resentment stemmed from the sight of Captain Berkeley and his Black Lion Knights, reveling loudly at a nearby table. The captain, their boisterous leader, then turned to his subordinates. "Have any of you heard about the rabble from the construction camp?" One general, bewildered, asked. "What happened, Captain?" "I've heard nothing of it," Berkeley scoffed, addressing the younger man. "The prince has requested a new residential building and extra supplies for those workers. Do you think I permitted such a thing?" His tone dripped with sarcasm. "I was vehemently against it. Rewarding them for their transgressions? It makes no sense. Anyone would see that as an invitation to revolution." The generals nodded in agreement, reinforcing their captain's stance. "That's precisely why you should rule with an iron fist, Captain. Those peasants are nothing but poor, defenseless fools." Just then, an unexpected threat materialized. A dark projectile streaked through the tavern's doors, flying with lethal precision toward the Black Lion Knight's table. An arrow, swift and silent, hurtled directly at the captain's face, freezing every patron in the tavern. Yet Berkeley remained unfazed, not a flicker of fear crossing his features. His generals, however, erupted in desperate shouts. "Captain, dodge! Quickly!" Then an astonishing feat unfolded. With a mere twitch of his head, Berkeley shattered the incoming arrow against his forehead, splintering it into a dozen pieces. His generals, awestruck, roared their praise, marveling at their leader's incredible display of power. A sarcastic smirk played on Berkeley's lips. Clearly amused, the captain mused, to fire with such precision through that narrow window, the arrow must have carried a fair bit of combat energy. Confident in both his own might and his loyal generals, Berkeley beckoned them. "Let's go see who dares challenge us." With that, he strode out of the tavern. Stepping into the street, Berkeley exuded an unshakable confidence. Entirely unafraid, he paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he noted a detail. A poorly executed trick. No one would miss a body in these conditions. But his surprise deepened to shock as his gaze landed on his actual attackers. It was Sihan, or Sean Stein as he was now known, accompanied by his friend Zenon. The captain's brow furrowed. "Who sent you to finish me off? The prince or that coward Kelteron?" Sihan, radiating grim confidence, retorted, "Think what you wish, Berkeley. You won't leave this place alive." With a resolute will to earn Prince Antice's trust, the young man summoned the power into his swords, declaring his intent to eliminate the captain. Berkeley, utterly fearless, chuckled. "For a kid, you're quite determined. A pity you're also stupid." Trusting implicitly in his subordinate's potential, the captain challenged the young man. "Do you truly believe two of you are enough to face my Black Lion generals?" Just then, one of Berkeley's subordinates lunged at Zenon, who, expecting an easy target, was momentarily caught off guard. Berkeley, a sneer on his face, called out to his generals, "Go easy on them! We need them alive!" Yet, before the captain could finish his condescending command, he was taken aback. Berkeley's eyes widened. Something was different about Zenon. Sihan's friend, recovering with startling speed, launched a fierce counterattack against the general, a move that sent a ripple of unease through the captain. Simultaneously, Sihan engaged another of Berkeley's men in a blur of motion. The general, now focusing his full attention on Sihan, initiated a flurry of attacks, which the young man deftly dodged. Frustrated by Sihan's elusive movements, the general grunted, "Quite agile, aren't you, little eel?" A grim realization dawned on Berkeley. He had gravely underestimated them. Their skills, he now saw, perfectly matched their audacious confidence. The captain's voice cut through the clamor. "The other two! Join the fray! We need them alive!" Sihan quickly relayed to Zenon. "We've been ambushed by all four of Berkeley's subordinates." Zenon, his brow furrowed with concern, challenged the generals. "Do you knights possess no honor? 4 against 2? One of the furious subordinates snarled. "How dare you speak of honor after attempting assassination?" To the general's utter surprise, Zenon simply nodded. Sihan, observing their predicament, stated grimly, "An iron wall surrounds us." The confident generals, however, merely boasted, "You won't escape." Realizing the futility of capturing them alive, one of the generals declared, "It's impossible to take them alive." With that, one of the 4 charged, his attack a desperate blur. But Sihan was already moving, as if anticipating that very move. Sihan, intimately familiar with the Black Lion Knight's battle strategy, had anticipated this move, planning every counter. As the general committed to his attack, he lowered his shield, a fleeting moment of vulnerability. Sihan seized it, though the general's sudden maneuver still managed to catch the young man off guard. With a gap exposed in the general's defense, Sihan and Zenon lunged forward, not towards him, but past him. "Today is not the day to fight," Sihan barked at Zenon, propelling them both into a desperate sprint. The generals, witnessing their escape, erupted in furious shouts. How dare they flee when the going gets tough? Having initiated the attack themselves, the captain's four subordinates, fueled by a determination to prevent Zenon and Sihan's escape, immediately gave chase. One general scoffed, "We may lack expertise in whirlwind or wild wind techniques, but even without such speed, capturing these two will prove effortless." As they pursued, another general remarked on the fugitives' apparent lightness. For knights of high sword rank, their equipment seems no heavier than feathers. Sihan and Zenon, seizing a momentary advantage, swiftly plunged beneath a nearby bridge, disappearing from sight. They appeared to have shaken off their pursuers, yet their relief was short-lived. The generals soon reappeared, boxing Sihan and Zenon in once more. "That path has been blocked for years," one general sneered. Then Berkeley materialized, his voice laced with disdain. "Idiots! Trying to escape through there. Had you jumped between the buildings, you might have stood a chance." The leader of the generals spoke with sarcastic menace. "You should have been more cautious if you intended to harm a captain of the knights." To Berkeley's astonishment, however, the two fugitives showed little concern at being cornered. Sihan merely shrugged. "We were cautious enough, perhaps even too much so." He met Berkeley's gaze, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "We don't plan to do everything ourselves." Just then, a figure emerged from the encroaching darkness. To everyone's surprise, it was Elida, the young swordswoman. Berkeley stared, visibly baffled by their intent. The generals, vastly underestimating Elida, began to mock her. "Is this your grand trap, then? One high-ranked swordswoman?" Even Captain Berkeley let out a derisive laugh. But then, a subtle shift caught his attention. Something undeniably strange about the young woman. Elida's presence radiated an unexpected energy. Berkeley's laughter died on his lips as he realized this sudden, terrifying force isn't combat energy. The young Lusklin descendant, recalling Sihan's teachings, remembered his words. "If you can't control your overwhelming magical energy, learn advanced magic first. It will require only your innate power, allowing you to unleash your full potential." In that instant, Elida unleashed a devastating blast of power against the generals and Berkeley. The attack, a blinding torrent of magic, was called the Blazing Bright Light Arcane Explosion. The sheer devastation it wrought was breathtaking. Even Elida herself stared wide-eyed at the immense power she had just commanded, but the triumph was fleeting. Moments later, Elida swayed, a strange sensation overwhelming her, and began to fall. "You used too much magical energy," Jihan explained, supporting her. "You'll be exhausted now, unable to use it again until you've recovered. Think of it as your daily salary." Elida, still dazed, looked at him blankly, clearly confused by the analogy. Zenon gazed in awe at his friend's raw power. "Nothing's left of the knights," he murmured, relieved he hadn't had to face such a multitude of soldiers. Sihan clarified, "Elida annihilated them easily because the wall was weak. Though it seemed stable, it couldn't disperse the attack's force effectively. No swordsman," he added, "could stop magic with mere iron walls." Then, something else caught Sihan's attention. Not everyone had fallen to Elida's magic. Berkeley, scorched and furious, staggered to his feet. "How dare you attack me?" he roared. Zenon flinched, unnerved by the captain's sheer persistence. Sihan, however, recognized a formidable opponent, far more powerful than the others. He saw Elida, still recovering, and quickly instructed her. "Step back, Elida." He turned to Zenon. "Time for Plan B." Sihan recalled the lessons. A swordsman of Jexengard's caliber could deduce an opponent's fighting style from the faintest traces left by their last strike. Sihan's confidence surged. The captain, he remembered, was a spear specialist. Now, wielding a sword, Berkeley fought at a clear disadvantage. "If he sticks with swords, this is an easy win," Sihan declared. Berkeley scoffed. "Is that all you're banking on, fools?" He admitted Sihan was right about his spear expertise. "But you are ignorant to underestimate me," the captain growled. Berkeley began to shed his cape, wrapping the heavy fabric around his sword. Zenon and Sihan exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what the captain intended. Then, to their growing astonishment, Berkeley spoke. "A master-rank warrior can turn even a cotton cape into hardened metal, into a weapon." His aura intensified, radiating menace. "I hope you brats are ready," he sneered, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper as he summoned a terrifying aura. "I will torture you to death with this spear." Sihan's surprise finally broke through, a sharp realization that Berkeley's trick was, in fact, the mastery of Jexengard's explosive art skill. A wave of self-reproach washed over Sihan for failing to anticipate anticipate Berkeley's use of a spear, combined with the king's formidable magic. His mind snapped into focus, a crucial decision solidifying. Sung addressed Xenon, his voice firm. "I'll have to sit this one out. The captain's power is too overwhelming. I'd only be a burden." Sihan countered, his gaze intense. "This isn't a situation for conversion techniques. From this moment on, I'm fighting seriously." Before Sihan could elaborate, the captain lunged, a blur of deadly intent. Berkeley unleashed a devastating blow, yet Sihan deftly sidestepped it. "Talented indeed," the captain sneered, his barrage of attacks unrelenting. "But skill means nothing for a coward. You still won't win." Sihan braced, absorbing the relentless fury of the Black Lion's captain. His mind raced, devising a counter-strategy. He knew the mountain-breaking art was ill-suited here. Against such overwhelming power, and with certain techniques now unavailable, caution was paramount. Seizing an opening, Sihan created crucial distance from Berkeley's relentless assault. His earlier analysis crystallized into a decisive plan. With newfound confidence, he prepared to launch his counterattack. "I'll meet you face to face," Sihan declared, a statement that caught Berkeley off guard. A strange aura began to emanate from the young man, growing in intensity. As Sihan unleashed his combat energy at full strength, a chilling terror gripped Berkeley. He couldn't comprehend what was unfolding. Berkeley's arrogant grin faltered. He had underestimated this opponent. This young man was his equal. A flicker of caution replaced his bravado. "I meant to play a little longer," he growled, arrogance still laced in his voice. "But I've changed my mind. I'll finish this now." Convinced of an easy victory despite his newfound wariness, the captain unleashed his explosive destruction art, a torrent of power aimed at Sihan, who stood utterly unmoving. Yet Sihan showed no trace of fear. In a blur, he launched a swift counterattack, unleashing the Tyrant King's flood art. Berkeley's mind reeled. How could this young man possess such power? Berkeley couldn't process it. His full-strength attack had been nullified with terrifying ease. Before he could recover, Sihan lunged, a second counterblow too swift to evade. The result was horrifyingly instant. Berkeley stumbled back, despair blossoming as he stared at the gruesome, instant amputation he had suffered. The once great captain of the Order of the Black Lion Knights shrieked, a primal, cowardly sound, clutching the mangled stump where his arm had been. Amidst his agony, a chilling realization pierced through the haze of pain. This power, this devastating art, could only belong to the Tyrant King. "It makes sense," he gasped, the pieces clicking into place. "So young, yet so powerful. Why didn't I see it sooner?" Then, his voice raspy, Berkeley made a shocking declaration, one that stunned everyone present. "You're the successor to the mercenary king Barak," Sihan inwardly corrected him. Though Berkeley's assumption was understandable, the art had truly been crafted not by Barak himself, but by his grandfather. "It would be convenient to let you believe that," Sihan responded, his voice even, "but it wouldn't be fair. We were once comrades, Berkeley. I'll grant you the dignity of knowing whose hand truly ends you." The words, delivered by the savior from another world, struck Berkeley with profound terror. His life flashed before his eyes. The famed captain of the Black Lions finally grasped the true identity of the powerful young man standing before him. Berkeley crumpled to his knees, utterly broken before his future executioner. A name, barely a whisper, escaped his lips. Sung? Recognition dawned, sharper, more terrifying. He looked up, eyes wide with dawning horror. "Are you captain of the storm troop, Sung Sihan?" Berkeley, now sprawled on the ground, clamped a hand over his gushing shoulder wound and repeated the question, desperation raw in his voice. Sihan paused, a distant memory stirring. It had been a lifetime since he'd been addressed as captain of the storm troop. He met Berkeley's gaze, his voice cold and unwavering. "I've witnessed your atrocities. This wasn't the world we fought to create together." Suddenly formal, now that Sihan's true identity was revealed, Berkeley stammered, "Sir, I was only following Yexengard's orders. I knew nothing. You did as you pleased," Sung retorted, sarcasm dripping from every word. "And now you'd shame the king? This is hardly the conduct of a knight." Desperate, clinging to a sliver of hope, Berkeley groveled, "I'm unworthy. I'll abandon the name Great Berkeley at once. Just spare me." Despite the man's groveling admission of his own depravity, Sihan attacked. Our protagonist moved to decisively end Berkeley's cruelties, his purpose clear. Beside him, Zenon and Alita watched, their gaze devoid of judgment. "I am here for personal revenge. I am not in a position to discuss the greater cause at this moment." Sihan's voice was firm. He knew the atrocities Berkeley had committed in the king's name, and declared it would be better for everyone if the man simply ceased to exist. Just as his words faded, the first of the king's soldiers burst onto the scene, a battleground that would inevitably alter the fate of the Yexengard kingdom. Panic seized Leighton Exhale's capital, news spread like wildfire. Captain Berkeley and 4 of the 6 Black Lion's generals had been found dead at the location. Even King Yexengard was stunned by the reports. In a furious roar, Rothenburg ordered his soldiers to hunt down the assassins with all possible speed, vowing to personally kill them. Meanwhile, Count Kelteron faced Prince Eins. "Are you satisfied with the proof you requested regarding Berkeley's elimination?" A pleased smile spread across Eins's face. "The situation is favorable, Kelteron. With things progressing this way, many will support us in the coup." The Count leaned closer. "When you take leadership, creating a plan will be far simpler." "You have a talent for delivering on all your promises, old man," the young prince responded, a glint in his eye. A knock at the door signaled a maid's arrival. "Lord Kelteron, your guests have arrived." Eins turned to the Count. "Are these the people you spoke of?" "They are. These guests are precisely the ones whose names graced our coup's list," Kelteron confirmed. The 2 invited guests appeared apprehensive and curious, finding the Count's summons unsettling. They were, in fact, the last remaining generals of the Black Lion Order. Geldern voiced his thoughts aloud. "The Count's invitation must be to keep us close now that we're captains, but he is an important figure in the kingdom, so we accepted. Still, I didn't expect our acquaintance from the pagan campaign to be so unchanged," Level murmured to his friend. Once inside the Count's chambers, Geldern flinched, startled by something. Intrigued, the newly appointed captain asked Kelteron directly, "Is what you're saying serious, old man?" The Count's affirmative response was unequivocal. "I sincerely hope both of you will join me in this coup. Yexengard no longer holds the right to be king. Is it not honorable for a knight to serve a new, more fitting sovereign?" Level's face contorted with fury. "How can you be so disloyal? You have every right to report everything to Rothenburg," the Count calmly replied, then played his trump card. "However, the king would never believe you, not after you received 300 gold coins as a bribe from the tower." Outraged by the blatant threat, Level drew his sword, its blade glinting ominously. "I will kill you!" But before Level could act, an unexpected beam of energy materialized. The surprise attack struck the arm Level had used to draw his sword. The newly promoted captain stumbled back, terrified, his mind reeling. Who would dare injure him? Then a shadow detached itself from behind the captains, lengthening into Sihan. The young man stepped forward, a mocking smile on his face. "The ivory tower is stingy, giving you 300 coins, but only 10 to me." Level and Geldern gasped, utterly shocked to see who it was. Wielding the power of the Thousand Changes art, Sihan approached, his smile unwavering, confident he would sway the new captains to their side. How dare a mere knight of the guard raise his sword against a captain of the Black Lion Order? Level seethed, eyes blazing. Sihan's sarcastic reply was swift. "You really need to relax. I don't understand why royalty always falls back on the same tired phrases." Then, the youth from another world decided to demonstrate precisely why they should remain calm. Sihan summoned his formidable combat energy, bathing the room in an ethereal glow that left both captains astonished and utterly terrified. Level gasped, a guttural sound escaping him, as the immense power pressed down. As Sihan advanced, Level's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, sitting. Geldern, the new leader of the Black Lion Knights, finally recognized the source of such overwhelming energy. "It was Sihan who killed Captain Berkeley." Sihan's mocking gaze landed on the man. "Why the sudden politeness? I thought you were both mere opportunists, but now I know that's not the case," Kelteron interjected, addressing Sihan as "Great Sihan. A person should be flexible in their choices and mindset. That is the true beauty of being human." "Please, old man, do not degrade the definition of beauty," Sihan retorted, his voice chilling. Seeing the young man's displeasure, Kelteron paled, terror flashing in his eyes. "It was just a joke." Geldern stared, stunned, realizing the powerful Count was genuinely afraid. Still on the ground, Level, trembling, managed to stammer, "Sihan, who are you really?" Kelteron, recovering slightly, answered their unspoken question. "This young man is the successor of the mercenary king Barak." Sihan inwardly replayed the events that led to that conclusion. He had used the Tyrant King's art against Darth Wald, leading them to believe he was Barak's disciple. A brilliant idea sparked in his mind. He would continue the pretense, using the Tyrant's art to his advantage, while keeping his true identity a secret. Sihan had just formulated his brilliant idea to maintain his guise as Barak's disciple and wield the Tyrant art in secret when Keldarin, as if reading his very thoughts, cut him off. "I have already anticipated everything, young master." The Count produced a meticulously prepared report detailing Sihan's fabricated identity as Barak's successor. He had already taken care of every necessary detail concerning Schonstein as an individual, ensuring that everyone would believe Sihan's audacious claim. Sihan acknowledged, a glint of understanding in his eyes. "Now I truly comprehend why the king held you in such high regard, Count." Keldarin merely offered a wry smile. "I am exceptionally useful, young master, an unparalleled expert in deception and the subtle art of fraud. Armed with Keldarin's meticulously crafted narrative, they presented their case to Captain Geldern. The knight finally conceded, acknowledging the raw power that had baffled him and accepting Sihan as the mercenary king's successor. Yet Geldern, newly elevated to captain, stood firm, his knightly honor unyielding. He refused to be disloyal. "I am no trash to betray my honor and loyalty. I cannot abandon my duties as a subordinate of the king." Keldarin, however, smoothly countered, "At no point have I asked you to be disloyal to the kingdom. I am merely asking for a different kind of loyalty, a loyalty to serve the right king." Geldern's surprise morphed into a sharp query. "To whom are you referring, old man?" Before Keldarin could elaborate, a new figure stepped into the chambers, one whose presence alone promised to sway the most stubborn hearts. "I need both of your help to save the future of this nation." Geldern and Leivel froze, their eyes widening in stunned recognition. Immediately, they dropped to one knee, bowing low before His Majesty. The future successor of King Jexengard, Prince Ainz, had arrived, the key piece meant to complete this meeting and solidify their coup. He declared their cause righteous, for the ultimate good of the nation's people. Addressing them as the Black Lions, Prince Ainz sought their pledge. "Will you help me, captains?" Having secured their allegiance, Captains Geldern and Leivel departed from Count Keldarin's opulent mansion. Sihan, reviewing the meeting, murmured his satisfaction. "We swayed them through a delicate balance of exploiting weaknesses, subtle blackmail, and a shrewd appeal to their sense of justice and morality." Suddenly, Zenon's voice cut through his thoughts, calling him to dinner. Alida chimed in, urging him to eat now that he'd achieved his immediate goal. Sihan, startled, hadn't realized his friends were present. A blush crept up Sihan's neck, caught mid-soliloquy. Alida, ever practical, wagged a finger at Sung. "We couldn't leave without eating. Wasting food is a sin, you know." Zenon, meanwhile, praised Keldarin. "Count, your chef is excellent." Keldarin offered a slight nod. "I am quite particular about my sustenance. One tends to become so after enduring the culinary horrors of the revolutionary era." As Sihan's mind drifted back to his strategies for revenge, he considered Geldern and Leivel's promotions. A new thought surfaced. Who filled the commander's role? Keldarin, sensing his inquiry, revealed, of the 4 original captains, only 2 remain, the formidable Keller and Droth. Their unparalleled skill warranted dual promotions. Indeed, he elaborated further. They were chosen as the 2 most skilled and experienced knights available. Zenon, noticing Sihan's untouched plate, interjected with a concerned frown. "You haven't touched your lobster, Sung. Don't you like it?" Sung, jolted from his thoughts, smiled faintly. "It's one of my favorites, Zenon. I merely saved the best for last." Sihan, still immersed in strategies to dismantle the current regime, mused aloud while gesturing to his plate. The main course should always be savored without haste, much like a meticulous plan. Keldarin, producing yet another list, this one detailing key figures already aligned with Sihan's coup, nodded approvingly. Indeed, the coup progresses remarkably well. Sihan observed, "Things are progressing quickly." Keldarin merely scoffed. "It simply signifies the multitude who suffer under the king's tyrannical rule. But for our coup to truly succeed, young master, we absolutely require Viscount Crumble's involvement." Sihan's brow furrowed. "Are you referring to the one known as the very symbol of the kingdom?" Keldarin confirmed. "The Viscount is as wealthy as he appears. Yes, but more crucially, his business connections weave throughout the entire nation." Sihan, expecting a formidable hurdle, stated, "Convincing him won't be easy then." Keldarin, however, offered a surprising twist. "Oh, but the Viscount is already involved. He imposed a single, difficult condition, which frankly is more of a personal favor." Sung's curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Keldarin revealed. "Viscount Crumble desires Alida to mentor his youngest daughter." The revelation nearly sent Sihan into a coughing fit, choking on his drink. Sihan gasped. Can Alida actually do that? Given her skill level, the Count merely raised an eyebrow. To be a high-rank fighter at her age is impressive indeed. Keldarin continued, "The youngest Crumble daughter lacks a mentor. Her father has undoubtedly heard of Alida's unique accomplishments." Sihan mused aloud. "There are indeed few female knights of such caliber in Terranor. It's plausible the Viscount is desperate." But as Sihan began connecting the dots, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over him. Keldarin supplied the missing piece. "You've met her before? She was with us during the Knight's mission against the cultists." The truth clicked, and the savior from another world blurted out, a panicked realization dawning. "Is it the girl who hit me on the head, Dina Crumble?" Keldarin's expression shifted to one of mild confusion. "Hit you on the head? What are you talking about, young master?" Sihan, realizing his near slip-up, quickly dismissed it. "Nothing important, Count. Just a trivial memory." Meanwhile, Alida, who had been listening intently, gasped in surprise. "They want me to be a mentor?" Sihan tried to explain, using a somewhat confusing analogy. "It would be like a college professor professor teaching high school, even if they're brilliant. Still, if you wish to refuse, there's no problem. The Viscount has already pledged his support to the coup. Alita, ever logical, questioned, if he's already joined, is Crumble's specific condition still valuable to us? Sihan clarified, not just Crumble himself. Dina's mother hails from a powerful family, one whose influence extends far beyond the Viscount's own. He explained further, Count Salet, her maternal grandfather, is part of the royal family of the Lilstein Kingdom. Unlike the Viscount, their network of businesses spans across all of Terranor, making them indispensable. Building on the discussion of Count Salet's vast holdings, Sihan revealed that with Dina's influence, their travel and lodging would be far more convenient no matter where they went. Alita's eyes widened, impressed by the depth of Sihan's research into the Crumble family. Sihan clarified that the information had come from Count Kelderan. The Lusklin descendant then pressed Sihan, asking about the risks involved if she were to accept mentoring and training Dina. Frankly, Sihan admitted to Alita that their true identities could be jeopardized, his as the savior from another world, and hers due to her Lusklin Empire lineage. A shadow of apprehension crossed Alita's face as she absorbed the possible consequences. Sihan reiterated that the danger would be significantly greater for her, exposing her as a direct descendant of the formidable Lusklin Empire. Alita grew thoughtful, her gaze distant as she weighed the decision. To Sihan's surprise, she finally declared, if that's the reason, then I accept. The young swordswoman recalled her father, Karen, always cautioning her to be wary and questioning of anyone who became involved in their lives. Doubt is the most effective way to truly understand another person, Alita explained. Blind trust is no different than no trust at all. She insisted to Sihan that even after someone became an ally, one should never cease trying to learn about them, and for that reason, she desired to meet Dina. In that moment, a flicker of a past memory, strikingly similar to Alita's words, resonated within Sihan. He remembered the cascade of praise from his friends after each battle victory. He also recalled Lavina's fervent declaration of love. He had trusted them absolutely, just as they had seemingly trusted him. Sihan mentally replayed the scenes, friendship, love, and unwavering confidence shared among those people. A chilling question arose. Had there truly been no signs of their betrayal after each hard-won battle? He now affirmed that he might have utterly failed to understand his friends, blinded by the pretense of trust. A wave of self-blame washed over Sihan. Perhaps he hadn't strived hard enough to comprehend what his team genuinely thought of him. Noticing the savior lost in the depths of his introspection, Alita gently called his name. Sihan startled, then offered an apology. I was just reflecting on a few things. With renewed enthusiasm, Sihan invited his friend, let's go meet Dina and discover if she is truly trustworthy, or if we will face betrayal should she uncover who we truly are. He then pressed Alita, do you truly not trust people, even after your father's teachings? Alita simply replied, we don't always obey. As they departed the quarters, Sihan's voice held a steel edge. Even now, I have no intention of abandoning my revenge, no matter what comes. Already in the courtyard of Count Kelturan's mansion, Dina waited with palpable eagerness. She pledged to her future master, I will do my best to follow your teachings. Alita, still a touch shy, offered a soft greeting to the young girl. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sihan nudged Zenon, commenting, she seems very excited for someone who chose Alita simply because she had no other options. Zenon chuckled. They look like sisters. Anxious to begin, Alita, now a master, informed her student, we will start training immediately. Dina's mind flashed back to her father's initial hesitation regarding Alita. The Viscount had dismissed Alita as merely a fighter-rank swordswoman, expressing doubts and suggesting he could find someone better for his daughter's future. Dina had to persist relentlessly to convince him. Overjoyed at the prospect of discovering her future master's potential, Dina had insisted to her father, Alita is super ultra amazing. Back to the present training, Alita now asked her new disciple, shall we begin with sword strikes? The girl, thrilled to have secured her desired master, responded with a resounding affirmative. Alita commenced the lesson, demonstrating a series of strikes on a training dummy. Her disciple's sheer enthusiasm, however, caught her off guard. Enraptured, Dina exclaimed, she's even cooler than I imagined. Alita felt a blush creep up her neck as the girl couldn't cease her open admiration, while Dina's thoughts were awash with praise for her teacher's strength and defined muscle tone. Dina recounted having heard that the defensive power of normal armor was useless against a fighter rank or higher, and she declared her aspiration to reach her master's level. Alita shifted, growing uneasy under the weight of such intense enthusiasm. Dina pressed on. If I reach knight rank, I'll be able to reinforce metals using combat energy, just like Zenon. Zenon too felt a flicker of discomfort at the girl's fervent ambition for power. Driven by her goals, Dina continued, a master rank swordsman can reinforce any material. I want to reach that level, like the great Sihan. At that moment, Alita and Zenon exchanged a weary glance, exhausted by their young disciple's boundless enthusiasm. Sihan, for his part, wondered where the girl drew such immense willpower to become so powerful. After having sought information from his wife, presumably about the various ranks, Alita's curiosity was piqued, and she asked Sihan, "Wouldn't it be even better for someone of transcendent rank?" Sihan inquired. "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Alita explained. "It's just curiosity. I heard that for a master, it doesn't matter if armor is metal or fabric, but the 7 heroes were all transcendent and used different types." Sihan then clarified, "It depends on the situation and the specific martial arts battle method each person learns." He elaborated, "If a garment has a defense level of 1 and metal armor is level 10, a knight can transform that garment into something significantly more resistant. In the case of a master rank, they can strengthen normal clothing until it's as effective as metal armor, using the same amount of combat energy. But for a transcendent rank, the individual can combine combat energy directly with the material of an object, proportionally increasing its strength." Unconvinced, Alita pressed further. If that were the case, wouldn't metal armor always prove superior? Her friend immediately dismissed the notion. Sihan elaborated, explaining that the choice of armor hinged on one's combat style. Lighter gear for those prioritizing speed, heavier for fighters who relied on brute strength. Analyzing the nuance, Alita concluded that, should she ever achieve transcendent rank, she would undoubtedly favor something light. "You can think about that once you reach that goal," Sihan retorted with a sarcastic edge. "There's still a long way to go." A flush of mortification colored Alita's cheeks after the savior from another world's jab. "Indeed, that was a hasty thought," she admitted, slightly embarrassed. At that moment, Sihan's thoughts drifted to Livresque's magic armor, the very one he wielded as a revolutionary hero. He wondered what had become of it. Alita then inquired, was he referring to the legendary artifacts of the savior from another world? The sword of disaster, the armor of Livresque, and the red dragon cloak? A mocking chuckle escaped Sihan's friend. "Someone probably kept or sold them," he quipped. "They even sold your underwear for 100 gold coins." Sihan allowed that he could understand the underwear part, but having his magical equipment seized was undeniably embarrassing. He vowed to ask the Count to look into it. With a finality, Sihan declared the training concluded, announcing his intention to withdraw and rest. Alita quickly asked if his combat energy had fully recovered. "Yes," he replied to the girl. "My old senses are gradually returning." However, a subtle apprehension gnawed at Sihan. While his combat energy rebounded with vigor, his magical energy languished, recovering at a painfully slow pace, seemingly worsening day by day. As Sihan's group trained, a different kind of meticulous work unfolded within the kingdom. During daylight hours, the elderly Kulturan lavished praise upon King Jexengard, a master of sycophancy. But by night, the disloyal advisor covertly convened nobles and former revolutionaries, meticulously laying the groundwork for a coup. Many, eager for opportunity, merely observed from a distance, hesitant to commit. Deciding to leverage his formidable persuasion, Kulturan issued a stark ultimatum: join their cause, or he would expose every thread of corruption festering within the kingdom. His words resonated, and with renewed conviction, the Count addressed the remaining hesitant nobles. "If you don't accept, who do you think Jexengard will believe?" Kulturan's experience and persuasive prowess proved decisive. Every guest pledged to participate in the coup. Beaming with triumph, the Count later informed Sihan that he had rallied several companions of justice, willing to risk their lives for the nation's future. "A bribe is delicious when you're eating it," Kulturan mused, "but it turns into poison in your stomach and destroys your organs." Sihan's response was dry. "It's ironic to hear that from you." Cautious, the Count assured the younger man that he had contingency plans should any of his past dealings be revealed. He was, after all, an old hand at bribes. Sihan then decided to offer a precaution of his own. After the coup, and once Ainz becomes king, the savior from another world advised Kulturan, "It's best that you have no further plans in mind for your own good." Grasping the unspoken consequences, the Count responded with certainty. "I understand, and I never intended to disobey you." Kulturan then revealed a deeper ambition. "I did my best working for Jexengard, but under the savior from another world, I can dream big." With a calm demeanor, the Count declared his unwavering loyalty. "Whether I have an explosive aura within me or not, I never had any intentions of betraying you." To Sihan's surprise, Kulturan revealed a personal vision. He intended to transform the nation, live a good life, and ensure a peaceful future for its citizens. Our protagonist was indeed very surprised by the Count's unexpected declaration. "You should have acted like this from the beginning," Sihan stated. Kulturan merely reiterated. He had already explained that under Jexengard's rule, such aspirations were impossible. Once again, it seemed someone was recalling the chilling memory of their plan to end the world. The person Sihan loved, had agreed immediately, claiming he was too dangerous to live. Others, though expressing reservations, ultimately concurred. When King Jexengard was asked for his decision, the current ruler remained lost in thought. Rotenberg eventually spoke, admitting he actually didn't hate Sihon, and in fact, liked the boy very much. To sway Jexengard, Saffron interjected, everyone liked the boy, but their decision wasn't born of hatred. Following the mage's words, something unexpected occurred. Jexengard seemed strangely oblivious. I have other friends besides Sihon, he mumbled. Carelessly, Rotenberg declared his trust in Saffron's judgment as a mage. Jexengard, still unsure, agreed fully with the others, stating that democracy was superior in such situations. Then Karen decided to broach a critical point of discussion. The girl raised a relevant concern. We cannot ignore that problem. She then challenged the group. How would they defeat the powerful savior from another world? Jexengard's irritation flared. Are you underestimating us? He demanded. No matter how strong Sihon is, he won't be able to handle all 6 of us at once. But Karen's conviction remained unshaken. Even if the savior from another world manages to escape death when we all go against him, she asserted, and if we are lucky, perhaps half of us will come out alive, considering Sihon's immense power. Her companions fell silent, left speechless by the stark reality of her words. Karen, ever the pragmatist, continued. 6 little mice gathered for a fun little chat. But who among them, she wondered, would be the one to put the bell around the cat's neck? At that moment, the true nature of these vivid recollections became clear. They were merely another dream plaguing the king. Jexengard stirred uneasily, perplexed as to why these memories kept resurfacing. He worried it was due to recent events, specifically the escalating deaths of his subordinates. Jexengard's unease coalesced around a specific detail that night. Traces of the tyrant's art found at the attack scene. This must be why those memories of old friends surfaced. A flash of recollection struck him. Hadn't he been informed that something long unseen had been found? Could it truly be an old friend? The king dismissed the notion, yet the insistent images persisted. Why did they plague him? Perhaps it was simply age, a mind wearying with time. His concubine stirred beside him, her soft movements drawing him from his troubled mind. She sat up, a gentle smile gracing her lips, feigning surprise that his highness was already awake. Gazing upon her beauty, Jexengard found a fleeting reprieve, a reason to cast aside the troubling thoughts. The king resolved to embrace the moment, the concubine's admiring gaze. Such vigor, your highness, a pleasant balm. Soon, Jexengard emerged, a wine glass already in hand, a smile fixed on his face as he gestured for a servant to refill it. The day unfolded in a blur of revelry, lush banquets, and a continuous parade of beautiful women. His coffers seemed endless as the celebrations raged. A magistrate, his brow furrowed with fiscal anxiety, approached Jexengard. Your Majesty, these gatherings have become rather frequent, he began, only to be cut short. You misunderstand, Chancellor. This is no mere party. It is a tribute to the late Berkeley, Jexengard declared. A sigh of weary resignation escaped the magistrate. Even so, your highness, a full month of such extravagance hardly seems appropriate, even for a commemoration, he retorted, his voice tinged with irony. Jexengard's eyes narrowed with irritation. Silence, he commanded. This is how warriors honor their fallen brethren. Just then, another figure strode in, his voice ringing with praise. Captain Berkeley would surely rejoice at such a magnificent tribute, your majesty. It was Keller, newly promoted, who raised his glass high. To the soul of the late captain, he toasted, his gaze steady. The magistrate's face fell further as Jexengard lauded his newest commander's spirit. Realizing the futility of a serious discussion, the disgruntled subordinate bowed curtly and exited. Scarcely had he departed when another voice called out, announcing a new arrival for Jexengard. Kelturan bowed deeply, his voice laced with deference. Your Majesty, I bring urgent news. The assassins responsible for the great Berkeley's death have been located. The words, long awaited, struck Jexengard into a sudden terrifying stillness. His eyes blazed with a murderous fury. With a guttural roar, the king hurled his wine glass, shattering it against the floor and sending his concubine recoiling in alarm. A raw, potent thirst for vengeance consumed him. Is this intelligence truly sound, Count? Jexengard demanded, his voice tight with controlled fury. Kelturan led the king to a secluded alcove, his tone lowering conspiratorially. The assassin, your majesty, appears to be a disciple of the mercenary king Barak. His name? Jexengard pressed, his grip clenching. We have yet to ascertain it, your majesty, Kelturan admitted, but he is known simply as the Black Giant. The count, his demeanor perfectly composed, relayed the next crucial detail. My sources report the assassin is harbored within an old castle in western Leytinsel, protected by 800 rebels. A grim satisfaction settled on Jexengard's features. Excellent work, Count. My vengeance will be swift. He then gestured to Keller. Commander, step forward. Eager to prove his worth, Keller announced. I shall assemble 100 Black Lion Knights and 3,000 foot soldiers, your majesty. Kelteron's mind raced. This was far more than he'd accounted for. Keller, clearly attempting to distinguish himself in his inaugural command, threatened to derail everything. With a flicker of cunning, the Count quickly recalibrated. "A bold and decisive move, Commander," Kelteron exclaimed, feigning admiration, and watched as Keller's chest puffed out in pleased surprise. "Indeed," Kelteron continued smoothly. "The Black Giant is no ordinary swordsman, having slain Captain Berkeley. Such a force might seem justified. Yet, Your Majesty," the Count paused, allowing his words to sink in, "if we deploy nearly our entire army, will it not be perceived as fear? Will the people not think their king trembles before a single assassin?" Yexengard's brow furrowed. "You are right, Count. Such a show of force would betray weakness." He turned to Keller. "Prepare 50 Black Lion Knights. No additional troops, and I shall lead the charge myself." "A lion exerts its full strength even for a rabbit, Your Majesty," Keller declared, attempting to salvage his grand plan. Kelteron interjected, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Give your all, Commander, by all means. But remember, a mere rabbit requires only 1 or 2 lions, not the entire pride." Keller's jaw tightened, his irritation barely concealed. "The Count speaks wisely," Yexengard affirmed, his gaze firm. "My orders stand." With a disarming, almost serpentine grace, Kelteron offered Keller an apology. "Forgive me, Commander. I merely wished to ensure your esteemed reputation remained unsullied." He then added, a casual afterthought, "Besides, the construction of the new royal palace demands workers. To deploy 3,000 men would prove excessively costly, diverting vital labor and funds." Unaware of the intricate web being woven around him, Keller nodded slowly. "You are right, Count. My zeal was reckless." Exercising his curtailed authority, Keller declared, "I shall accompany His Majesty. Geldurin, Livell, you will serve as lieutenants and follow us. The rest will await our return at the castle." The 2 newly appointed captains, already complicit in the unfolding coup, readily assented to their leader's command. Kelteron's eyes gleamed. His intricate designs were indeed falling into place. "Count," Sihan inquired, addressing Kelteron, "why target only one of the 6 captains? Geldurin and Livell are already our allies." Kelteron explained to the young man, "Our next step is to position them among the king's elite guard." "Why not 4 then?" Sihan pressed. Kelteron elaborated, outlining his cunning. 3 captains serve Keller directly. We shall pressure the new commander, reminding him that arrogance has no place in such matters. Sihan considered this. "Eliminating a subordinate might seem strange. Instead, we can leverage their recent promotions against them." A dangerous thought sparked in Sihan's mind. While manipulating these loyalties, could he not also cripple the king's forces, permanently weakening his military might? "If you do that, Sihan," Alita interjected, her voice firm, "they'll simply promote another commander, making it impossible to insert Geldurin and Livell into the ranks." Her explanation of military succession was so sharp, so convincing, that Kelteron's gaze sharpened, fixing on her with an intensity that spoke of dawning suspicion. "You speak as if you possess first-hand experience, young woman," the Count mused, a glint in his eye. "One might almost believe you came from a royal family." Alita merely shrugged. "I read it in a book, sir." Beside her, Sihan's expression tightened. He knew then, with chilling clarity, the true extent of the old man's acute perception. Sihan, however, found himself wrestling with a stark realization. Kelteron, for all his current cheer, had once betrayed his former liege. A chilling question gnawed at Sihan. Had the Count ever known guilt? The old man's apparent enthusiasm for their schemes now seemed less jovial and more unsettling. It cemented Sihan's resolve. He would need to tread cautiously around Kelteron, lest he become the Count's next target. Far in the distance, a grand, ancient castle loomed, the rumored sanctuary of the enigmatic Black Giant. High atop the formidable walls, a sentinel's gaze sharpened. He had seen something. A tremor of unease rippled through him, then snapped into stark alarm. "Enemies! Many enemies approach the walls!" he shrieked, his voice tearing through the quiet, alerting the other guards. Moments later, a knight rode forward, proclaiming the arrival of the great King Jexengard himself. Jexengard's voice, raw with fury, boomed across the fortifications. "Traitors, lower your weapons and surrender!" But then, a figure emerged from the castle's depths. The infamous Black Giant strode onto the castle wall, his presence undeniable. He raised a hand, dismissing the very notion of capitulation. "You are a fallen hero, Jexengard, unfit to rule. Our nation rejects your reign," the mysterious knight thundered. Rothenberg, confident of an easy victory, merely sneered. "You're quite visible, aren't you, Black Giant?" he taunted, mocking the knight's imposing figure. The Black Giant's resolve remained unbroken. "We will fight to the end," he declared anew. Keller, the king's commander, turned to his liege. "What is your command, Majesty?" Jexengard, already underestimating his foes, scoffed. "What are you talking about, Commander? We shall face them head on." Convinced this would would be a trivial skirmish, the king spurred his horse toward the castle, barking an order for Keller to follow. The commander relayed his own instructions to Julderin and Lival. He would remain at Yexengard's side, while they were to guard the rear and maintain formation. The count's ally, with a dry, sarcastic wit, addressed Keller. "Don't worry, Commander. We'll follow shortly with the soldiers." With unshakable faith in his army, the commander and his king charged toward the castle. Yexengard, his eyes burning with intent, activated his combat seal. In a flash, he invoked the mighty giant's hand, a torrent of magic that lifted them high above the battlefield. Inside the castle, the defending soldiers watched Yexengard's display of raw power, a potent despair seizing their hearts. How could any human wield such an ability? The king then unleashed a devastating strike against the castle itself. With his combat seal empowering him, he breached the defenses with ease. Buoyed by his power and consumed by a thirst for vengeance, Yexengard plunged deeper, roaring for the black giant to appear. "I will avenge Berkeley. I will compensate for his death with yours." But the figure masquerading as the mysterious knight, having completed his vital part in the scheme, sensed his cue to withdraw. With a swift, decisive move, the young man slipped away. From his distant vantage point, Sihan observed, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Just as expected, the king advances thoughtlessly. Beside him, the savior from another world, his voice laced with sarcasm, informed his ally. "It is time, Count. The tiger hunt begins." Kelteron, however, felt a sudden apprehension seize him. Meanwhile, Yexengard continued his furious bellows. "Black giant, appear! I am here to avenge Berkeley." Yexengard was blindsided. A searing light erupted from beneath his feet. A moment later, a colossal magic circle materialized on the ground, ensnaring both the king and his commander. Keller's voice, edged with desperation, sliced through the air. "Majesty, what is that light?" Yexengard, remarkably unconcerned, merely replied, "A trap." It was then that the king noticed the scores of swordsmen and mages swarming the area. A crushing pressure, emanating from the magic circle, began to bear down on both Keller and Yexengard. A flicker of suspicion crossed Keller's face. "Something is wrong, Majesty. The Count's report stated that the rebels, including King Barak's disciple, were just ordinary soldiers." Yexengard dismissed his concerns. "The magic barrier is only difficult from the inside. It's easily broken from the outside. Army, destroy it." Yet an unforeseen obstacle materialized before the king. Yexengard glanced back, his eyes widening in disbelief. His army had not followed. Keller spiraled into a panicked cry for Yulderin and Leivel. To the utter shock of both commander and king, their forces, captains included, remained rooted outside the castle walls. Yulderin and Leivel waited, a nervous apprehension in their stance, praying the plan would succeed. Again, Keller's desperation mounted. "Majesty, no one entered with us. Where are they?" A cold dread crept into Yexengard's heart. Had they all been traitors from the very beginning? Then, to the king's profound surprise, familiar faces peered down from atop the castle tower. Yexengard's gaze locked onto them, and the truth of the betrayal slammed home. Rothenburg, witnessing the king's realization, exploded in a furious roar. It had been the Count all along. Enraged, Yexengard's voice ripped through the air. "Kelturon, how dare you betray me?" The old man, caught red-handed, visibly panicked. Sihan, observing the frightened Count, offered a mockingly reassuring tone. "King Yexengard does look quite scary, doesn't he? Even though he's on our side." Kelturon, flustered, quickly retorted. "I was only surprised." "Precisely," Sihan countered with a dry, knowing smirk. Kelturon, still visibly shaken, stammered, "Was it truly necessary for you to be here?" "Absolutely," Sihan replied, his tone devoid of mirth now. "I needed to witness your conviction firsthand facing Yexengard. Without it, my trust would be incomplete." The Count, his shoulders slumping slightly, nodded. "I understand. You performed admirably," Sihan praised, his gaze piercing. "Luring the king to this exact spot was essential." Kelterin allowed himself a small, rare smile. Zenon's performance was unexpectedly convincing. He then turned to Sihan, his expression regaining its strategic edge. "Yexengard could identify you if you were the Black Giant. That's why Zenon must appear more visible." The old man's eyes narrowed. "Entering a tiger's den to capture it risks being devoured oneself. Indeed, the true art of hunting a tiger lies in luring it into a trap," Kelterin asserted. Below them, King Yexengard and Commander Rodenberg felt the barrier's immense constricting pressure intensify. Rodenberg, desperate for release, bellowed, "Destroy this magic circle! How dare you ensnare your king? Surrender now and you might find forgiveness." Rodenberg urged his soldiers, yet the knight beside him merely scoffed, utterly bewildered by his commander's words. Convinced, Rodenberg failed to grasp their dire situation. Then, to the king's and Rodenberg's astonishment, the mages attacked, their voices echoing, "Yexengard! Yexengard is no longer our king. With lethal intent aimed at both Rodenburg and Yexengard, Sihan's allies unleashed a devastating assault. Numerous bolts of crackling lightning streaked towards the trapped pair. Immobilized by the unseen barrier, the commander and his king found themselves utterly exposed, with no avenue of escape. It seemed Rodenburg was destined to perish in the onslaught. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. The remaining soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if their commander and king had been eradicated. Yet the unthinkable occurred. Sihan's allies recoiled in shock, cries of panic rising as Yexengard emerged, soaring through the air, colossal axes clutched in his powerful grip. The king slammed back to the ground, his eyes scanning the aftermath. Spotting Rodenburg's fallen form, Yexengard muttered, "I suppose I should have expected a knight of his rank couldn't withstand that level of attack." Rage and confusion warred on Yexengard's face. "An ivory tower mage is here. Who masterminded this betrayal? Lil Stein? Cairn?" One of the soldiers, gazing up at Yexengard, murmured in awe. "He's truly astounding." Yexengard turned, curiosity briefly eclipsing his fury. The young man who had been speaking, Sihan, stepped forward, his voice ringing with outrage. "Your people are weary of your dictatorship, king. They have risen against you just as you rose against the Empire 10 years ago." Yexengard stood frozen, a statue of utter bewilderment. Rodenburg, staggered by these accusations, and genuinely believing he had governed well, stammered to his soldiers, "Have I not been a good king?" Indignant, Yexengard's gaze swept over the familiar faces. "I see many of my own men among you. I refuse to believe my subordinates would stab me in the back. Do you truly intend to betray me? Do you truly believe you own us?" A soldier retorted, his voice dripping with contempt. "For 10 years we fought for your highness as if you were merely our captain, nothing more." Following the agreed-upon signal, Sihan's allies surged forward, a chorus of voices demanding, "If a leader is useless, is it not right to depose him?" Yexengard, consumed by a blistering rage, roared, "How dare you attack your king?" But the king struggled, hampered by the barrier, unable to properly defend himself. "I cannot move properly," Yexengard bellowed, frustrated. "Without this barrier, I could easily decimate this rabble." From a vantage point, Sihan and Kelterin observed the king being overwhelmed. Yexengard simply cannot adapt to a sudden shift in circumstances, Sihan remarked with a touch of sarcasm. "He's merely swearing and growing angrier." Sihan's eyes gleamed with approval at the barrier. Even a transcendent swordsman would find this difficult to break. "Did you hire such high-ranking mages, Count?" Kelterin stroked his beard. "My expectations were moderate, but Trandon was surprisingly cooperative. They boast the highest-ranking mages against the Earth Dragon. The Ivory Tower likely has further intentions," Sihan mused, his brow furrowed in thought. Kelterin nodded in agreement. A concerned sigh escaped the old man. "I fear news of the coup has already begun to leak. Savior from another world. Inevitably so," Sihan dismissed with a shrug. "Such news always finds its way out, and the Ivory Tower is particularly sensitive to information." "The king is truly foolish," Kelterin commented, shaking his head, "to not notice what even a foreigner could discern. It's almost understandable he walked into this trap so readily." To Sihan's astonishment, a sudden flash of déjà vu, the Count revealed, "I was the sole custodian of such sensitive information." A new confidence surged through the old man. "This is a fortunate development. Now I am certain we will defeat Yexengard." Bound and infuriated, the king roared, commanding his remaining loyalists to shatter the barrier. Simultaneously, elsewhere in the palace, the coup continued. Geldurin and Liville apprehended a prominent figure close to Yexengard. The captured man, Duke Cromaton, bristled with fury, addressing the knights. "I am the king's stepfather. You will kneel and beg for forgiveness." "Duke Cromaton," Geldurin countered, unyielding. "What we do for the future of this nation." The duke's face flushed with renewed rage. "Lower your swords now!" In Yexengard's royal palace, chaos had truly seized the atmosphere. A full-scale war threatened to erupt within the very heart of the kingdom. Prince Ein stepped forward, addressing the Order of the Black Lions, the nation's proud guardians. "Knights, listen to me," he implored. "I do not seek to betray my father, but to rectify this kingdom, to excise those who steer the king down a darker path." The prince reiterated his plea. "There is no reason for conflict here. Everyone lower your swords." The knights, still grappling with the unfolding drama, ultimately complied with Einz's command, declaring they would await the king's return. Einz, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes, declared it a wise decision, one that would prevent the needless spilling of innocent blood. Alone with his thoughts, the prince mused that seizing control of the palace constituted half the battle won. With his initial gambit complete, the prince realized the coup's fate now rested entirely on the Count and his contingent, who confronted the king. Genuinely driven by a desire to uplift the nation, Einz was racked with anxiety, praying the remaining stages of their rebellion unfolded smoothly. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, King Yexengard was incensed, his movements thwarted by the invisible barrier shackling him in place. Enraged, Enraged, Yexengard bellowed at the soldiers, branding them filthy dogs and demanding if they truly intended to bite the hand that fed them. "Shut your mouth, Rodenberg," a knight retorted, his voice cutting through the din. "You don't deserve to be king." To Yexengard's astonishment, the defiant soldier unveiled their true allegiance. "We stand under the command of Prince Aints." The king recoiled in disbelief, a chilling thought echoing through his mind. Was his own flesh and blood son usurping him? His gaze flickered over the assembled traitors, and he quickly discerned the truth. It wasn't just the prince, it was his sworn subordinates, and even Count Kelteron, in whom he had foolishly placed immense trust. A cold fury seized Yexengard as he registered the full extent of their betrayal. He sprang into action. Seething with indignation, the king unleashed his full strength, vowing, "I will finish them all, one by one." The sheer magnitude of his power sent a wave of terror through the soldiers. Kelteron, too, succumbed to despair, but Sihan watched with a wry amusement playing on his lips, finding a perverse irony in a traitor being betrayed by someone he had trusted. Sihan mused that the visceral thrill of satisfaction far outstripped the ephemeral value of relationships, a sentiment that ensured he would never be vulnerable to such betrayals himself. A mocking smile touched Sihan's lips as he urged Yexengard, "Exert yourself. I won't return to Terranor without exploiting others to achieve my revenge, and you, king, won't fall easily." A soldier, emboldened by the king's confinement, taunted Rodenberg. "You may be strong, but thanks to this barrier, you're not a true threat, merely a toothless tiger." Yexengard's rage intensified tenfold, hearing such insolence from those who had once sworn their loyalty. Next, the king slammed his foot onto the ground. Yexengard's icy gaze pierced the soldier who had dared to taunt him, sending a tremor of fear through the man. His fury cresting, the king thundered at the assembled troop. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me with just this meager barrier?" With a guttural roar, Yexengard unleashed his power, and the very earth beneath the soldiers fractured and tore, leaving them utterly paralyzed with terror. Even the black giant Zenon seemed taken aback by the king's sheer determination and raw strength. Despite the barrier's oppressive pressure, Yexengard managed to invoke his battle seal and conjure his formidable giant's hand magic. Beneath his imposing armor, Zenon recoiled in disbelief, astounded by how the king could wield such power while shackled within the magic circle. His awe growing, the young man mused. He must be more than human. Zenon declared Yexengard a transcendent rank swordsman, even as the king, Rodenberg, vowed to annihilate every last soldier. Rodenberg, his rage boiling from their betrayal, conjured his giant's hand magic, which now loomed menacingly over the cowering troop. The soldiers plummeted into utter despair, certain of their imminent demise. However, a crucial memory resurfaced in Zenon's mind. Zahan had once confided in him the precise weakness of this very ability, should the king ever unleash it. Armed with the knowledge that the weak point of Yexengard's magic lay in the wrist section connecting to the earth, the famed black giant unleashed his pulse-breaking mountain art. To Yexengard's shock, his formidable ability shattered. The colossal giant's hand disintegrated into a shower of debris, scattering across the battlefield. A stunned silence hung over the battlefield, as the soldiers could scarcely believe their salvation, grappling with the miracle of their survival. Yexengard, a grudging respect dawning in his eyes, conceded to the black giant, "You have finally impressed me." Acknowledging Zenon as a worthy adversary, the king admitted, "I had dismissed you as a mere pretender aiming for my downfall." His opponent, however, acknowledged the black giant's formidable display. Yet, he declared, no mere puppet would ever truly defeat him. A tremor of apprehension ran through the onlookers, for they had witnessed the enemy effortlessly breach the protective barrier. Yexengard, for his part, seethed, acknowledging that he would obliterate them all in an instant if his strength weren't temporarily depleted from contending with the formidable barrier. Nevertheless, he vowed that every soul who dared defy him would come to profoundly regret their insolence, ensuring a tragic, inescapable demise for each of his adversaries. With that chilling declaration, he withdrew from the battlefield, abandoning the stunned soldiers to their fates. As he retreated, a searing humiliation burned within him, a foreign sensation, for never before had he been forced to flee from a confrontation. Yet, an insatiable desire for retribution already simmered, eagerly anticipating his triumphant return and the bloody vengeance he would exact. Yexengard's ignominious retreat, however, was not universally welcomed. The strategist behind the meticulously laid dragon trap seethed with fury upon learning of its failure, particularly as it represented their most promising opportunity yet to neutralize the tyrant. Count Kelteron, however, assuaged their anxieties, asserting that there was no cause for alarm, as events were unfolding precisely in line with his grand design. He further reasoned that regardless of the enemy's tyrannical reign, he remained the sovereign they once pledged allegiance to, and a public execution would undoubtedly undoubtedly invite dire repercussions. Moreover, Sean Stain, the renowned dual-wielding swordsman and heir apparent to the mercenary king, was already en route, poised to definitively eradicate their foe. Thus, Kelteron maintained his unwavering conviction that Sexengard's threat would be permanently neutralized, and with time, all memory of his vile deeds would fade into oblivion. The Count's unwavering confidence proved infectious, galvanizing his hesitant allies, who now found themselves ready to place their trust in his assurances. Consequently, they resolved to convene an urgent council with the reigning monarch to deliberate matters of profound significance. A sudden flashback pierced the present, revealing a scene deep within a verdant forest. A small group of individuals cautiously navigated its ancient depths until, quite unexpectedly, they stumbled upon a formidable barbarian. A young boy, undaunted, posed a question to Sexengard. "Are you the guardian of this domain?" After the protagonist addresses the barbarian, his comrade questions if it is truly wise to proceed with only two in their party. Sihan asserts his companion, a 6th-level mage, should not quail before mere forest bandits. Observing them closer, the barbarian discerns a surprisingly youthful adversary, baffled by the boy's audacious fearlessness. The youth had, furthermore, not even hesitated to openly disparage him. More critically, he demands why his men remained passive, despite being dismissed as common forest brigands. Are they truly cowering before this boy merely because he wields a sword? Sihan states that the bandits apparently intend to abscond with their belongings without a fight, yet he inquires if there is a way to resolve this peacefully. The bandit leader snarls that these items are now his, and he holds no intention of relinquishing his spoils. Immediately thereafter, he lunges at the protagonist. Sihan realizes the bandit had intended to attack him from the very outset. Yet he does not stand idly, awaiting the blow. As Sihan defends, his adversary discerns the boy possesses strength beyond his youthful appearance. Furthermore, his aura radiates the power of a true master. At this revelation, he ceases his assault. "What is your name, boy?" he asks. The protagonist introduces himself as Sihan Seong, and the barbarian reciprocates, declaring his name is Sexengard. Subsequently, the protagonist admits he had anticipated merely facing a common brigand, but having witnessed the barbarian's prowess, he now perceives genuine talent. "Sexengard, would you be interested in fighting for a greater cause?" he asks. Back in the present, Sexengard was resting within a cavern. He then realizes he has slept for a considerable duration. He muses he rested sufficiently and feels gratitude for Bellarel Forest's convenient proximity. This very spot had served as his secret sanctuary in his past life as a bandit leader, a place he abandoned prior to the revolution's eruption. Given its remote location, he presumes his enemies would not think to seek him within the depths of this forest. Yet, with his rest now complete, he stands ready to return to Rattensel, eager to confront and eliminate his adversaries. However, the sound of approaching movement reaches his ears. Sexengard questions, "Has someone discovered my sanctuary?" Regardless, he has no intention of retreating. Rather, he embraces this opportunity to stretch his legs. "Whoever lurks in the shadows, approach," he bellows, "for I intend to eradicate all who betrayed me." Yet a figure emerges, remarking, "How amusing to hear Sexengard declare he hunts a traitor, when I too was contemplating the very same." Sexengard wonders, "Am I dreaming?" Despite his bewilderment, the protagonist draws closer to his old acquaintance. Instantly, he forces Sexengard onto the defensive. Yet the protagonist speaks, "It has certainly been some time since our last encounter." Sexengard is utterly stunned to behold Sihan Seong once more. "What brings you here?" he manages to stammer. Sihan retorts they have not met in 10 years, then challenges, "Is that truly all you have to say, barbarian?" Or perhaps, he adds, "Are you merely surprised I have returned from the world to which I was banished?" Enraged, the protagonist lunges. Sexengard parries as best he can. Still bewildered, he demands, "Why have you returned to Terranor, Sihan?" The protagonist simply states, "I am back." He relentlessly continues his assault on the barbarian. Sihan's fury is palpable. With every strike, he channels his raw emotion. Sexengard, with a powerful shove, creates distance from Sihan Seong. He then declares, "Rylstein and Sephiron swore you would never return, boy." The protagonist admits his return was no simple feat, yet asserts he never recoils from a challenge. "In that case," the barbarian retorts, "one cannot always trust a mage's pronouncements." He confesses to a lingering unease, now realizing the sudden widespread rebellion makes perfect sense. Sihan, he deduces, must be its architect. Sihan expresses genuine surprise. "It seems you are not a complete fool after all, barbarian." Sexengard states he now comprehends the boy's motives, concluding Sihan has returned after 10 long years for nothing short of vengeance. "I am no coward," he declares, "nor will I offer justifications for my past actions. Furthermore," he asserts, "I hold no intention of seeking forgiveness. Therefore, if you wish to eliminate me, Sihan, then strike." In response, the protagonist proclaims Sexengard will rue his words, for he shall pay for his betrayal. betrayal. Amidst the brutal clash, a powerful, distant aura reached a young girl's senses. She surmised it could only be 2 of the 7 revolutionary heroes locked in fierce combat, and in a sense, her intuition proved uncannily accurate. Meanwhile, Sexengard registered a notable surge in the protagonist's strength. A swift realization followed. He would need to escalate his assault to claim victory. Sihan, for his part, unleashed his Emperor's ability. He conjured a swirling vortex of raw mana, directed with lethal intent towards his foe. The barbarian braced against the impact. Sihan, he scoffed, urging him to abandon his futile attempts to halt his advance. An assault of that caliber, he declared, would prove utterly ineffectual against me. Sihan's mind raced. This very ability had felled Darzbalt. Its failure against Sexengard could only signify one truth. His opponent, too, had ascended to new heights of power. His deduction was not unfounded. To emphatically demonstrate his augmented might, Sexengard began channeling a formidable lightning strike. To preempt this devastating counter, Sihan invoked the surging power of the tidal wave. He encased himself within its protective embrace, shielding himself from the electrifying tempest. This, however, was merely a diversion, a cunning gambit by his adversary to exploit a moment of vulnerability. The ploy nearly succeeded, but Sihan, with a flicker of instinct, erected his defenses in the crucial final instant. Sexengard's exhilaration was palpable, a booming declaration escaping him. He couldn't recall the last time he had faced such a captivating challenge. Sihan, however, cautioned against such brazen overconfidence. The barbarian lowered his guard at his peril, for it could signal his impending downfall. Sexengard merely scoffed, countering that he was locked in combat with the fabled savior from another world, a being incapable, he assumed, of true cruelty. Thus, he asserted, Sihan stood no chance of victory, for unlike the boy, Sexengard himself embodied the very essence of ruthlessness. A decade passed, the 6 vanguard heroes of the revolution had banded together against Sihan, yet even their combined intellect could not conceive a strategy to permanently eliminate the savior from another realm. A grim thought settled in Sexengard's mind. If 6 heroes had failed to vanquish Sihan, what hope did he alone possess? This, he mused, was likely his final stand. With this realization, victory became secondary. His true aim was not to prevail, but to conceal his ultimate intent. He would fight with unyielding ferocity until his last breath, giving his adversary no hint of his resolve. With renewed resolve, Sexengard unleashed a full-force assault. The protagonist met his charge with an equally ferocious counterattack. Amidst the escalating exchange, Sexengard suddenly discerned an anomaly. Sihan's demeanor, he observed, had subtly shifted. An unsettling premonition snaked through his being. He decided then to amplify the intensity of his barrages. The protagonist, discerning his opponent's intent, maintained his unyielding defensive posture. Abruptly, Sexengard ceased his relentless onslaught. "I've detected an anomaly," he declared. "Sihan, are you employing refined aura? This esoteric technique, achievable only by Grandmaster-level swordsmen, compresses raw aura into an exceptionally pure and potent form." The sight of this refined aura dredged up a vivid memory for Sexengard, the expansive, azure skies that had stretched above them a decade prior. Despite the passage of time, the image remained startlingly crisp in his mind. A troubling realization surfaced. Sihan was exclusively on the defensive, offering no counterstrikes. A tactical ruse, Sexengard concluded, his adversary feigning weakness with deliberate intent. "Why this charade, Sihan?" he demanded. "To ask such a question, Sexengard, is to reveal your own folly," Sihan retorted, "for it lays bare your weakness. I no longer wield the formidable power I once commanded," he confessed. "My very essence, my aura and magic, was expended merely to bridge the gap back to Terranor." Sexengard's skepticism bristled at his words. For if Sihan's power was truly diminished, he would not have sought this confrontation, this pursuit of vengeance. Infuriated, the barbarian surged forward, unleashing a renewed offensive. This time, his strike found its mark, connecting squarely with the protagonist. Sihan braced, deflecting the blow with a desperate last-ditch effort. "If your strength were as depleted as you claim, boy," the barbarian rumbled, "you would not be standing after enduring that blow. I had anticipated this would be my glorious final battle," he continued, "a death worthy of a warrior. But if this meager resistance is all you can muster, then I have no recourse but to utterly obliterate you. My full power may elude me," Sihan countered, "but I retain more than enough might to bring you to your knees. And what's more, I can anticipate every single one of your assaults. Do you harbor some foolish hope, then?" Sexengard scoffed, "that your dormant aura will awaken mid-battle?" Sihan, however, found himself with no discernible opening to retaliate. Worse, he perceived a colossal enemy attack bearing down upon him. From the very earth beneath his feet, a colossal hand of stone erupted. Conjured by his adversary, its sole purpose was to utterly crush the protagonist. Perhaps you weren't entirely mendacious about your strength after all, Sihan, Sexengard conceded, observing the new development. Yet, I never imagined you would resort to an aura circle to evade combat rather than engage. The protagonist found himself utterly ensnared by the unexpected assault. He attempted to erect a defense, but was caught completely off guard. The colossal stone hand clamped around him, securing its grasp. I confess, I never envisioned you in such a predicament, boy, Sexengard mused, a cruel edge to his voice. Tell me, how does it feel to finally fall in battle? It appears, Sihan retorted, his voice strained, that you harbor no compunctions about my elimination. In the decades since our last encounter, a singular question has plagued me. Why, Sexengard, he demanded, did you and the others merely banish me to another world, instead of simply ending my existence outright? A gnawing question had haunted Sihan for a decade. He had been utterly defenseless, a puppet caught in the portal's unforgiving maw. Had the barbarian chosen to plunge a dagger into his heart, instead of simply thrusting him through the swirling gate, Sihan would have been powerless to resist, his fate sealed. Yet Sexengard had refrained from a fatal strike, opting instead to banish Sihan back to his original realm, sparing his life. This unanswered leniency fueled Sihan's lingering query. Had Sexengard been assailed by a sudden pang of guilt for betraying a comrade, or was there another reason? The barbarian, Sexengard, scoffed, a dark amusement in his eyes. There's no harm in truth now, Sihan, since you're about to meet your end regardless. He admitted to having considered Sihan's outright extermination back then. But 3 hypocrites, who readily assented to your banishment, drew the line at murder. They threatened to defect, to turn against us, if you were to be permanently silenced. Though eager to betray you for their own gain, they lacked the stomach for true bloodshed, loath to burden their consciences, and thus insisted on merely casting you back to your realm. Sexengard scoffed, dismissing their squeamishness. They should never have held back. I betrayed my friend to seize a throne, to become king of this land, he declared, his voice hard, and I would not have truly savored that life if you had remained in Terranor. He harbored no regrets for his actions that day, proclaiming that while he might be a betrayer, he refused to be branded a coward. Sihan in turn fixed him with a scathing gaze. You are a fool, barbarian. You posture as if you are above them, yet you are merely the vilest among them. You claim not to be a coward, yet your actions scream otherwise. Sexengard, you are the grandest narcissist I have ever encountered, for you harbored intentions far more sinister than those 3, and yet you still perceive yourself as innocent. Incensed, the barbarian roared. You may think what you wish, Sihan. Your judgment means nothing to me. For now, I shall simply eradicate you once and for all. He lunged, a whirlwind of furious intent, but Sihan, with a sudden fluid movement, broke free from his unseen binds and parried the devastating blow with ease. Now, I know the true story of my 10-year exile, Sihan announced. Throughout their skirmish, he had feigned weakness, a calculated act designed to uncover a crucial truth. His conclusion was stark. Sexengard's strength had not truly evolved in the intervening decade. The barbarian still relied on the very same techniques Sihan remembered from 10 years past. Sihan had anticipated a hidden card, a new stratagem or two, but his assumption proved utterly mistaken. A chilling realization dawned on Sexengard. He had been thoroughly duped. The faint aura he had sensed earlier was Sihan deliberately masking his true power. It took you long enough, Sihan remarked, a mocking edge to his voice. Had you not been so utterly consumed by your own folly, you might have discerned the truth far sooner. I spent the last 10 years honing my skills, sharpening every blade of my resolve for this very moment of vengeance, Sihan continued, his eyes glinting. You would be a fool to underestimate me now. Sexengard's face contorted with unbridled fury. He roared, summoning a torrent of raw aura to unleash upon Sihan. Sihan sidestepped the onslaught with disdainful ease. Instantly, Sexengard regrouped, preparing a fresh assault. His massive axe became a conduit, unleashing devastating arcs of energy that cleaved through the air towards Sihan. Sihan met the barrage with his own blade. With a masterful flourish, his enhanced abilities shattered the incoming assault. A gasp escaped Sexengard's lips as he recognized the technique. Sihan, too, wielded the legendary Sky Piercer. I am fighting a barbarian, Sihan declared, a faint smile playing on his lips. It only seems fitting to unleash every magical beast aura technique in my arsenal. The barbarian's rage intensified, twisting his features into a grotesque mask. From a distance, the allied girl watched, mesmerized. She thought that this was the power of the 7 heroes of the revolution, the legends brought to life before her eyes. She struggled to comprehend that individuals of such monstrous might had walked the earth during the War of Independence. A fierce desire to aid Sihan pulsed within her, yet she knew her magic was insufficient. A heavy question settled in her mind. What is my true purpose here? Back in the maelstrom of battle, Sexengard's voice boomed. Will you forgive the others, Sihan? Or will your vengeance consume them as well? well? Your resolve is weak, Sihan, he sneered. You will undoubtedly perish long before you can achieve your petty goals. With a guttural roar, he amassed his power for another devastating assault. A colossal hand of raw energy coalesced, aiming to utterly crush Sihan. As the gargantuan fist descended, Sihan offered a mocking, sarcastic compliment to his adversary. And I, he announced, have something truly special to counter such an audacious display. Initially, Sexengard failed to grasp the import of Sihan's words, but then a cold dread seized him as he finally comprehended Sihan's intent. Sihan was unleashing his aura to its absolute zenith. To be struck by such concentrated power would be catastrophic. Desperate, the barbarian magnified his monstrous attack to its utmost limit. It was a futile effort. Sihan's counterattack surged forward, obliterating the colossal hand of energy in a blinding flash. The devastating blow continued its trajectory, aimed directly at Sexengard. Sexengard was forced to recoil violently, narrowly dodging the pulverizing force. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. Had that strike connected, it would have been his absolute annihilation. He cursed his own arrogance. He should have accepted his impending defeat from the outset, prepared himself, embraced his fate, and fought with honor even in a losing battle. Instead, clinging to the false hope that Sihan was weak, he had deluded himself into believing he could survive. His desperate attachment to this world, his utter conviction of victory, had blinded him to the mortal peril he had been in from the very start. A belated surge of desperate cunning flared within him, but it was far too late. Finally, Sihan declared, a grim satisfaction in his tone, I have driven you to desperation. It was truly agonizing to endure your former arrogance. Sexengard, teeth bared in a snarl, screamed, I should have extinguished your life when I had the opportunity. Indeed, Sihan conceded, his voice low and dangerous. But that opportunity, barbarian, will never come again. With a final decisive movement, Sihan unleashed a devastating attack that slammed into the barbarian, the full, unadulterated force of his aura crushing into Sexengard. A single, decisive strike from the protagonist rendered Sexengard utterly incapacitated. A lone blow, effortlessly delivered, was all it took to fell the formidable barbarian. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sihan's features, a fleeting shadow suggesting the ease of victory was almost anticlimactic. Even as his body slumped, Sexengard's indomitable spirit flared, denying any semblance of defeat. You remain weak, Sihan, he rasped, a sneer twisting his lips. You couldn't even best me with the sky piercer. Sihan merely watched, unmoved by the barb. Tell me instead, he began, his tone even, who are these three hypocrites you spoke of earlier? As expected, Sexengard remained tight-lipped. Sihan had long since deduced the barbarian's inherent stubbornness, understanding such crucial information would never be yielded so readily. A different query now gnawed at him. Why the betrayal, Sexengard? Sihan's gaze sharpened. You were never one to covet opulence or authority. Why abandon everything for the hollow crown of a king? A mirthless laugh rattled in Sexengard's chest. Your questions merely underscore your profound ignorance, he declared. It was never solely about the crown. I refused to live forever in your colossal shadow, Sihan. I craved renown as the apex of strength, not merely the comrade of a more formidable man. Should I have groveled like a fawning hound, eternally grateful for the mere crumbs of your friendship, mighty Sihan? Such poetic grievance is beyond your devising, Sexengard, Sihan countered, his gaze piercing. I have heard these sentiments echoed before. You are merely another puppet in a larger scheme. His expression hardened. Nonetheless, no external influence will absolve you of betraying a friend's sacred trust. Defiance blazed in Sexengard's eyes, eclipsing any hint of fear. Then end it, he demanded, his voice raw with a desperate plea. Strike me down, Sihan. Let my pride remain intact. Sihan's voice was firm, resolute. Elimination would be too merciful. I have a different retribution awaiting you. A furrow creased the barbarian's brow. What devious torment do you speak of? He growled, bewildered. Alita, Sihan called, his voice echoing with intent. A surge of fury twisted Sexengard's face. Enough of these games, Sihan. Finish me now. No, Sihan reiterated, a cold edge to his voice. Though my past self yearned for your destruction, you merely banished me to another realm. It is your turn to experience that same prolonged despair. His gaze was unwavering. You will endure precisely what I endured for 10 agonizing years. You will be cast into the very same world. Sexengard recoiled, horror dawning in his eyes at the true nature of Sihan's vengeance. Yet even as he balked, a shimmering rift tore open in the air, a vortex of shimmering energies. The barbarian was left with no choice but to confront his looming fate. Alita's keen senses immediately registered a subtle drain. Sihan had siphoned her mana, weaving it into the nascent portal. To her, the notion of manipulating another's energy for spells was preposterous. akin to attempting to build one's own physique with another's muscles. A specific anomaly existed within this arcane law. Summoned magical entities, bound by extra-dimensional techniques, possessed the inherent right to draw power from their summoners. Sihan hadn't initially intended such a direct imposition, but his own mana replenishment was proving agonizingly slow. In that moment, Alita understood the true scope of her presence, her role in Sihan's meticulously crafted vengeance. He truly meant for Sexengard to relive every harrowing moment of his decade-long exile. The barbarian thrashed, fighting the irresistible pull. He exhausts every ounce of his remaining strength, attempting to resist the portal's inexorable draw, Sihan observed, his voice devoid of pity. I recognize the futile struggle, for I attempted the very same a decade ago. But I only sent you home, Sexengard roared, his voice strained. This is a land unknown. It isn't fair. Consider it a refund, Sihan replied, his tone chilling with interest. Terror now contorted Sexengard's features. He strained against the invisible force, his eyes wide with dawning horror. Beyond the shimmering maw, grotesque silhouettes writhed, innumerable potent creatures, reminiscent of the Emperor's most abhorrent summons. His punishment was clear, an endless solitary battle against relentless horrors in a forsaken realm. Do you truly believe this is my end? Sexengard gasped, desperation clawing at his throat. I will survive. I will return from that abyssal world, just as you did. And one day, Sihan, we will clash again. This is my solemn vow. Come what may. Sihan merely offered a quiet farewell. The swirling vortex flared, then collapsed inward, consuming Sexengard entirely, leaving only a lingering tremor in the air. Alita's brow furrowed. Was this truly prudent? She wondered aloud. The Four Towers will undoubtedly sense such potent dimensional disturbances. Sihan merely shrugged. It matters little. We depart soon enough, and I possess enchantments capable of cloaking our tracks, silencing any lingering tremors. His eyes then fell upon the barbarian's tattered garments, discarded in the wake of his banishment. Perhaps I can fetch a decent sum for these, he mused, a hint of dark humor in his tone. What will become of Sexengard? Alita pressed, her voice touched with concern. Who can say? Sihan replied, his gaze distant. Anything is possible in that other world. His survival, his demise. It holds no bearing on me. My vengeance is complete. What fate befalls him now is his own concern, not mine. I would feel more at ease if he had been fully eliminated, Alita confessed. Even a minuscule chance of his return, as he vowed, troubles me. It's hardly a simple feat, especially for one who is not a mage, Sihan acknowledged. Yet, I, more than anyone, know that such returns are possible, defying all expectations. Did I not, after all, confound my own enemies? And should he truly return? Alita probed, her gaze searching. What then? Sihan considered, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his lips. I confess, he admitted, his honesty stark and chilling. I would be rather intrigued to witness the ultimate fruit of my vengeance. Not long after, the reigning monarch recognized his unsuitability for kingship and abdicated, embracing the life of a free man, unbound by the crown. Ainz Primero thereupon ascended the throne as the new sovereign, solemnly decreeing that the nation would henceforth be known as the Kingdom of Rattenberg. Upon his enthronement, Ainz swiftly reorganized the kingdom's internal affairs. Crumble, whose tireless efforts had bolstered the new monarch, was fittingly elevated to the rank of count and entrusted with administrative oversight, a portfolio previously managed by Kelteron. Joldaran was appointed commander of the Black Lion Knights, with Rybel designated as his vice-commander. Kelteron, already elevated to Marcus, was subsequently appointed chancellor and lauded as a hero by the populace. Observing Ainz systematically dismantle any lingering vestiges of the previous reign, the remaining nobility braced themselves, anticipating dire consequences. However, the new king declared he was not akin to Emperor Rustenard. While he could not condone the transgressions committed by Duke Kramaton and other complicit nobles, he understood the cruelty of casting blame upon all others indiscriminately. To unequivocally demonstrate his benevolent aspirations for governance, he proclaimed his intention to take the former queen, Layla Wren Rattenberg, daughter of Duke Kramaton, as his wife. This decisive act by the new monarch was widely interpreted by the nobility as a clear indication that he held no designs to castigate them for their past misdeeds. Thus, Ainz garnered the trust of the nobles, who, in turn, pledged their unwavering fealty and utmost service to his majesty. In the quiet chambers of his mind, the new king offered a silent commendation to Kelteron, for he perceived that events were unfolding precisely as Kelteron had envisioned. For her part, Layla confided that her father had never treated her as a person, but rather as mere property. Hence, she expressed profound gratitude that the new king had accepted her, feeling deeply honored to stand beside him. The king, too, derived profound satisfaction from knowing he had secured her trust and the unwavering support of the nobility. Thus, all hailed the new sovereign of Rattenberg. Sometime later, the protagonist encountered Kelteron, offering his congratulations on Kelteron's elevation to Chancellor. He added that in this esteemed position, Kelteron would now wield absolute control over the entirety of the kingdom's finances. Kelteron, a flicker of defensiveness in his eyes, asserted he harbored no intention of leveraging his station to illicitly acquire others' wealth. Yet, he declared, he could easily double his personal fortune even if he merely reallocated Sexengard's extravagant entertainment budgets to the ruling classes. Sihan expressed contentment that matters had concluded favorably, given that Sexengard's previous governance had been an utter debacle. He mused he wouldn't be surprised if people began to hail Ainz as the wise king, having managed to rectify at least half of the prevailing issues. However, Kelteron countered, asserting that while Sexengard might have inadvertently crippled the kingdom from within, he had paradoxically maintained its external security. For the other heroes of the revolution had been prevented from directly assailing the realm by Sexengard's presence. Without his formidable influence, Kelteron argued, the kingdom now stood dangerously vulnerable to its neighbors. Even granting this premise, the protagonist remained unconvinced that the kingdom faced imminent peril. Kelteron posed a direct question. Did Sihan's conviction stem from the belief that he would soon compel other nations into a similar subjugated position? Of course, Kelteron openly admitted his fervent hope for Sihan's success in his vengeful endeavors, knowing full well the considerable advantages he himself stood to gain. The protagonist dismissed this. Kelteron, you did not summon me merely for such trivial speculation. State the true subject you wish to address. At this, the Chancellor's demeanor shifted, a subtle change in his posture. He then revealed that the other heroes of the revolution were considerably more formidable than Sexengard had ever been. The former king, he explained, had been fundamentally unfit to govern, his skills atrophied and unhoned by his prolonged absence from the battlefield. In stark contrast, Rilstein and Safarin commanded control over the Four Towers, having both attained the coveted title of Floormaster, a feat Sihan himself had accomplished in the past. Sihan interjected, pointing out that unlike himself, these two heroes had undergone the proper tutelage in magic, suggesting they might indeed rival his own power. Teorent and Karen Anasius, too, had undoubtedly grown considerably more potent, as both were relentless self-researchers and prodigious self-trainers, driven solely by a hunger for advancement. Yet Kelteron contended that among them all, Lavina stood as the preeminent force, having recently undergone a significant surge in power. Sihan cut him off. Chancellor, dispense with the preamble. State your true intentions without further delay. Kelteron then stated, with grave conviction, that if compelled to choose between aligning with a savior from another world or the world's destroyers, his allegiance would unequivocally lie with Sihan. He considered any alternative choice to be the height of folly. However, if the broader populace were forced to confront such a stark decision, many would undoubtedly agonize over the choice. Upon hearing this, the protagonist's gaze sharpened. Has Lavina truly grown that formidable? Kelteron declared there were only 3 individuals he knew who could conceivably stand against Sihan. One was General Londark, the guardian knight of the Ruslan Empire. Another was the mercenary king, Barak. Yet no word of him had surfaced since the Empire's downfall, and he was widely presumed deceased, succumbing to the ravages of advanced age. The last, Sihan knew intimately, Lavina, the invisible thief queen. She had recently ascended to the pinnacle of her craft, achieving the rank of Godsword Warrior, the highest echelon in her discipline. With the disappearance of the 3 former Godsword Warriors, she was now officially the sole remaining Godsword Warrior on the entire continent. At this revelation, Sihan mused that as shocking as the news was, he found himself able to believe it. A decade prior, Lavina had achieved Grandmaster status while still a mere adolescent. She was, unequivocally, a true prodigy. It was hardly inconceivable that she had now reached the absolute pinnacle. Kelteron posited that Teorent was, in fact, close to attaining Lavina's formidable level. Despite Lavina's inherent ambition, she had not yet moved to dominate the neighboring country on her border. This inaction, coupled with Teorent's imminent attainment of her power level, suggested that even with her Godsword Warrior status, she lacked absolute confidence in victory. Hence, Teorent also represented a tangible threat. Lavina might have occasionally displayed flickers of ambition, Sihan countered, yet she is not the type to ruthlessly trample others to sate her personal desires. Are you certain, Chancellor, that you have not mistaken her for someone else? The Chancellor conceded he might not possess absolute certainty, but dared to assert that Sihan was gravely mistaken in his judgment of her. He firmly believed Lavina had always embodied that very nature. Furthermore, everyone else held the same conviction. The other 6 heroes of the revolution were keenly aware of it, and even Sexengard himself had harbored the same perception. Kelteron concluded, his voice firm, that Sihan Sihan was the sole individual ignorant of Lavina's true nature. At these words, a distinctly unsettling aura began to emanate from the protagonist. Alarmed, Kelteron visibly recoiled, surmising his pronouncements had provoked this unsettling shift. He immediately sought Sihan's forgiveness for his candor. "It was not my intention to alarm you, Kelteron," Sihan assured him. "I was simply caught off guard by the revelation." "In that case," Kelteron cautiously inquired, "is there anything I can do to ameliorate the situation?" The protagonist simply stated that all was well. "I possess the necessary information now. It is time to set my plans in motion." With a final nod, he took his leave of the Chancellor. As he departed, Sihan's thoughts swirled, realizing there was one crucial detail Kelteron remained unaware of. He had witnessed Lavina's true nature a decade ago, a side of her known to no other soul. The mere recollection of Lavina's chilling gaze sent a shiver down his spine, making him feel as though her presence lingered nearby. Later, as Sihan prepared to leave, Alita inquired, "Do you have an engagement?" Sihan shrugged, claiming profound boredom. He had considered a stroll, but with Terranor offering scant diversion, he decided to seek out books. Alita promptly declared her desire to accompany him, equally weary of domestic confinement. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, questioning her readiness for public exposure. Alita, however, confidently affirmed her mastery of disguise techniques. Just then, another young woman materialized, addressing Sihan as Master. Having apparently overheard his plans, she eagerly petitioned to join their outing. Before Sihan could respond, a different ally abruptly intervened, cutting the girl off. He sternly reminded her of her scheduled lessons with him, unequivocally stating she should not even contemplate infringing upon Sihan's valuable time. The girl feigned ignorance, though her inner monologue betrayed her true intent: to deliberately sabotage Sihan and Alita's excursion. The male ally remained resolute. She will attend her studies, whether willingly or not. Sihan, observing the exchange, merely commented, "It's encouraging to see you two interacting so vigorously." Stepping into the bustling city, Sihan remarked, "Terranor has undeniably thrived. It pulses with a vibrancy and energy it lacked before." Now employing the Thousand Faces technique, Sihan conceded his vengeance had been deeply personal, yet he harbored no regrets. Mid-stroll, Alita's gaze sharpened, catching sight of something intriguing. Directly ahead stood a quaint bookstore. Inside the establishment, they began to browse, seeking out compelling titles. Sihan's eyes landed on several volumes rife with double entendre. He pondered the precise nature of their salacious content. Amidst the suggestive covers, one particular book truly captured his attention. It was titled The Lover of the Otherworld Savior. Sihan's immediate thought was that it must chronicle his romance with Lavina. He mused whether their decade-old relationship had been sufficiently celebrated to inspire new romantic sagas, even now. A glance inside, however, brought a jolt of genuine surprise. The narrative incredibly depicted a relationship between him and Rilstein. A bewildered Sihan wondered, who would conceive of such a thing? Had the author been entirely oblivious to his actual entanglement with Lavina? And why, of all possibilities, had they cast him in a romantic liaison with another man? Alita, flushed with an awkward silence, found herself utterly at a loss for words. She swiftly purchased a single volume, then practically fled the shop. Their next destination was the expansive city square. Upon encountering the towering statues commemorating various heroes, Sihan mused, "Was it Sexengard who commissioned these?" Alita countered, "There's no inherent harm in extolling the heroes of the revolution. After all, there's even a statue dedicated to the Otherworld Savior." Sihan gazed at the monument supposedly depicting him, finding absolutely no resemblance. His companion clarified, "The legends surrounding you have been, shall we say, slightly embellished in their retelling. Your achievements, after all, were undeniably extraordinary." Sihan, in turn, quipped, "Perhaps I should simply be grateful no one recognizes me now." With Sexengard's demise avenged, Alita probed, "Do you have another target in your sights?" Sihan mused that vanquishing Safaran or Rilstein would likely prove straightforward, given their magic's utter ineffectualness against him. However, he preferred to defer their confrontation. Orchestrating a direct encounter with mages, known for their elusive and strategic operations, presented a considerable challenge. Sihan had initially intended to pursue Terrant after Sexengard's defeat, believing Terrant's arrogance in his swordsmanship would make him an easier opponent to isolate for a solo duel. Yet Lavina had achieved the rank of warrior goddess through her unparalleled swordsmanship. Sihan suspected, though it was merely a conjecture, that Terrant was perilously close to reaching a comparable tier of skill. Should Kelteron's intelligence prove accurate, and Terrant truly had ascended to warrior god status, then Sihan's confrontation would be premature. While Sihan had largely recuperated his aura, he remained at a grandmaster tier. He would require additional time to fully restore his formidable strength. His companion then inquired if he intended to persist with his rigorous training until complete recuperation. The protagonist retorted, "I've already squandered a decade. There is no further time to forfeit." His gaze then shifted, settling upon one of the hero statues. He murmured, "I can barely wait to finally confront Karen Ignatius." Alita's eyes widened. "Are you speaking of the immortal witch?" He elaborated. Karen wields Prin, the cleric's restorative capabilities, alongside Freya, the Templar's devastating destructive power. Such a unique combination is almost unheard of. However, her true menace lies not merely in her individual combat prowess, but in her formidable aptitude for synergizing these diverse talents. Far more potent than simple physical augmentation, this unique amalgamation of skills allows her to plague her adversaries with a myriad of ailments. Even the most formidable swordsmen and mages dread such a threat. One must remain acutely vigilant against her contagions. Alita conceded, "Karen appears to be an exceptionally challenging adversary. Are you certain of your convictions, Sihan?" He responded with an unequivocal affirmative. Beings from other worlds are immune to Terraner's indigenous diseases. Thus, Karen's specialized abilities will prove utterly ineffective against me. Alita pressed. "So it's not merely Karen's specific contagions that fail to affect you, but any Terranorian disease?" "Indeed," Sihan confirmed, a note of profound gratitude in his voice. "Were it not for this immunity, I doubt I would have survived." His friend ventured, "Is this some form of potent magic?" Sihan elucidated, "On Earth, constant exposure to antibiotics fostered potent, highly evolved germs. I essentially became a carrier, transporting these microbes across the dimensional divide. The dimensional portal, it seems, made no effort to impede such a transfer. When I was wrenched into this world, my entire microscopic ecosystem came with me." Alita's astonishment was palpable. Even a germ can traverse a dimensional portal? What are the true limits of this phenomenon? The protagonist recounted, "Realstein was once obsessed with finding an answer to that very query. He once theorized that only genuinely living entities could pass through the dimensional gateway. Then he turned to me," Sihan recalled, "and posited, what precisely does the portal define as living?" Sihan admitted his uncertainty, but speculated that perhaps anything possessing a soul would qualify. At this, Realstein launched into a barrage of hypotheses, questioning, could zombies or animated carrion traverse it? Sihan, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of grotesque hypotheticals, found himself utterly speechless. Realstein then declared, but this is the very essence of a research mage's endeavor." He persisted, however, delving into increasingly bizarre and frankly repulsive lines of inquiry. This persistence earned Realstein a sharp rap on the head. A young woman who had approached unnoticed chided him. "Must you utter such things before dinner, Realstein?" Realstein immediately protested, rubbing his head. "That truly stung, Karen." Yet the moment his eyes met Karen's face, his irritation melted away. Her smile was simply too captivating to resist. Karen set the evening meal before them. "Dinner is served," she announced, a faint apology in her voice for the simplicity of the fare, attributing it to a lack of ingredients. Sihan quickly assured her there was no issue. Merely having food on the table was more than enough. Realston, however, observed Karen herself was not partaking in the meal. "Why aren't you eating?" he inquired. Karen explained that sampling various dishes and ingredients while cooking had sated her appetite. The young men, unconvinced, promptly offered generous portions from their own plates. Karen demurred, insisting her hunger had vanished, yet their persistent efforts to feed her were undeniable. She relented, finally taking a bite, much to the visible delight of Rylston and Sihan. Tyrant, however, remained unimpressed. The protagonist questioned if he too would offer her some of his meal. Tyrant, a flicker of irritation crossing his features, merely stated he was not like them. He rose abruptly, leaving his plate on the table. "I've eaten plenty. Karen can have the rest," he declared. Karen, with an inner smile, understood this was Tyrant's own awkward attempt at kindness. As the young men prepared to depart, Karen called out to Sihan, urging him to wait. "I mended your scarf," she explained, holding up the carefully repaired garment. "With the weather turning cold, I wouldn't want you catching a chill." Back in the present, the protagonist mused that Karen had always embodied the dual roles of an elder sister and a nurturing mother. Despite Tyrant and Rylston's seniority, Sihan had always viewed Karen as a true sister, her gentle demeanor, calm wisdom, keen intellect, and inherent kindness shining through. Her smile, a constant beacon, never faltered, regardless of how harrowing or painful circumstances became. Even amidst the grim task of eliminating Imperial Army soldiers, a sight that was, in its own way, profoundly unsettling, her composure held. Indeed, it wasn't just Karen. In those bygone days, they were all siblings to Sihan, a true family forged by unbreakable bonds. He felt he had gleaned many vital life lessons thanks to their shared experiences. But now, weary from his wanderings, he turned to Alita. "It's time we headed back," he announced. A somber thought, however, echoed in Sihan's mind. Too much time had elapsed, and some paths once taken offered no return. Meanwhile, within the sacred spires of Lyciterium, the divine capital of Inaceus, Karen attended to her duties. "Has Sexengard abdicated the throne?" she inquired, her voice cutting through the hushed reverence of the chamber. A priest confirmed, relaying that the eldest son had indeed ascended to the kingship. Furthermore, Count Kelteron, Sexengard's trusted right hand, had seized control of the volatile situation. Another priest mused that the name sounded familiar. His colleague elaborated, "Kelteron is that individual, blessed with the physique of a scholar and the savage cunning of a wild beast." Karen, in turn, expressed her astonishment. "It's surprising to hear. The Kelteron I know is no coward, nor is he the sort to instigate such an upheaval." With an imperious gesture, she demanded they gather more intelligence regarding the unfolding events. The head priest then inquired about the subsequent course of action. Karen clarified that many had fled Sexengard's tyranny, seeking refuge within their borders, and were now desecrating temples, plundering offerings to the goddess. She noted that these refugees should have received ample food and clothing. Why, then, would they resort to such acts? She questioned. The chief priest confessed that the individual responsible for provisions had misappropriated the resources, leaving many refugees without proper sustenance. "While coveting the goddess's offerings is an unforgivable transgression, I beseech your holiness not to punish them for stealing merely to survive," he pleaded. Karen, however, remained unyielding. "According to the divine commandments, they cannot be absolved merely due to their circumstances. Therefore, all who have stolen must be eliminated. Secular laws are inherently unjust and iniquitous," she asserted, "for they are predicated on human emotions and transient situations. The populace must adhere to the goddess's will, not the arbitrary laws or ethical codes they devise for themselves. Only through such obedience," she declared, "will they achieve a righteous existence in this realm. If you comprehend, priest, you may now withdraw." Her gaze was utterly devoid of emotion, a chilling emptiness that some might interpret as the epitome of dispassionate justice. Bereft of any alternative, the priest could only acquiesce to her decree. They bowed in unison, then retreated from the hallowed space. The scene shifts back to the protagonist. Kelteron declared he had executed Sihan's request precisely. "Lord Sihan, Sword Superior Zenon, Sword Superior Alita, and your student Dinah," he began, "are all designated members of the Rattenberg delegation, destined for Inaceus, the religious kingdom." The protagonist marveled at the Count's swift efficiency. He had needed to locate Karen, and had tasked Kelteron with devising a method to do so without arousing suspicion. Kelteron had requested time for the endeavor, yet had delivered results with astonishing speed. Sihan had assumed the Count would ponder the matter for a full day, only to realize he had already completed all the necessary arrangements. Sihan knew that for a king to truly assert his claim to the throne, he required recognition from other nations, necessitating the dispatch of diplomats to their capitals. Yet, Sihan also knew administrative procedures were rarely so straightforward. "How did you secure permission for everyone so swiftly?" he questioned. Kelteron explained that he had appointed Sihan and his companions to the delegation from its inception, a task not overly arduous, given his influential position as a count. The protagonist wondered if Kelteron had orchestrated this entire scheme beforehand, meticulously preparing for any decision Sihan might render. "Do not create unnecessary work for your subordinates," he admonished the Count. "Simply inquire before taking such initiative next time." Kelteron acknowledged the suggestion as a sound one. Sihan, observing this, deduced that the Count must have endured considerable hardship serving Sexengard, which explained his palpable apprehension of making mistakes. The Count then reported that the religious kingdom of Inaceus had responded positively to the news of the new king, a reaction echoed by other nations. "You may, therefore, leverage this delegation to arrange meetings with representatives from all the other realms," he informed Sihan. Sihan had a vague inkling of who he might be. This individual had always been close to Sexengard and would undoubtedly harbor little affection for Ains I. The protagonist, however, had not anticipated such overt hostility and sincerely hoped this person was not contemplating war. He referred, of course, to Seraphan, and now realized he would encounter him far sooner than anticipated. The Safari Kingdom stood alone among nations, refusing to officially acknowledge Ains I. Its unwavering stance stemmed from Seraphan's deep-rooted alliance with Sexengard. Their bond transcended mere friendship. They were an inseparable partnership forged in war. Seraphan, the strategic intellect, and Sexengard, the formidable force. Kelteron maintained that Sexengard had officially abdicated his throne, choosing instead the quiet existence of a free man. Yet, Seraphan, who knew Sexengard intimately, dismissed the claim as an outright fabrication. The protagonist deduced that Seraphan's distrust must be profound, explaining his refusal to sanction the new monarch. A grim realization dawned on him. He couldn't allow countless innocents to become collateral in his quest for vengeance. At this rate, his path might lead him to Seraphan before Karen. Keltaron, however, reassured Sihan, emphasizing that his apprehension was unwarranted. Every other kingdom, save for Seraphan, maintained amicable relations with them. Moreover, they commanded the formidable backing of the Realstein kingdom, the continent's preeminent power. Both Realstein and Seraphan were realms of potent mages, their rivalry ignited during the War of Revolution and simmering ever since. Given this delicate balance, Seraphan would be powerless to act rashly or instigate any impulsive conflict. Thus, Keltaron concluded, Sihan could proceed with his initial itinerary, commencing his journey to the pious kingdom of Inacius. All preparations, after all, were already complete. The Count must have anticipated this precise turn of events to some degree, the protagonist remarked. Trusting Keltaron's counsel, he resolved not to abandon the journey. Then, I shall leave the arrangements entirely to the Count, he declared. 3 days later, the protagonist found himself on the open road. Not alone, but accompanied by his entire delegation, he journeyed towards the kingdom of Inacius. From within the opulent confines of a carriage, a noble observed the protagonist astride his mount. "My lord, would you not prefer to rest a while?" the noble inquired. "I am quite comfortable on horseback," Sihan replied. "In fact, I find it far more agreeable than being confined within a carriage. Should you require anything at all, please do not hesitate to inform me," the noble offered. "It has been a long time since I last rode," Sihan mused, "and I find I quite enjoy it." Unlike Sihan, Attila possessed no prior experience with horsemanship. "Attila is gradually acquiring the knack," he noted, then cautioned her, "but do not overexert yourself. Aura abilities that amplify speed, allowing one to outpace a horse, are exceedingly difficult to master," Attila explained. "Thus, it's imperative to learn proper horsemanship, just like Zenon, a knight of the realm, or Dinah, who hails from a privileged background. I had always assumed you too came from a family of means," Sihan mused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "My family was destroyed," she stated, her voice devoid of emotion. Regardless, she was determined to master riding before they reached their destination. As dusk settled, they established their encampment. "Unlike previous journeys, the soldiers are handling everything now," Sihan observed, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. He rather enjoyed this newfound indulgence. "We are mercenaries," Zenon interjected, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Why must we camp? I had assumed the Count would have prepared a more expeditious route." "It is unavoidable," Dina replied, her voice pragmatic. "Most routes are either desolate or heavily mountainous, and supply posts are scarce. Once, a vital artery known as the Jalat Highway Bridge spanned these lands. However, its destruction during the War of Independence left only this circuitous, lengthier path. Trade could have tripled if that bridge remained intact," Dinah lamented, her background as a merchant's daughter giving her keen insight into such matters. "A bridge traversing mountains must have been exceptionally robust," Attila remarked, a question hanging in the air. How could such a structure have been destroyed? Her gaze shifted to Sihan, who visibly struggled to conceal a flicker of embarrassment. Instantly, she understood. He was responsible for the bridge's demise. Sihan, however, swiftly deflected the blame onto Sexengard. "In those days, our conflict raged with such ferocity that much was annihilated," he explained. A stark realization settled upon Sihan. Until this moment, he had never truly contemplated the suffering his past actions had inflicted upon others. He vowed to be more mindful henceforth. Nevertheless, a profound boredom gnawed at him. With the soldiers attending to every task, there was simply nothing left for him to do in the encampment. "I shall assist the soldiers with transport," Zenon offered. "I will continue my riding practice," Attila announced. "Sihan, might you spare some time for Dina?" Soon after, the protagonist prepared to train with the eager young woman. Dina radiated an infectious excitement. She immediately lunged forward, initiating her attack. Yet with seemingly effortless grace, Sihan countered. "Dina, your fighting spirit is truly impressive," he acknowledged. "But that alone will not suffice. Furthermore, your guard is perilously low." As he deftly struck, the protagonist emphasized, "One must remain acutely aware of every detail during battle. Moreover, handling a sword demands complete concentration, both of mind and body. Anger is a natural emotion, but you must never allow it to consume you. While anger can energize your body and ignite your resolve, unchecked fury will invariably cloud your vision and shatter your focus. So, I should be aggressive but not volatile," Dina clarified. "You must train as if every session were a real battle," Sihan instructed. "Without that intensity, you will not improve. There are no shortcuts to mastering swordsmanship." He further cautioned Dina against overexertion during practice. "There is no benefit in training to exhaustion," he advised. "Moderation in practice is key." Dina absorbed his every word with a surprising readiness, which genuinely astonished the protagonist. "This is precisely what I expected from the Mercenary King's successor," the girl beamed. "I am honored to learn from you. Was this how you learned the fundamentals?" she inquired, her eyes gleaming, before mastering the Mercenary King's own sword techniques. Sihan's mind, in that instant, reeled back to his own brutal training. Unlike Dinah, his master had shown him no such leniency. The training had been relentlessly harsh. Not only was the regimen physically grueling, but his trainer's words had been utterly devoid of motivation. Amidst one such session, a friend had intervened, openly challenging these brutal methods. He believed the trainer was being unduly cruel. The sword instructor, however, had justified his severity, claiming it was the most efficient path to mastery. He was convinced that without such rigor, the protagonist would quickly be eliminated. The moment the instructor departed, Sihan's friend rushed to his side, offering solace. Tears streaming down his face, the protagonist confessed it had been 3 agonizing months since he was forcibly thrust into this world. He felt he deserved none of this cruel treatment. His friend gently explained that his harsh treatment wasn't a consequence of his wrongs, but rather the inherent cruelty and insensitivity of the world itself. "But your most precious possession, Sihan, is your life," his friend had urged. "If you wish to survive, you must become strong. Only then will you ever hope to achieve your goals." Back in the present, Sihan mused on his past, acknowledging that he had indeed fulfilled Master Shan's every demand. "Dina, you've done exceptional work today," he announced. "Now, it is time to cease and take some well-deserved rest." Sihan reflected on his own origins. Wielding a sword, he had learned not from a reputable master, but from a worthless vagabond in a dark alley. It wasn't the art of combat he had assimilated, but the stark, brutal meaning of violence itself. Through that grim education, the protagonist had come to comprehend the chilling simplicity of eliminating another life, and precisely what measures were required to merely survive the inferno that was Terranor. During the encampment, Zenon commented on the satisfaction of witnessing a true army's disciplined efforts. Alita, with a hint of dry wit, quipped, "Are we to expect rain again, now that we've stumbled upon another magical beast?" The protagonist, gesturing at the clear sky, assured her, "Not tonight, the weather is perfect." A ripple of laughter spread through the group. Dinah expressed her contentment. "It is truly pleasant to have a camp like this, and the food simply marvelous." She, however, seemed to be the sole connoisseur. Sihan, for his part, found the meal utterly unpalatable. Zenon had been the chef, and while undoubtedly an exceptional knight, his culinary skills left much to be desired. Alita silently concurred, yet no one dared voice their true opinions, loath to dampen the jovial atmosphere of their journey. They wished not to offend their friend, but a silent, unanimous pact formed. Zenon must be kept far from the cooking pots on future excursions. Dina remained the singular admirer of his cuisine. As dusk settled over their encampment, the protagonist declared, "No one should disturb us tonight." He deemed it the perfect hour to resume aura skill training, eager to assess Alita's progress. Sihan intended for Alita to master Lavina's fabled stealth ability. To Zenon, he aimed to impart Sexengard's explosive aura. Alita questioned the ease of instruction, remarking, "Is that truly easy to teach? You often struggle to explain things, hailing from a world so different from our own." Sihan, however, revealed his strategy. If words falter, then practical demonstration becomes the most effective teacher. Zenon's excitement soared. He declared his readiness to follow Sihan's instructions precisely. Alita, conversely, argued that such unique aura abilities were reserved for the heroes of the revolution, and their use by others would undoubtedly invite unwanted scrutiny. The protagonist simply offered, "We need only claim to have learned these techniques from a venerable, long-departed elder." Alita was utterly dumbfounded by such an audacious fabrication. Sihan mused that such a pretense had been commonplace in earlier times. Sexengard himself had learned under similar circumstances, rendering the excuse entirely plausible. Yet, he clarified, the method of acquisition was inconsequential. What truly mattered was their inherent compatibility with these potent techniques. To ascertain this, Sihan initiated the training without delay, meticulously guiding each of them through the intricacies, step by step. After an arduous session, Sihan began to feel the heavy toll of exhaustion. Alita surmised his fatigue stemmed from the repetitive demonstrations, having to perform each technique anew for his disciples. The protagonist, however, dismissed it, stating he merely required a quick meal to regain his strength. Instantly, Zenon volunteered, hurrying off to prepare some sustenance. Sihan, however, waved him off, attempting to assure him he could persevere for longer. A short while later, Zenon reappeared, triumphantly carrying 2 freshly caught rabbits. Sihan's eyes widened in startled surprise. Observing his reaction, Zenon queried, "Do you not care for rabbit meat?" "It's not that," Sihan quickly clarified. "I am merely astonished by your swiftness in securing 2 rabbits so rapidly." "It is my specialty," Zenon replied with a proud grin. The protagonist had been unaware of his friend's prodigious hunting prowess. He then inquired if Zenon would be willing to hunt once more. Zenon readily agreed, stating, "I shall depart immediately." Sihan intended to precisely time the hunter's next expedition. As he observed Zenon, Sihan discerned an astonishing aura emanating from him. It was akin to a subtle, web-like emanation, explaining his unparalleled aptitude for the hunt. Unaware of his own power, Zenon pursued a squirrel, which became instantly immobilized, ensnared by his unconscious aura. Zenon, however, merely noted its diminutive size, deeming it too insignificant for a meal. The protagonist, with his exceptionally keen perception, clearly perceived Zenon's incredible aura, marveling that the young man remained utterly oblivious to his own latent talent. Zenon simply attributed his hunting success to mere fortune, entirely unaware of the profound, innate ability he wielded. So pronounced was this disparity that the protagonist directly questioned him. "How did you manage to employ that aura?" Zenon, perplexed, admitted he hadn't even realized he was utilizing any such power. Sihan instantly deduced that the young man's aura manifested instinctively, rather than through conscious manual activation. He also realized Zenon's current night level standing wasn't a measure of his talent's ceiling. Instead, he was merely confined to that rank because his true, vast potential remained largely untapped. Thereupon, the protagonist retrieved a small item from his satchel. He extended his hand, inquiring of Zenon, "Can you discern the exact number of salt grains I hold?" Zenon's gaze sharpened. "Precisely 136 grains," he answered with unwavering certainty. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed his features, unsure of the query's underlying purpose. "Now," the protagonist declared, "I understand my disciple with far greater clarity." He continued, "You should not pursue the explosive eruption aura. Instead, your path lies with the Emperor's skill." Zenon's eyes widened, a profound alarm washing over him. He stammered, "Why would you wish to impart such an immensely grand ability upon me?" The protagonist understood the Emperor's skill to be an exceedingly sophisticated and singular ability, utterly unattainable for those bereft of extraordinary talent. Yet, having now borne witness to Zenon's staggering innate abilities, Sihan was convinced the young man might rival even the legendary heroes of the Revolution. Sihan had previously surmised Zenon's prowess stemmed solely from his imposing physical stature and brute strength. Now, however, he recognized the young man possessed far more sophisticated techniques, a truth to which Zenon himself remained entirely oblivious. He mused that, until this moment, Zenon had been unwittingly squandering truly exceptional talent on mundane tasks like cooking and setting up camp. Regardless, with the dawn of the new day, their journey resumed. Within the confines of the carriage, the protagonist sought much-needed repose after an utterly exhaustive night. Witnessing his weariness, Dina, who had not participated in the nocturnal training, pondered what Sihan could have possibly been doing to incur such profound fatigue. Her gaze then drifted to the horizon, where she finally caught sight of the capital. The towering spire of Lysaterium, visible from a great distance, heralded their approach. Sihan and his retinue reached the city's towering spires, greeted by the high priest himself. The caravan's vanguard offers a polite expression of gratitude on behalf of their company. Meanwhile, Sihan subtly assesses their surroundings, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind as he identifies several familiar faces. Many of these individuals, he recalls, have served Karen since the early days of the Revolutionary Army. Sihan reassures himself that his presence remains undetected, his features veiled by a potent magical disguise. The moment of anticipation culminates. The priest's voices resonate, proclaiming her entrance, Her Royal Highness, the Queen of Anasius. A murmur of awe sweeps through the protagonist's retinue, many captivated by her striking beauty. Alita, however, finds herself less swayed by superficial charm and more astonished to stand before one of the Revolution's legendary 7 heroes. Never had she envisioned such an encounter with the fabled Karen Anasius. Whispers had placed Karen in her early 30s, yet the woman before them appeared impossibly youthful, making Alita wonder if the rumors were gravely mistaken. Yet, an even more peculiar sight arrests Alita's attention. Her gaze drifts to Sihan, and she discerns an unsettling strangeness in his demeanor. Sihan's voice cuts through the quiet reverence. What is happening? His companions exchange bewildered glances. Later, Alita seeks clarification. What precisely were you referring to earlier, Sihan? He states unequivocally that the woman they witnessed was not the true Karen. Though their visages are identical, he felt an unsettling intensity radiating from her, a presence utterly unlike the familiar aura of Karen. It could only mean one thing: an imposter. Lacking concrete proof, however, he cannot substantiate his grave assertion. Alita offers a pragmatic counterpoint. Perhaps her personality and demeanor have simply shifted with the mantle of royalty. A decade, after all, can profoundly alter a person. Zenon interjects, reminding them they would encounter the queen once more tomorrow. A grand fete was being held to welcome the Rattenberg delegation, offering Sihan a prime opportunity for closer observation. Dina sweeps into their chambers, bearing news of specially prepared attire for the forthcoming celebration. After all, a meeting with the queen demanded nothing less than impeccably appropriate dress for every member of the delegation. Alita, ever eager, is the first to don her ensemble. Upon seeing her transformed, Dina gasps, utterly captivated by her friend's radiant beauty. The protagonist, meanwhile, grumbles that he has never before been subjected to such elaborate attire. Zenon reminds him pointedly that the occasion demands such elegance, for these are the solemn customs of royalty. Alita, catching Sihan's lingering gaze, inquires, "Does this gown not meet with your approval?" Sihan retorts, "On the contrary, it suits you remarkably well." Dina, bristling, challenges him. "Is that truly all you have to say?" The protagonist explains that since Dina has already taken the necessary measurements, he wishes to shed the restrictive garments immediately, feeling profoundly uncomfortable in formal wear. Dina insists he remain in the attire until he grows accustomed to it. The welcoming celebration, she informs him, will transcend a mere banquet. A grand ball is planned to foster amiable relations. He will find himself in a precarious position if his discomfort impedes his ability to dance. Alita comments that it has been quite some time since she last graced a ballroom. Dina echoes the sentiment, recalling her last ball 6 months prior. Even Zenon admits his absence from such festivities, but expresses eager anticipation for this one. Dina then states that one of a true knight's virtues is proficiency in dance. She turns to Sihan. "Are you skilled in the art of the ballroom?" The protagonist confidently replies, "Indeed, for a fencing match is naught but a vigorous dance." Inwardly, however, Sihan's mind descends into sheer panic. To approach Karen, he must maintain a facade of normalcy, yet he possesses absolutely no knowledge of dancing. Alita, sensing his veiled desperation, offers, "I shall instruct you in the steps." She takes her place beside him, gracefully demonstrating the fundamental ballroom steps. Alita expertly leads, guiding him through each intricate movement. To all appearances, the protagonist begins to grasp the rhythm and form. Suddenly, however, he executes a startling maneuver, locking her arm in a swift, practiced hold. Dina exclaims, utterly aghast, "Sihan, what in the blazes do you imagine you are doing?" He sheepishly admits it was an involuntary impulse, his body too ingrained in the instinct of combat, leaving his companions collectively despairing at his incorrigible nature. The following evening, the grand hall bustles with distinguished guests. Beneath the melodic strains of enchanting music, tables groan under the weight of an opulent feast. Zenon, wide-eyed, declares he has never witnessed such extravagance, visibly torn between a multitude of delectable dishes. The caravan leader explains that the spread showcases the local cuisine, highlighting a particularly renowned dish known as grus. Sihan, sampling the dish, muses that grus is essentially a simple combination of noodles and vegetables, akin to a japchae. He finds it astonishing to encounter a culinary style so remarkably similar to his homeland's Korean fare. Noticing Sihan's unexpected enthusiasm, Zenon playfully offers to replicate the dish during their next encampment. Sihan, however, remains preoccupied, his gaze ceaselessly scanning the throng, for Karen has yet to make an appearance. Amidst the lively thrum of the ball, Dina remarks on the overwhelming number of attendees. She observes that while it has been a considerable period since Alita last attended such a gathering, her mentor appears unusually tense. Alita muses silently that the hall is brimming with unfamiliar faces. As the two converse, a young man approaches them, inquiring, "Forgive my intrusion, but are you not Dina Crumble?" Dina, apologetic, admits she does not recognize him. He clarifies that he had heard of her impending arrival and recognized her striking resemblance to her mother. He formally introduces himself as Bright, of the illustrious Amos family, explaining that Dinah's mother is his own mother's younger sister. Dinah acknowledges hearing of the Amos family, recalling that her aunt had indeed married into their lineage with an Inazius. A dawning realization spreads across her face. He is her cousin. Presently, another young man draws near. Bright introduces him as Duran Grent, the formidable guardian knight of the Amos family. Amidst the swirling festivities, the protagonist sensed an undercurrent of activity. He moved towards Dinah, seeking clarity on the unfolding situation. The young woman explained she had just made the acquaintance of her cousin, introducing him as Bright of the Amos family. She then presented her companions, the Marquises of Kelterin, Sean Stain, and Zenon. Lastly, her gaze settled on Alita Relkin, whom she also formally introduced. Such a beautiful name for an equally beautiful maiden, Bright purred, then inquired, "Would you grant me the honor of a dance?" Dina's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of irritation in her eyes. This reception, she mused, was starkly different from his initial interaction with her. Had Bright merely used her as a conduit to approach Alita? Perceiving the girl's simmering frustration, Duran intervened to soothe the tension, extending his hand to Dina. "Might I have this dance?" Flattered by the unexpected invitation, she accepted gracefully. A wave of relief washed over the protagonist, seeing Dina's composure restored. However, his gaze was swiftly captured by a new spectacle. The queen had finally graced the festivities with her presence. Sihan's heart quickened, for his paramount objective remained a private audience with Karen. As she moved among the guests, a collective gasp rippled through the assembly, all eyes drawn to the queen's ethereal beauty. A myriad of young men felt an ardent desire to invite her to dance, yet each recoiled, their courage faltering at the prospect of royal rejection. Unfazed by the pervasive trepidation, the protagonist stepped forward, introducing himself with a confident bow. "Marquis Sean Stain of Kelteron, Your Majesty. Would you grant me the singular honor of this dance?" A murmur of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, many surprised that anyone dared to breach the unspoken barrier and invite the queen. Sihan, though he initially harbored reservations about such a direct approach, concluded it was the only means to gain proximity without appearing unduly presumptuous. Karen inclined her head, accepting the invitation, and soon the two glided onto the dance floor. Their partnership immediately drew the collective gaze of the majority. This, Sihan thought, was the propitious moment. The time had come to unveil the fruits of his diligent practice to all present. Alita, some time ago, had observed that Sihan's body, honed by combat, struggled to grasp the nuances of ballroom dance. She had advised him then to conceptualize dance as another form of combat, a subtle, graceful ensnaring of an opponent, slowly drawing them into a trap for capture. Back in the present, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the spectators. The dance unfolding between the queen and the marquis was a breathtaking spectacle. Even Dina found herself trembling, not from fear, but from sheer exhilaration. Even Karen herself evinced surprise, murmuring that Sean possessed a genuine mastery of the art, moving with the precision and grace of a master duelist. Seizing the opportune moment, Sihan offered a compliment. "You are breathtakingly beautiful, Your Majesty. It is an unparalleled privilege to dance beside you, as if waltzing with a princess from the Moon Palace. Even the fabled rabbit said to reside there would be blinded by the resplendence of your beauty." A flicker of profound surprise crossed Karen's features at the comparison. After all, Sihan had uttered the very same compliment some time ago. On that previous occasion, the protagonist had recounted a tale of a rabbit said to dwell upon the moon, explaining it was a popular folk story, born from the shadowy visage on the moon's surface, which vaguely resembled a rabbit. Karen had remarked then that the people of Sihan's homeland were rather amusing. He, however, had assured her it was not the sole legend of the moon, and for some time he had continued to regale her with further lunar lore. Now, in the present, Karen repeated, "A story about a rabbit dwelling on the moon is rather unusual. Where did you unearth such a tale?" The protagonist offered no reply. He then smoothly brought their dance to a halt. "It has been an utmost pleasure to share this dance with Your Majesty." The queen acknowledged the sentiment, stating she too had enjoyed the dance. With a regal nod, she then withdrew from the ballroom. With that interaction, the protagonist's conviction solidified. This was not the true Karen. The real queen, he knew, would have recognized and recalled the tale of the moon rabbit. Meanwhile, far on the outskirts of the devout kingdom of Anasius, nestled atop the formidable Abrielangel Plateau, a clandestine meeting was underway within the shadowy depths of Sable Tower. "My lady," a subordinate announced, stepping forward, "we have located an individual bearing the ancestral bloodline of Ruslan. Magus Hallen, you have indeed done exceptional work," the leader replied, her voice smooth as polished stone. "Did this search prove more protracted than anticipated?" "She had concealed her true identity with remarkable cunning," Hallen responded. "Operating as a high sword, she is presently serving as a knight under the employ of a noble." "It is no wonder then that you encountered such difficulty," the mage leader conceded. "I am, however, astonished to learn that our target has embraced the path of a high sword, especially given her inherent inheritance of the Emperor's formidable summoning magic. You are to dispatch a message to the Moon Temple without delay," she commanded her subordinate. "I am certain Priest Lument will lend his invaluable aid to this mission. Our target possesses the terrifying ability to summon magical entities from other realms, against which our own magic would prove utterly ineffective. We have invested considerable resources and effort to unearth someone bearing the Ruslan bloodline. We absolutely cannot allow her to slip through our grasp. Every contingency must be considered, every precaution taken. The subordinate nodded, the gravity of their objective now fully impressed upon him. Back to the protagonist, his earlier certainty now absolute. He mused that the Karen he had just encountered was an imposter, yet the identity of this masquerading figure and the fate of the true queen remained shrouded in mystery. Unearthing the truth would prove no simple feat, Zenon interjected. We can hardly stride through the halls openly inquiring as to the whereabouts of the true monarch. Our presence here, as knight escorts delegated by Kelteron to this delegation, Sihan explained, grants us the unique privilege of approaching influential figures. But now that the situation has taken such a convoluted turn, acquiring the necessary intelligence will be a far more arduous task. To delve deeper and ascertain the true queen's location, we must endeavor to forge connections with the resident nobility and their various acquaintances within this kingdom. A thought then struck him. There is the noble Dina introduced during the festivities. I could use that acquaintance as an opening, a subtle wedge to gain access to the circles I require. The following day, Duran awaited his guests. Acknowledging Dina's return, he expressed his profound pleasure and offered his escort on behalf of his family. He further elaborated that the Count had been eager to extend an invitation to his cousin, who had journeyed from a distant foreign land. Sihan, who had pondered how best to approach them, found his path unexpectedly cleared when the invitation arrived first. This family's apparent influence among the nobility offered a promising avenue, a significant chance they held information regarding the papal court. This, he realized, was the perfect opportunity to uncover Karen's whereabouts. During their journey, Duran revealed that he had become a magical swordsman at the tender age of 18, serving the Amos family faithfully for 6 years now. He added that he had heard Sean and Zenon were superior swordsmen, assuring Dina she was in exceptionally capable hands. She, however, demurred, claiming her talents were not so profound, admitting she still struggled to comprehend the manipulation of aura for bodily reinforcement. Duran imparted a knight's true creed. A blade was not wielded merely for personal might, but to safeguard those held dear. With a gentle smile, he acknowledged Dina's journey was long, yet expressed unwavering certainty she would ascend to greater strength one day. Upon hearing this, Zenon remarked that Duran was indeed a truly commendable knight. Alita, however, sensed a subtle undercurrent, a deviation from the expected, her surprise escalating upon their arrival at the imposing Amos family residence. Upon their arrival, Bright greeted them with a courteous welcome, declaring it an honor to host such esteemed guests. He quickly fell into an easy conversation with Dina as they exchanged pleasantries about their mothers and the intricacies of their respective stations. Listening intently, the protagonist, Sihan, realized the present discourse offered little of substance regarding Karen's whereabouts, his primary objective. He knew a direct approach would only breed suspicion, thus necessitating the creation of a subtle opening, a pretext to draw closer to his host. Then, with an elegant flourish, Bright presented Alita with a bouquet of exquisite flowers. He confessed his enchantment since their last encounter, and humbly requested an opportunity to deepen their acquaintance. A collective gasp rippled through Alita's companions, and even she remained utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't fathom Bright's audacity, nor the wellspring of his unwavering confidence. Duran, ever composed, clarified that it was merely his master's custom to declare his affections for a beautiful woman the very moment he laid eyes upon her. Cutting straight to the chase, Bright then asked directly, Alita, would she not consider becoming his beloved? The young woman froze, utterly speechless. She offered a polite apology if her demeanor had inadvertently suggested any interest. Her heart, however, was already claimed, she explained, gesturing towards the protagonist. Sihan himself reeled in shock, a sentiment echoed by all present. Regardless, Alita firmly stated her decision regarding her lifelong companion had already been made, thus compelling her to decline his proposition. Bright, his face crestfallen, apologized for the inconvenience, his disappointment palpable. So profound was his mortification that he requested a moment to withdraw. Duran assured them his master would return shortly and apologized for the abrupt interlude. He extended an invitation for them to spend the night, proposing they resume their discussions the following day. Sometime later, the protagonist made his way to the chamber prepared for him, marveling at its exquisite decor. A maid explained that the room had been specifically arranged for a couple's comfort, a direct order from Master Bright himself, who had been profoundly embarrassed by the earlier incident. Once the maid had departed, Sihan turned to Alita, his question unspoken. What do we do? He asked. Alita merely shrugged. There's nothing to be done. It grows late, and I wish only to sleep. This situation matters little to me. This is hardly comparable, she added, to the time I glimpsed you unclothed. Sihan mused that this was not their first shared chamber, recalling their stay in Kargon City. Thus, there was no call for undue dramatics. Anticipating the inevitable, Alita retrieved a blanket and a pillow, settling herself on the opposite side of the room, leaving the grand bed entirely for Sihan. Only after considerable persuasion did the protagonist convince Alita not to sleep on the floor, arguing that the bed offered ample space for them both to share. Nevertheless, Sihan remained deeply uncomfortable, particularly in light of Alita's public declaration of affection. Amidst the awkward silence, Alita broke the tension. "I have a question," she began. "We journeyed to this kingdom with the sole mission of uncovering more about Queen Karen. Did my declaration by any chance impede your plans?" "No," he replied. "I do not believe Bright will hold a lasting grudge. After all, he even arranged this very room for us. He will undoubtedly recover from the slight." Unable to settle, Alita declared she couldn't sleep. "I shall read a book then," she decided, hoping to lull herself into slumber. "Reading in the dark strains one's eyes," Sihan pointed out. With a subtle gesture, he manifested a gentle orb of light through his magic. "Indeed, magic truly is quite useful," Alita remarked, her eyes widening slightly. The protagonist assured her she could read at her leisure, as the ambient light caused him no disturbance. Alita then read a passage aloud, her voice filled with astonishment at the unfolding plot. "This series is absolutely brilliant," she exclaimed, her excitement for the narrative palpable. Sihan, however, interjected, suggesting she needn't overindulge in her reading, much less narrate it aloud. The girl's enthusiasm proved irrepressible, stirring a vexed frustration within the protagonist toward the unseen author. Nevertheless, he felt a subtle sense of relief. The earlier awkwardness had dissipated. At least Alita was engrossed in her book, and he knew well her profound affection for literature, having always seen her with a volume in hand since their very first meeting. Catching his gaze, Alita inquired, "Is there something you wish to know, Sihan?" "No," he replied before settling down to sleep. But in the quiet recesses of his mind, a memory from his past resurfaced, and he concluded that his own story paled in comparison to the captivating narrative within Alita's book. A flashback unfolds, revealing Sihan's past. He had been imprisoned, subjected to rigorous scientific experimentation. However, one of the researchers declared further experimentation futile, deeming the subject worthless. They had uncovered that denizens from other worlds and magical beings shared intrinsic properties. Divine techniques could influence them, but conventional magic proved ineffective. Beyond this unique attribute, he exhibited no other distinguishing characteristics from an ordinary person. Sparkant, the chief scientist overseeing the research, pressed the protagonist, asserting that such profound uselessness must be a deception, that he surely concealed some latent ability or hidden power. Frustrated by the paucity of revelations, Sparkant resolved to escalate the experiments, defying the dissent of his colleagues. He then summoned Rylstein, assigning him full responsibility for the experimental subject. As the researcher's subordinate, Rylstein had this duty thrust upon him. He had become Sparkant's disciple at the tender age of 12, Sparkant having recognized a nascent, promising talent in the boy and decided to cultivate it. Yet, by 20, Rylstein remained at the second tier of magic, not due to any inherent deficiency, but because his mentor had deliberately withheld all magical instruction. He was, in truth, a prodigy, having mastered second-tier magic through self-study alone. A proper instructor would have undoubtedly propelled his prodigious talent. But Sparkant had always perceived Rylstein as nothing more than a test subject for his research, treating him accordingly. Instead of imparting magical knowledge, Sparkant administered bizarre chemical concoctions daily, causing Rylstein immense suffering. Witnessing a new experimental target, Rylstein instantly felt a pang of empathy for Sihan. Rylstein introduced himself to the protagonist, declaring he would oversee his care from that moment forward. At that time, the protagonist spoke none of the local tongue, comprehending not a single word they uttered. Realizing Sihan was from another world, Rylstein understood he must devise a method of communication. Thus, since his arrival in this realm, it marked the first instance of anyone extending kindness to the protagonist. Initially, Rylstein sought to teach his own name, repeating it incessantly, until the protagonist finally grasped the situation. He recognized the man before him as Rylstein. Then he presented himself as Sihan Seong. Rylstein diligently taught Sihan the language and customs of Terranor. Soon, their shared plights forged an unbreakable bond of friendship. Now able to communicate, Sihan comprehended that, in a profound sense, Rylstein mirrored his own predicament. At that, Rylstein uttered, "The weak suffer equally, no matter where they are," and together, they pledged to each other a solemn vow not to perish. Yet 3 months after Sihan's summoning to Terranor, on one fateful day, everything irrevocably shifted for them both. An intense surge of magic manifested within Sihan, alarming even the seasoned mages who spearheaded the research. Sparkant pondered, could the subject, being an outsider, possess the innate capacity to gather magic significantly swifter than an ordinary individual? If so, Sparkant inwardly exulted, for he had finally achieved a gratifying outcome. Still, this magical tempest remained a formidable problem, one demanding an immediate resolution. Sparkant declared he possessed a plan. However, the subject needed to remain alive, as he intended to conduct further experiments. Next, Rylstein appeared, a sword in hand, at his master's command. He questioned, "Will this truly serve to save Sihan?" Sparkant replied, "The sword shall be used for its intended purpose to cleave its targets." He added that severing the subject's limbs would impede the magic's development, allowing them to exploit the opportunity to incapacitate him. Furthermore, even dismembered, he could continue his heinous experiments upon the subject. At this juncture, Rielstein, for the very first time, openly challenged his master's directives. He could not bear to witness his sole friend mutilated before his eyes. Even though such defiance carried grave peril, he was prepared to confront his master to preserve Sihan. As the deranged scientist stood momentarily distracted, Rielstein plunged the sword into his back. Sparkant was consumed by a blinding fury. Nevertheless, his body failed him. He collapsed powerlessly to the floor. With Sparkant incapacitated, Rielstein was finally free. His sole purpose now was Sihan's salvation. He urged the protagonist to cease constraining the surging magic, to simply let it flow unhindered. As Sihan complied, a colossal burst of energy erupted, unleashing widespread devastation across the vicinity. The protagonist now recalled these events as a vivid dream. Alita gazed upon him, a silent thought echoing in her mind. Sihan's past had been truly harrowing. Peering into his memories, she discerned that his friendship with Rielstein had offered a beacon of hope to them both. This afforded Alita a deeper comprehension of why Sihan wrestled so fiercely with the pain of betrayal. Beyond that, she mused, how had he fallen asleep so swiftly? For after all, she was a woman. It baffled her how Sihan could slumber so utterly relaxed beside her. Regardless, Alita decided it best not to dwell on such trivialities. She too sought a moment of repose. Moments later, the protagonist's eyes snapped open. He announced, "The time for sleep has ended." Startled, Alita questioned, "What are you talking about?" Sihan stated, "I can sense a nun, 2 superior swordsmen, and 4 mages in close proximity. Not only that," he added, "the mansion is completely encircled." Glimpsing from the window of his chamber, the protagonist discerned soldiers poised to strike, yet the reason remained shrouded in perplexity. Alita's voice cut through the tension. They must brace themselves for battle. Without a moment's hesitation, she shed her garments, a move that visibly jolted Sihan. "One cannot possibly fight in sleepwear," she declared, urging Sihan to follow suit and change. A wave of confusion washed over the protagonist. Only moments prior, Alita had been consumed by modesty, yet now she disrobed before him with an unsettling nonchalance, as if the act held no consequence. In truth, Alita keenly perceived the imminent danger lurking beyond, a grim awareness that fueled her urgent actions. Among the hostile ranks, the mage Hallen voiced a skeptical query. Did they truly necessitate such an overwhelming troop deployment? He contended that the Ruslan bloodline had significantly waned, rendering such elaborate precautions excessive. Nevertheless, the priest Lument sharply countered. What course of action would the mage propose, should the enemy succeed in summoning an entity from another realm? There is no detriment in preparedness for all eventualities, he asserted. Hallen, however, mused that such extensive measures came at a prohibitive cost, a burden ultimately borne by the towers. Yet, as a mere subordinate, his hands were tied, powerless to sway the current directive. Regardless, he reasoned, should an interdimensional entity truly manifest, at least his own contingent stood adequately prepared. Moments later, Bright Amos emerged at the estate gates, his gaze sweeping over the scene. "What exactly is transpiring here?" he demanded. "This is the ancestral estate of the Amos family," he continued, his voice ringing with authority. "My lineage pledges fealty to the Temple of the Moon and the venerable Kron Lysate." Now, he wished to know precisely why such a formidable host of soldiers besieged his home at this ungodly hour. Lument's eyes narrowed. "How dare you invoke the Temple of the Moon," he snarled, "when you harbor a descendant of the accursed Ruslan clan within these very walls? The insolence of this youth knows no bounds," he spat. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers, fear seizing their hearts at Lument's revelation. "To whom do you refer?" Diva's voice was barely a whisper. A chilling dread gripped Alita. Could these soldiers, this grim assemblage, truly be here for her? The priest's gaze swept with disdain. "One need only behold that abominable platinum blonde hair," he declared, "to confirm we have found our quarry. There is no refuge for such tainted, sinful blood," he vowed, "no escape from our grasp." To the utter astonishment of all present, Lument's finger, stiff and accusatory, lanced toward his intended target. Every eye followed, and a collective gasp of realization swept through the crowd. He was pointing at Duran, a truth made starkly apparent by his full name, a name until now kept veiled. Duran Grant Russelin. Alita's heart had initially plummeted, convinced her own veiled identity had been irrevocably exposed. Yet a swift glance confirmed the soldier's unwavering focus rested upon another. She had simply never suspected that Duran, too, carried the cursed Ruslan lineage. Duran, however, found his voice defiant. "I am a Buriano, like our emperor," he asserted, "not of the Ruslan bloodline." Bright intervened, his tone urgent. "While it is true that Ruslan descendants often bear striking platinum blonde hair," he explained, "it does not logically follow that everyone with such locks belongs to their cursed lineage. By your flawed reasoning," he added, "even my honored guest Alita would be labeled Ruslan, a claim I vehemently deny. Regardless," Lument's voice boomed, cutting through the arguments, "all of you, surrender immediately. The truth shall be mercilessly extracted by the heretic inquisitors," he promised, his tone chilling. "What fate awaits Duran?" Dina whispered, her voice laced with fear. Driven by sheer desperation, the young man made a sudden, drastic move. His hand darted, a blade appearing as if from nowhere to press against Bright's throat. "Approach one step further," he snarled, "and no one else will. Otherwise, the blood of Count Amos's successor will stain your hands," he vowed, his voice trembling with resolve. "I nearly duped this foolish noble," Duran muttered, his eyes wide with a desperate glint. "I cannot afford to be captured now." "The enemy finally reveals his true, vile visage," Lument proclaimed, a cruel satisfaction in his tone. "He is, after all, a cursed descendant of the Emperor himself." Duran offered a grim, fleeting apology. "There is no purpose in lingering here any longer," he stated, his voice tight. He violently shoved his hostage aside. "And for everything," he managed to gasp, "I am grateful." "Advance!" Lument roared, his command echoing across the courtyard. Duran, however, did not remain stagnant. With a desperate leap, he vaulted over the palace wall, intent on escape. "Cut off his escape!" Lument bellowed, his voice laced with fury. In the palace courtyard, Dina remained utterly stunned, immobilized by shock. Her mind reeled, unable to reconcile the kind, gentle Duran she knew with this sudden, stark revelation of a desperate, ruthless fugitive. Alita, meanwhile, gave chase, her feet pounding after the fleeing Duran. Dina, still reeling, attempted to follow. The protagonist, however, intercepted, urging Zenon to restrain her. Bright, though still reeling from the shocking disclosure, felt a surge of concern for Duran's fate. Duran, the glint of his platinum hair flashing, was now locked in a desperate skirmish with the guards who sought to corner him. The strain of combat was visibly etched upon his weary frame. "The enemy cannot possibly evade us now," the priest asserted triumphantly, his identity unequivocally laid bare. Duran's eyes blazed with a fierce resolve. "I have nothing left to lose," he cried. With a guttural roar, he lunged into the fray, convinced this was his final desperate gambit, all or nothing. Fate, however, proved cruel. In his attempt to confront a vastly superior foe, Duran was instantly incapacitated, felled by a single, brutal blow. The agonizing impact of a priest's strike coursed through his body. "I shall deliver this enemy to the heretic inquisitors," Lument declared with grim satisfaction, "and the divine commandments of the goddess shall render judgment on his guilt or innocence." Duran, however, knew his fate. "I will be condemned to death," he rasped. "There is no doubt, and I refuse that fate," he continued, "which leaves me with but a single desperate recourse. I never wished for this extreme," he admitted, "but you have left me no other choice." The narrative abruptly shifted focus. The protagonist turned to Alita, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Why did you pursue Duran so fiercely?" he questioned. "I have a profound sense of déjà vu," she confessed, a faint memory stirring. "His true name, I feel I've heard it before, perhaps even in my youth." Their desperate flight was abruptly halted. An anomalous energy, a palpable shift in the very air, drew their attention. Even the seasoned mages among the soldiers recoiled, their faces etched with stark apprehension at the unfolding spectacle. Cornered and desperate, Duran unleashed his final terrifying resort. He invoked a monstrous entity from another realm. High above the city, a swirling, nascent portal tore open in the sky, its ominous presence casting a pall of terror over all who beheld it. The priest stared aghast at the sudden invocation. Even Duran himself seemed thunderstruck, protesting that this was not his will, yet he had no other recourse, no option but this for his very survival. He then compelled the monstrous entity to attack. Instantly, the soldiers at the forefront were the first to be assailed. "Do not falter," Lument commanded, his voice ringing with conviction. "We are the goddess's mighty blades, untouchable under Kronlissart's hallowed protection." Galvanized by his words, the soldiers surged forward, launching a unified assault. Lument, ever at the vanguard, plunged into the fray alongside them. The colossal monster failed to instill dread in the priest, and seeing their leader fight with such valiant resolve, only spurred the others to emulate his courage. "There is no way this monster can withstand the might of the three knights," they declared, their confidence echoing through the maelstrom. Hallen, observing the chaotic scene, admitted his regret. I never anticipated confronting such a creature. I profoundly lament not summoning more reinforcements. A mage quickly retorted that it was too late for such musings. Though my magic cannot fell this beast, he asserted, I shall endeavor to at least dislodge it. With a surge of arcane power, he managed to destabilize the monster. This is our opening, Lument cried, preparing to strike once more. The protagonist scrutinized the unfolding situation. Alita, too, bore witness to the raw power unleashed. The priest stands on par with a superior swordsman, she observed. Beyond that, they possess knight-level and warrior-level master swordsmen, 100 elite soldiers, and even a mage from the Sable Tower. Yet their combined strength merely serves to impede this creature's movement. Alita now grasped the true nature of battling a being from another world. However, the protagonist countered. You've overlooked a crucial point, he stated. They would not be struggling so desperately if they weren't so pathetic. Warriors like Sexengard, for instance, could vanquish this monster single-handedly. Alita, indeed, had not considered that perspective. Regardless, aid arrived. Upon seeing Zenon and Dina, the protagonist's brow furrowed. What are you two doing here? He demanded. I distinctly recall instructing you both to remain clear of this conflict. Dinah, believing she could persuade Duran to cease the attack, stepped forward, attempting to reason with him. Duran, however, urged her to retreat. Move away, he pleaded, his voice strained. I do not wish to harm you. I cannot control this creature much longer. All who do not withdraw now will face grave peril. He reiterated his desperate plea for them to distance themselves. The protagonist remarked that, miraculously, there had been no casualties thus far, a testament to Duran's initial reluctance to kill, he mused. Such restraint was unlikely to persist. We shouldn't even be fighting in the first place, Alita interjected, her voice filled with anguish. We should embrace empathy, not hatred. Duran's father may have been the emperor, but is that truly so grave a sin? Amidst the swirling battle, fear gripped the soldiers. Duran remained unswayed, and worse, he was visibly losing his tenuous grip on the monster. The enemy is revealing its true nature, one soldier cried out, his voice laced with terror. His comrade, perceiving the imminent danger, tried to warn him, but it was too late. The soldier, his back to the looming horror, was struck, suffering a devastating blow that sent him hurtling backward. Enraged, his friend vowed vengeance, lunging to pierce the monstrous hide. But from the creature's tentacles, a peculiar substance began to expel. Apparently the monster's own blood, a corrosive ichor, splattered across the soldier's face, searing him like potent acid. It was not long before he collapsed, lifeless. The remaining soldiers recoiled, horrified. They could not defeat the monster without harming it, yet doing so meant risking exposure to its toxic blood. The priest, his face etched with grim concern, pondered their next move. For the moment, he ordered his soldiers to fall back, but many were unable to comply, caught squarely in the monster's relentless onslaught. By now, Lument understood this catastrophe was his own making. He had mobilized an overwhelming number of soldiers, grossly underestimating the enemy's formidable resistance. Still, in a desperate attempt to deflect blame, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon his foe. "Cease your accusations!" Duran thundered at the priest. "Such words only cause me to lose further control of the beast." Moments later, Lument was seized, a massive tentacle rearing back, poised to annihilate him. But before the fatal strike could descend, the protagonist intervened decisively, cleaving through the creature's tentacles with astonishing power. All present watched, utterly stunned by the display of such might. Sihan, arriving on the scene, offered her assistance. "I am here to help," she announced, "but I urge the priest and his men to retreat immediately." Zenon declared he would fall back, bringing Dina to safety. Sihan urged him to secure the girl in a safe haven until the battle's conclusion. Yet, amidst their urgent exchange, Alita interceded, accosting him. "Can we not simply allow Duran to slip away unhindered?" she inquired. The protagonist, while understanding her underlying sentiments, countered that numerous eyes were observing their every move, rendering a deliberate oversight even more perilous. In that scenario, Alita pressed, what if no one were witnessing? She believed she possessed the means to orchestrate this, capable of shrouding everyone's vision in temporary darkness. Sihan pondered her proposition for a moment, a flicker of consideration in his gaze. Then, Lument's eyes sharpened, perceiving the protagonist's unique aura, which struck him as strikingly similar to that of the otherworldly warrior who had once allied with the heroes. "My name is Sean Stain, the successor to the mercenary King Barak, not a hero," the protagonist declared, his voice firm. He commanded the priest to allow him to handle the immediate threat and to withdraw his men from the perilous zone. "This is a battlefield," Lument retorted, his pride bristling. "Soldiers of the goddess do not cower," Sihan interjected sharply. "This is no moment for stubborn pride. If you genuinely value lives, you will comply with the request." Though his expression remained etched with reluctance, the priest recognized the undeniable truth in Sihan's words and chose not to press the issue further. With a curt nod, he retreated, shouting for the protagonist to secure as much time as possible. Now, with the others having withdrawn, Sihan mused, "It has been a decade since I last clashed with a monster summoned by one of Ruslan's bloodline. At this critical juncture, Duran, abandoning any further intent to flee, instead moved to assist the protagonist against the monstrous entity. The creature has already broken free of its bindings," he warned. "It must be eradicated completely." Instantly, the monster lunged, but Sihan, with practiced agility, effortlessly evaded its crushing assault. The protagonist poised himself, preparing for a devastating counterstrike. With a swift, powerful sweep of his blade, he severed one of the enemy's writhing tentacles. Witnessing such raw power unleashed before him, Duran questioned inwardly where such immense strength could possibly originate. Sihan quickly surmised that merely severing the creature's appendages was futile, as they regenerated with alarming speed. Victory, he realized, lay in eliminating the very root of the problem. He knew his Emperor's ability alone wouldn't suffice for a decisive blow, yet battling this formidable foe while concealing his true identity posed a significant challenge. Just then, Zenon reappeared, announcing he had secured Dina in a safe location and was ready to lend his aid. "Your timing is impeccable," Sihan acknowledged. "I need you to keep its myriad tentacles engaged," he instructed, "while I handle the rest." Zenon, a glint in his eye, declared this was his long-awaited chance to unleash and test the new ability he had acquired. Without hesitation, he launched his assault, wielding the formidable Emperor's ability. His display utterly astonished Sihan. Zenon engaged the monster with formidable prowess, his movements precise and powerful. He executed precisely what the protagonist had requested, keeping its thrashing tentacles completely occupied and thereby forging a crucial opening for attack. Still, Sihan internally mused that Zenon would be better served utilizing his explosive aura rather than merely his Emperor's ability. Yet, so long as his actions proved effective, Sihan decided he would not dwell on the specifics. After all, he, the protagonist, had his own vital task to accomplish. The colossal creature's attention was now entirely fixated on Zenon. Sihan's objective was clear: locate its critical vulnerability and utterly annihilate the threat. Sihan darted, positioning himself directly beneath the behemoth. First, he sought to prevent any possibility of the enemy escaping. With a surge of frigid power, he encased the monster in solid ice, binding it immobile. Then, manipulating the very ice he had conjured, he launched a barrage of razor-sharp projectiles into the creature. Duran realized, astonished, that the protagonist had moved with such blinding speed he hadn't even perceived his arrival beneath the colossal foe. A surge of hope coursed through him, convinced now of their chances for success. But to Duran's utter surprise, a sudden, alarming shift began to unfold. Duran watched, aghast, as it became clear the protagonist had struck the creature with absolute precision, right at its core. In the next heartbeat, a colossal explosion erupted. The soldiers who had withdrawn, now at a safer distance, murmured amongst themselves, "What in the heavens just transpired?" They observed that a significant portion of the ground had been utterly obliterated. Not only that, but as their eyes fell upon the fallen monster, a collective cheer arose. The otherworldly creature has finally been vanquished. Meanwhile, the protagonist, amidst the dissipating dust, queried, "Did Duran manage to escape?" As if summoned by his words, Alita was indeed aiding Duran. Yet, she confessed, "I cannot sustain this pace much longer. My magical reserves are severely depleted." Duran cautioned her, "You are imperiling yourself by assisting a member of the Ruslan. Why do you do this?" Alita merely urged him, "Just keep running, young man, before anyone spots us." At that moment, a fragment of memory surfaced in Duran's mind, a recollection from a distant past. He observed that Alita bore a striking resemblance to a young girl he had once known. "Are you Seraphina's daughter?" he inquired, a tremor in his voice. Alita offered no verbal response, but her silence, more than any words, confirmed the truth Duran sought. He felt a pang of relief and joy that she too had survived, yet a profound sorrow that their reunion occurred under such dire circumstances. However, before their paths diverged, he felt compelled to impart something crucial to Alita. In a hushed tone, Duran divulged a pivotal secret. The revelation left Alita utterly astounded. "Is this truly accurate?" she breathed, her eyes wide. "It is," Duran affirmed, then added, "I am counting on you to safeguard this secret." In the very next instant, Duran was caught completely unawares. He sustained a brutal, direct impact. All of it unfolded directly before Alita's horrified gaze.